Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1501 Arrival. On the day of the war, the sky and the earth lost their colors, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the vast mountains and rivers all collapsed and turned into dust. Now, in the chaotic battle, the battle is terrible, the battle spans a vast area, and many powerful tribes appear one after another, with terrible pressure. How can the scale of the fight between humans and demons not be large? Since the transformation of the rules of the ancient Emperor City, there has never been such a lineup. There are constantly demons and human martial artists joining the battlefield, and the whole body is affected. Even in this space, several top figures rarely seen in the ancient Emperor City on weekdays have appeared, such as the nine-tailed demon fox and divine fox woman, and Zhang Zihu, the first Zhang family member who comprehended the inheritance of the Taoist tradition, and the peerless figure sitting on the sun-golden chariot in the void. He once killed the prince of the Tao immortal dynasty with one blow. Now he has overwhelmed the ancient Emperor City and stood at the top. No one dares to provoke him. Some of his clansmen have also joined the war, but he has never intervened. Even if his clansmen are in danger, he still stands by and watches. Now the fairyland will be in chaos, the rules of heaven and earth will change drastically. In a new era, the fairyland will have a brand new pattern. Whether it is the wilderness or the demon race, they will experience a great change, and there will be a powerful race that will flourish for a time. Any race that wants to stand in the future fairyland and stand on the top needs super strength. The ancient Emperor City is the trial field. In addition to several top figures, many royal families from the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness appeared here and joined the battle. Gradually, an overwhelming advantage emerged, and they wanted to crush human martial artists. The battlefield was tragic, blood rained, and the vast land was the most cruel in the middle battlefield. There were extremely many people who fell. The Void Beast clan and the Jiutian clan still launched a fierce attack on the disciples of the Ji Emperor and the Nanhuang clan. The little bastard who turned into a swallowing beast was on his own. He was a man standing against 10,000 men and could not open it. He simply swallowed the sky and the earth, like the king of all monsters. If it weren't for several extraordinary royal monsters joining forces to fight, I don't know how many monster kings would have died and been swallowed by him. In addition, Qin Wentian's fighting power is also extremely strong. Only the king of the Void Beast can fight against him to stop him. The Nanhuang clan also has several extraordinary figures. The phoenix shadows suppress the world and the flames burn the sky, but no matter how they fight, they are still suppressed, causing the strong men to shed blood. Qinger was extremely cold, and the power of space enveloped her body. Her holy and beautiful face was covered with cold frost. However, her pure and flawless clothes were stained with dust and blood at this moment. There were several scars on her body, which made people feel sorry. At this moment, there were several great demons surrounding her. An extraordinary great demon from the Jiutian clan showed a covetous intention and said, "What a beautiful beauty! I want this woman alive, please show mercy." "Okay." A void beast said coldly. To deal with such an indifferent peerless beauty, killing her is not the most cruel thing. Do it. The Jiutian clan monster punched out, still with infinite power. Meteorites fell from the sky, and each star-like meteorite was full of boundless power. Qinger looked extremely solemn. The power of the void rules swept across the world, wrapping up the power that was coming to kill, and exiling it. HMPH. The void beast monster crossed the space, opened up an ancient space road, and penetrated directly in front of Qinger, tearing everything apart with its claws. Many human martial artists who came to participate in the war seemed to be because of this woman. Take her down. Several monsters rushed towards Qinger, and in an instant, Qinger was in danger. Bangka. At this moment, a blood-colored lightning descended and landed on a monster. The monster trembled all over, and endless rules descended, turning into a prison, and strands of blood-colored lightning threads wrapped around his body. Kill. A cold voice came out, and the monster roared, and then it turned into ashes. Many Monster Clan strongmen looked at the person who took action, and saw a group of demon cultivators stepping in. They all had strands of judgment power on their bodies, which was very scary. It's the demon cultivators from the Judgment Demon Palace. They actually intervened. Although most of the martial artists from 10,000 Demon Island and the Immortal Realm are human, They are also in opposition, but they actually helped each other. Someone showed a look of surprise. Judgment Priestess. Someone looked at one of the women, wearing a blood-colored judgment robe, a laurel crown on her head, majestic and indifferent, with a cold temperament. You demon cultivators from 10,000 Demon Island are also intervening. In the void, an extraordinary demon turned into human form, with his hands clasped in front of his chest. This powerful demon beast is a strong man from the Penguin clan, a family of the extraordinary demon kings in the wilderness, and possesses the rare blood power of the Peng clan and the Phoenix clan. Aren't the demon cultivators from 10,000 Demon Island human martial artists? The priestess spoke coldly. This scene surprised another force of the 10,000 Demon Island Demon Mountain in the distance. This group of demon cultivators were like shadows, like the king in the dark, and they were the king-level figures of the Dark Demon Palace. This priestess Bai Qing has always been cold and ruthless. Why is she so enthusiastic? A demon cultivator spoke coldly, seeming a little surprised. When Bai Qing was still at the immortal stage, a group of immortal martial artists came to our demon mountain. Do you remember it now? Yes, I know something vaguely. Back then, Bai Qing and a man were old acquaintances, and she called the other person Brother Wentian. You can imagine their relationship. And this Qin Wentian has caused quite a stir in our demon mountain. He is also quite famous in the eastern part of the immortal realm. That Chanking Kinger is the daughter of the immortal realm Emperor Chanking and Qin Wentian's fiancée. Someone pointed at Kinger and said. So, Bai Qing showed up to help her. However, judging from Bai Qing's attitude, does she really treat Qin Wentian as just a brother? The demon cultivator next to him sneered, if it's not just a brother, why would she help Qin Wentian's woman? Maybe the feelings are too deep. They smiled, as if they were talking about something insignificant. Didn't you hear that the demon cultivators on the 10,000 Demons Island are also human? Then, aren't you demons? In the void, the strong men of the Penguin clan looked around, and suddenly another line of extraordinary demons swooped down. The strong men of the Penguin clan were so fast. With the advantages of the two clans of the Depan clan and the Phoenix clan, they directly attacked the strong men of the Judgment Demon Palace, and the battle became more and more complicated. There were more strong men from all directions, and there were more spectators than fighters. But as long as human martial artists joined the battle, demon beasts would immediately enter the battlefield and steadily suppress the human strong men. In the distance, a strong man was stepping in quickly. Qin Wentian's clothes fluttered and danced with the wind. He was still far away, but his immortal thoughts had arrived. Seeing the vast battlefield over there, all the strong men from all directions, he saw at a glance that this was a battle between demon beasts and humans, and it involved many great demon races and human strong men from all sides. They were so mighty that they covered the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, there were Kinger and the others, as well as Zhen Mengzhen, Nanhuang Yangxi, the little bastard, and even Kinger. Those familiar figures instantly moved his heart. When he saw the blood on Kinger's body and Zhen Mengzhen's bloody battle, his bright eyes flashed with an extremely cold killing intent. Finally, his figure came to the periphery of the battlefield, transformed into a stream of light, and rushed directly into the battlefield, uttering a domineering voice. Why, a group of beasts are bullying me humans, all the evil beasts, stop it. This voice was extremely domineering, humiliating many monsters with one word, and was simply arrogant. Qin Wentian's goal was to involve himself in this battle with just one word. The domineering voice like thunder descended between heaven and earth, resounding in everyone's eardrums. In an instant, countless strong men looked at him indifferently, including a number of extraordinary monsters. However, a battle of the King realm, and such a large-scale battle, would not collapse because of Qin Wentian's words. The strong men in the battle still did not stop and were still extremely violent. Didn't you hear what I said? Qin Wentian shouted, and his palm swept across the void. In an instant, a river of lightning swords swept across the sky and earth, slashing towards the battlefield of Kinger and Bai Qing. Those monsters were shocked when they felt the power of the sword intent. There was a sound of puffing, and the huge monsters were directly torn apart and killed by the sword intent. The angry roars and screams continued. In an instant, many battlefields calmed down and stopped, and a group of eyes shot towards Qin Wentian, shining. Sword Immortal King. Someone recognized Qin Wentian at this moment and exclaimed. He is the Sword Immortal King, the top figure of the ancient Emperor City, who intervened in the battle between the humans in the fairyland and the wild monsters. Everyone's eyes flashed. The intervention of the Sword Immortal King is likely to cause greater disputes. The powerful demons also looked at Qin Wentian and the extremely powerful Emperor Luck behind him. Is this the Sword Immortal King who killed Prince Yan in 9 seconds? He is indeed overbearing. With just one word, he asked the entire battlefield to stop. Sword Immortal King, you are presumptuous. In the void, a superb demon from the Penguin clan fell on Qin Wentian with a sharp look. Among the demons who were just killed, there was one of their clansmen. Presumptuous. Qin Wentian looked up at the void, and a surging river of swords shot out from his eyes. The figure of the Penguin clan strongman flashed, cut through the void, and soared into the sky, shouting, "What are you doing? Can you escape?" Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the sword river slashed through, with a continuous sound of puffing and screams. The crowd saw that the body of the top demon king of the Penguin clan was constantly torn apart, which was simply terrifying. This Sword Immortal King is just as the rumors say, he is totally lawless. There are many big demon tribes here, and each demon tribe has extraordinary people, especially the Penguin tribe. How powerful it is. That person is also a strong man from the Penguin tribe, and he actually started killing directly. The crowd was shocked. The Sword Immortal King was too domineering. A strange color flashed in Kinger's beautiful eyes, looking at Qin Wentian. The previous sword of Qin Wentian seemed to be a random sword, but it just helped her out, which surprised her. "Kinger, it's me." At this time, a voice came from her mind. In an instant, Kinger only felt a warm current flowing through her heart. She lowered her head slightly and took a look at the blood on her body. Her cold eye seemed to melt. This guy had not come to find her in the ancient Emperor city. It turned out that he had changed his identity. Chapter 1502 Battle. Qin Wentian killed several demon kings with one move, and his arrogant words instantly angered many demon tribes in the wilderness. A terrifying aura fell on him, and demonic energy soared into the sky. "You want to be the enemy of my entire wilderness demon tribe?" The extraordinary strong man of the Void Beast tribe said indifferently. "What a big hat, the entire wilderness demon tribe." Qin Wentian laughed and looked at the other party. "You demons surrounded and killed my immortal realm humans, and what happened in the ancient Emperor Palace many years ago? Some of the wilderness demon tribes have never taken my immortal realm humans seriously. For these demon tribes that are wreaking havoc in the immortal realm human world, aren't they also enemies of my immortal realm human martial arts?" The demons were silent, but only saw the strong men of the Penguin tribe floating in the sky, demonic energy ravaging the void of the world, and the unruly eyes stared at Qin Wentian. The Void Beast tribe, the Jiutian tribe and many other strong men stared at Qin Wentian, with murderous intent. However, the Sword Immortal King was too famous, and he had just appeared and killed several powerful demons, shocking the others. Even these violent demons did not dare to act rashly. Some people cast their eyes on the dazzling figure in the void, sitting on the golden chariot of the sun, shining all over the world. He was also the top figure in the ancient Emperor city, extremely terrifying, with amazing fighting power. A top figure appeared in human martial arts. Only he and the nine-tailed demon fox could compete with him. However, the fox girl was too cold, and the possibility of her going to battle was obviously not as high as that of the Sun Golden clan. The strong men of the Penguin clan looked at a super strong man of their clan. Although his reputation was not as great as that of the Penguin clan, the strong men of the Penguin clan knew how terrible his strength was. The extraordinary figure of the Penguin clan stared at Qin Wentian with his eyes full of arrogance. "What do you think?" He did not take action directly, but looked at the powerful demons in the vast space. The demonic energy released by each extraordinary demon was almost enough to bury the heaven and earth. They all wanted to kill the Sword Immortal King. The Sword Immortal King was really too rampant. He humiliated my wild demons and killed my demons. He must be killed. A strong man spoke secretly. "Humiliated the demons and killed me? Who dares?" Qin Wentian's eyes swept across the demons in all directions. As soon as he said this, the void was silent again. Even though the demonic energy was overwhelming, he was still so confident and calm, and even arrogant. There was another moment of silence. The demonic energy of the big demons in the void did not decrease. They looked at each other and seemed to be planning something. The void whistled, and a void beast made a move. He crossed the void and descended, grabbing Qin Wentian with his palm. In an instant, a strong space force descended on Qin Wentian. In just a moment, a space prison was born between heaven and earth, imprisoning Qin Wentian inside. Then, many monsters moved at the same time, including several void beasts. The space force was released from them and fell on Qin Wentian. Then the great monsters of the Jiutian clan moved. They trampled on the world and transformed into supreme monsters, blasting out fists with infinite power. The strong men of the Primordial clan also moved, with their wings spread, crossing the void, and arriving in an instant. Do you wild monsters still have shame? Qin Wentian roared, and a whirl whistled past, covering the world. Roar. The little bastard roared, his golden eyes showing a terrible coldness, and a terrible swallowing vortex appeared, swallowing all the space power in the space prison into the vortex. Qin Wentian was still calm. He swept his eyes across the void. There were great monsters coming to kill him from all directions. Although he was bound by the space prison, his face was still proud and calm to the extreme. With a glance, those strong men who came to kill Qin Wentian felt that the world had changed. The whole world was different. They rushed towards Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian stood there quietly and looked at them. They were so close, yet so far away. Illusion. Many great monsters looked at each other. How could this be? They came into an illusion. Is this the rule field that Qin Wentian comprehended? It is rumored that the 9-second beheading of Prince Yan by the Primordial King was related to illusion. Now, is this the reappearance of the killing of King Yan Luo? Thinking of this, their hearts trembled uncontrollably, with a hint of terror. After all, the Primordial King was famous, and this illusion was mysterious. Buzz! A void beast crossed the void and descended in front of Qin Wentian. Its sharp claws directly tore Qin Wentian to pieces. However, he found that the figure was destroyed and disappeared, but they were still in the illusion and could not escape. A Primordial clan strongman was bathed in the supreme fire. He pointed at his eyebrows and his pupils burst out. He returned to the outside world and could see the real world. However, he was shocked to find that he seemed to have schizophrenia. In that illusion space, he was still there. That illusion kept trying to pull him back. This is a dream. He wants to pull me into the dream. Let me enter the dream he created. Wandering between reality and illusion, he was horrified to find that he had no ability to completely break free. In the illusory dream space, many strong men have been attacked. Qin Wentian's figure appeared in many directions, transforming into thousands of figures. What space is this? A demon beast shouted angrily. The space where you are buried. Qin Wentian spoke coldly. In an instant, all the magics appeared and flooded the space. How could these people withstand Qin Wentian's attack ability? One after another, the strong men were buried in the attack of all the magics. Then, a shocking scene appeared in the void outside. Those powerful monsters that rushed towards Qin Wentian kept falling and being destroyed. Before they could kill Qin Wentian, they roared and roared one by one. When Qin Wentian waved his palm, they were all killed and destroyed. Primordial King. When everyone saw the powerful monsters that kept falling, all the monsters were silent, and everyone was silent. Powerful. Is this the strength of the Primordial King? His illusion technique seems to have reached an extraordinary level, as if there is no solution, no way to break it, and even no way to dodge it. As long as Qin Wentian stands there, he can bring them in and kill them. The space prison around Qin Wentian's body disappeared. He stood there calmly and said indifferently, "Who else wants to kill me?" "No." The strong men exclaimed. It seems that the number of people is no longer the key to killing the top figures in the ancient emperor city, because no one can withstand their destructive attacks. If they meet them, they will die. The strong men of the monster clan once again looked up at the figure in the void that was more dazzling than the sun. Although there were many monsters here, he seemed to be the only one who could deal with this Primordial King. "Please make a move," a monster said. "Here, only you can kill him. Humans insulted my wild monsters. The glory of my wildness must be defended." In the 8 directions, many big monsters stared at the figure sitting on the sun chariot, as if they regarded him as hope. The Primordial King was too powerful. They could not kill him, and even approaching him was impossible. In addition, he had once relied on illusion to kill Prince Yan in 9 seconds. Even these arrogant and domineering monsters understood that they could not kill the Primordial King with their abilities. If they continued to attack, they would probably die. Primordial King. At this moment, a strong light shone from the sun chariot. Above the void, the figure sitting in the scorching sun finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, the monsters were excited and hoped that he could kill the Primordial King. Qin Wentian looked up at the other party. This monster from the Sun Golden Clan was rumored to be a hybrid of the sun god bird Jinwu and the Golden Clan. It was a mutant race born from the combination. It had the advantages of the two races. Both its attack and defense were powerful to a terrifying degree, and could be compared with the Penguin clan. In Qin Wentian's eyes, a strong desire to fight emerged. I wonder how this extraordinary monster from the Sun Golden clan compares to Prince Yan? Let's stop the battle today. Just when everyone thought there would be a big battle, the figure on the sun chariot in the void said, since the demons of the wilderness have come out of the mountains, they can't retreat back to the wilderness. In the future fairyland, humans and demons will coexist. It can't be solved by a battle here. It's meaningless to argue whether humans are more noble or demons are more noble. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. Qin Wentian listened quietly. Of course, he understood that what the other party said was indeed the truth. It didn't matter who was more noble, but each had a position. If the demons were strong, humans would be servants. If the human race was strong, the demons would be slaves. This was the reality. We haven't stood at the top of the fairyland yet, and we can't decide the overall situation of the fairyland. The strong man in the void continued, and in this space now, there are many people who have already stood at the peak of the king realm. I also want to see who is stronger and who is weaker. When these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Could it be that he asked the strong to disperse and end this chaotic battle, but wanted to fight Qin Wentian alone? I will call all the top figures together, whether they are the top demons or the peak human beings, to see who can be the king of this ancient emperor city. The Sun Golden clan strongman looked at Qin Wentian with eyes as bright as the sun, and said, Sword Immortal King, you can come too, and the Fox Goddess, Jiutian. The strongmen trembled in their hearts. Are they going to invite the top figures of the ancient emperor city to fight? The beautiful eyes of the nine-tailed fox girl also flashed a ray of light. In fact, she also wanted to know who is the strongest in this ancient emperor city now. Jiang Ziwei smiled and looked at the strong man on the chariot and said, Okay, you decide the time and place. Let's stop today's business. I will send a message to the ancient emperor city. You just wait for the news. The strong man's voice fell, and the light of the sun fell between the sky and the earth. The chariot roared, and then left this place and went directly. Seeing this scene, the strong men of the Sun Golden clan all flashed and left. Chapter 1503, Extermination of Three Clans. When the Demon Clan Masters saw the Sun Gold Clan Masters leave, they all had the intention to retreat and prepare for a truce. Of course, this was also because no one could deal with this Sword Immortal King, otherwise, how could they retreat so easily? Sword Immortal King, the day of the peak decisive battle is the day you die. A great demon from the Jiutian clan said coldly, and his eyes were extremely proud despite his ugly appearance. My beauties, let you have more days of leisure, don't worry, my Jiutian clan will definitely favor you well. They did not forget to show their lustful eyes to the disciples of GD and Kinger, which were extremely evil. And the Nanhuan clan, it is said that there is the blood of the phoenix, I am looking forward to it. Many masters of the Penguin clan also spoke coldly. They themselves have the blood of the Dapan clan and the Phoenix clan, and they don't know how pure the phoenix blood of the Nanhuan clan is. Retreat. The masters of the Void Beast clan gritted their teeth, seeming a little unwilling. Retreat? Did I agree? At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly uttered a voice, causing many monsters to stop in midair. A pair of demonic eyes stared at him intently. Sword Immortal King, what do you mean? Didn't you hear what I said just now? If you want to fight, someone will deal with you. The big monsters stared at Qin Wentian. What a joke, I agreed to him. Qin Wentian's eyes were proud, his body was suspended in the void, and murderous intent spread from his body, causing all the monsters in the 8 directions to stare at him. This bastard, he actually wanted to fight? You, don't dare to fight. The big monster of the Jiutian clan pointed his finger at Qin Wentian, and the violent demonic energy raged in the void. How can I let others tell me what to do? Since he wants to fight, I will fight. However, you humiliated my human martial arts, disrespected my fairyland, and offended my beautiful lady. You said to start a war and you can leave at will. Qin Wentian said arrogantly, his body continued to move towards the void, and said with a smile, back then, I had a 7-day appointment with Fairy Sukin Gaeo. Everyone in the ancient emperor city knows that I am kind to women, not to mention that the fairy of the Nanhuan clan in the fairyland has an extraordinary friendship with me. Fairies, which demon tribe participated in the siege of the Saint of Nanhuang before? Qin Wentian turned around and looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and asked. The demons were furious and scolded Qin Wentian. How could they not understand at this moment that the Sword Fairy King was not going to let them go, but to settle the score? Those rats who call themselves void beasts, the Jiutian clan, and the Penghuang clan are all involved. Nan Huang Yangxi's face was slightly cold, and she spoke. She naturally understood what Qin Wentian meant. These people insulted not only them, but also Kinger. Although Qin Wentian transformed into the Sword Immortal King, he would definitely vent his anger for Kinger. Okay, since the demon clan is willing to cease fire, I will also give face to the savage demon clan. These three clans will stay. Qin Wentian's voice was indifferent, which made the strong men of the three clans extremely angry. The huge body of a Jiutian clan strongman trembled, and he said angrily, "Let's join forces to kill him." I don't believe that his illusion is really that powerful. Qin Wentian's figure soared into the air and looked at the Jiutian clan big demon who was speaking. In an instant, the other party only felt that the sword intent directly penetrated his pupils. No matter how strong his defense was, his eyes were pierced, and he screamed directly, and his eyes were bleeding. Then, sword intent penetrated his body directly, accompanied by a painful scream, and his huge body was directly shattered by the sword intent, shocking people. The Sword Immortal King is too scary. Many human martial artists secretly said in their hearts. The eyes of many powerful demons in the vast space were also frozen. Although they were arrogant and domineering before, they were able to suppress humans, but now no one can suppress the Sword Immortal King, so no demon dares to act rashly. After all, the Sword Immortal King has to deal with only the three tribes. Whether it is human or demon, there is fear. When you really see an invincible opponent, who would be willing to take the risk and die? Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying force descended, and the strong men of the Penghuang tribe moved and rushed towards Qin Wentian from all directions. Their figures were like lightning, especially the man in the middle. He was extremely terrifying, transformed into his original body, covering the sky and the sun, and his wings were waving like wings hanging from the sky, cutting off the golden light of flames and killing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the sword river surged, surging and colliding with the power in the void. He stepped on the ground, and the world hummed. The tower prison rule domain appeared, directly enveloping the world. Rounds of destructive tower intentions swept out directly, like a divine tower bombarding out, with a terrifying and domineering destructive force, bombarding the Penghuang clan strongmen who came to kill. In an instant, one powerful Penghuang after another was annihilated under the terrible attack. The extremely powerful Penghuang clan demon king could not withstand his attack. What a perfect rule domain! Many human martial artists exclaimed. They were all famous immortal kings with outstanding talents. Naturally, they could see the perfection of the tower prison rule. When the Sword Immortal King stepped into the top Immortal King, he dared to directly challenge King Yama and killed him in 9 seconds. Now, after another 10 years, his strength must be stronger than before. However, there was still an extraordinary Penghuang clan member who was still there. He was extremely powerful, and his body was flowing with super strong rune light, as if he was armed with a suit of armor. He was extremely majestic. Even if the tower spirit came, it still only made his body vibrate, and could not directly destroy him. He was blooming with thousands of feet of brilliant light, all of which turned into attacks and collided with the tower spirit. The huge claws struck out, and he came to the edge of the tower prison and sent a shocking blow to the light of the pagoda. There were shocking magic blooming, and cracks appeared in the pagoda, and it was about to be shattered. It can be seen how terrible his attack power is. Qin Wentian had a blank expression on his face, and his palm slapped towards the void, covering the sky and the sun, and turned into an extraordinary large handprint. The large handprint revealed the power of the sword-shaped pagoda, which penetrated down and slapped the huge body, like a huge pagoda formation. The Penghuang clan warrior's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. This attack seemed to be even more powerful than the tower prison rule domain. He roared and blasted out the heaven-shaking demon clan spell, but he could not stop the invasion of Qin Wentian's attack. The sword-shaped pagoda descended with a palm print, obliterating all existence and directly covering him inside. His huge body struggled frantically, turned around and wanted to leave, but found that there was no way to escape. He was directly bound by the tower formation and penetrated, and his body was obliterated bit by bit. The strong men of the Void Beast clan and the Jiutian clan saw that the existence of the Penghuang clan was obliterated, and the slightest bit of luck in their hearts was also shattered. They saw a powerful space light shining, and the strong man of the Void Beast clan directly crossed the void. After knowing that he was invincible, he had to escape and leave. "Do you still want to leave?" Qin Wentian's indifferent voice sounded, And those void beast masters who were escaping frantically only felt that they had directly entered another space. Their eyes shot out extremely demonic colors, which were extremely ugly. How could it be that they were preparing to cross the void and leave with their special talents, but they were still trapped in the rules of this illusion, and there was no solution at all? Since you want to kill me humans, then all of you should stay. Qin Wentian's indifferent voice sounded, and then the sword will and the tower will descended. One void beast after another roared, but it was of no use at all. They kept falling and being killed, and no demon beast could escape. Of the 3 tribes of monsters in the void, only the strong men of the Jiutian tribe were left. Their ugly eyes showed fear. A Jiutian tribe monster roared madly, "Sword Immortal King, you killed so many monsters. Can you survive after leaving the ancient emperor city? At this point, you dare to threaten me?" Qin Wentian spoke coldly, waving his hand, and the rules of the tower prison reappeared, killing everything. The Jiutian tribe monsters continued to die in angry roars and curses. When everything settled, the 3 tribes of monster kings here were all killed. The 8 sides of the land, with monsters standing in rows, were silent at this moment. 10 years ago, the Sword Fairy King became famous in one battle, killed King Yama, and destroyed the kings of the Senlo Fairy Kingdom. 10 years later, he killed the 3 tribes of demon kings, which caused a huge disaster. However, he did not realize this at all. He just looked at the Nanhuang clan and the disciples of the G Emperor indifferently, and said with a smile, "These evil beasts dared to disturb the fairies. They don't know whether to live or die. This seat has eliminated them. If anyone dares to covet the fairies in my fairyland in the future, this seat will not disturb them." Many beautiful fairy kings of the G Emperor's disciples bowed to Qin Wentian and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Sword Fairy King, for your righteousness. It doesn't matter. We are all martial artists in the fairyland. How can we see the fairies being insulted by some evil beasts? If this happens again in the future, the fairies can come to me directly." Qin Wentian said righteously. Kinger's eyelashes flickered. Looking at the guy talking big, she secretly rolled her eyes at him. This guy is really good at pretending. Brother is amazing. Jian Mengchen sighed in his heart, and admired Qin Wentian very much. He was so cool. My fellow fairies, I have practiced for many years, and now I also want to get in touch with the outside world and experience the world. I want to travel with you fairies. What do you think? Qin Wentian said to the powerful men of Jimin, making the female fairies of Jimin look at each other in bewilderment, wondering what the Sword Fairy King meant by this. Could it be that the Sword Fairy King has taken a fancy to one of them? Thinking of this, they saw that the Sword Fairy King's eyes fell on Kinger, as if he understood something. However, they knew Kinger. With Qin Wentian around, how could she be tempted by others? So a woman asked Kinger through voice transmission, "What do you think, junior sister? Although the Sword Fairy King killed the 3 powerful monsters, there must be 3 of their tribes in the ancient Emperor City. We made enemies with them before, and we were afraid that it would cause trouble." Kinger replied through voice transmission, which made the woman stunned. She actually ignored this point. Could it be that the Sword Fairy King wanted to protect them? Since the Sword Fairy King said so, we naturally have no objection. It's just right to discuss martial arts with the Sword Fairy King and verify it. The female Fairy King bowed and smiled. Well, in addition to discussing martial arts, maybe there will be a chance to talk about other things. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Ahem. Jian Mengchen was ashamed. This, senior brother is simply shameless. Kinger also rolled her eyes. This bastard guy, hooligan. Chapter 1504, All the Strong Ones Come Out. The powerful people in the surrounding fairyland were also shocked by Qin Wentian's words. Is this still the peerless Sword Fairy King who killed the Crown Prince Yan in 9 seconds and killed the 3 major demon clans? This is simply shameless. In the mortal world, he still talks about other things besides martial arts? There are so many beautiful fairy kings, what else can he talk about? Too shameless. It turns out that the Sword Fairy King is not only powerful in strength, but also so good at picking up girls. Why don't the fairies of the Nanhuang clan come along too? The next sentence of Qin Wentian left everyone speechless. With so many beautiful fairy kings under the G Emperor, they are not satisfied, and they want to drag the fairies of the Nanhuang clan? It's worse than a beast. The saint of the Nanhuang clan showed a strange look on her face, but they had some friendship with Qin Wentian before, and they came to the ancient Emperor city together, but now the Sword Fairy King is no longer the same as before, and he is much more powerful and has become a top figure. Okay, Nan Huangyangxi nodded naturally. She knew Qin Wentian's identity, so of course she agreed. However, she regretted it as soon as she finished saying this, because she saw that the sisters next to her were looking at her with strange eyes. Those eyes were as strange as they could be. Although the Nanhuang clan and the Sword Fairy King knew each other, the words of the Sword Fairy King just now made people think about it. Even if you knew him, you didn't need to agree so readily, right? Could it be? Thinking of this, the fairies of the Nanhuang clan looked even stranger. Nan Huangyangxi blushed with shame, and many fairy kings in the fairyland were stunned. Saint Nan Huangyangxi was already beautiful and unparalleled, cold and noble, but now she showed shyness. How touching it was, and many people were stunned. Could it be that Nan Huangyangxi is interested in this Sword Fairy King? Everyone couldn't help but think about it. Not to mention them, even the saints of the Nanhuang clan thought so. However, they already had a good relationship, and Nan Huangyangxi agreed. Naturally, the saints of the Nanhuang clan would not object, and nodded. I also want to discuss martial arts with the fairies, can I? A weak voice came out, and everyone looked over and saw that the little bastard had transformed into a snow-white and cute little demon, swaying towards this side. This is the little bastard next to Qin Wentian. A fairy of the Nanhuang clan smiled and said, Yes, yes. Nan Huangyangxi nodded, this little bastard is still so lustful. Nan Huangyangxi, don't wrongly accuse me. The little bastard said cutely, then looked at Kinger and said, Kinger, I miss you. Where did the monster come from? Get out, believe it or not, I will kill you. Qin Wentian turned around and glared at the little bastard. How dare he steal his lines? Is this little guy itching for trouble? I'm not afraid of you. The little bastard stretched out his little claws and said provocatively. Sword Fairy King, this monster is not the same as other monsters. It has some connection with junior sister Kinger. Sword Fairy King, don't be impulsive. The female Fairy King of Jiutian said hurriedly. They have seen the arrogance of the Sword Fairy King. This little bastard actually dared to talk back. Isn't he afraid that the Sword Fairy King will really kill him in anger? What she didn't know was that the little bastard was really not afraid. This guy and Qin Wentian are in tune with each other, how could he be afraid of Qin Wentian? Fairy, don't pay attention to him. He can scare other people, but not me. The little bastard said stubbornly, and then jumped on Kinger, who was speechless. Sister Goddess, Kinger and I are going to play with you later. The little bastard said to the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox nodded gently, then flashed and left the place directly. Beside her, a huge body trampled the ground and left with her. It was her servant. The powerful demons also dispersed, but the human martial artists were still there. Qin Wentian glanced in the direction of Kinger. Seeing Kinger and the demon cultivators of the Judgment Demon Palace quietly leaving, he did not say much. He hoped that Kinger would be safe all the time. He owed this girl too much? Nan Huangyangxi, I will go with you too. Jun Mengchen said. They were old acquaintances. Nan Huangyangxi nodded, and the saints of the Nanhuang clan would naturally have no objection. The strong men of the Xianfu realm looked over there without saying much. Looking at Qin Wentian, they sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect that such a powerful person would appear in their Xianfu realm. This person is more powerful than senior brother to Oba Shengshan. It is true that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's just that they have never heard of this Sword Fairy King before. Finally, all the strong men dispersed one after another. Qin Wentian was surrounded by beautiful women, and they were all extraordinary Fairy King beauties, which made others envious. Sword Fairy King, you killed the 3 tribes of big monsters. I'm afraid you will be in trouble in the future. After all, once you leave the ancient Emperor City, the 3 tribes of big monsters and the Senlo Fairy Kingdom will probably not let you go. A female Fairy King reminded. It's okay. Seeing the fairies being insulted by those evil beasts, how can I stand by and watch? Qin Wentian said indifferently. His eyes fell on Kinger's face, and he chuckled. However, Senior Jiti is really amazing. His disciples are not only talented, but also beautiful women, which is eye-opening. No wonder those beasts are moved. A fairy like Kinger, I am afraid I am also amazed. Puff. Jun Mengchen's face was full of black lines. He bowed to Qin Wentian and said, Sword Fairy King, I admire you. He really admired senior brother Qin very much. He actually flirted with his sister-in-law in public, which was extremely shameless. Sure enough, Kinger, who had always been as holy and beautiful as an iceberg snow lotus, could not stand Qin Wentian's flirting. She transmitted a vicious voice, "You are shameless." Qin Wentian saw King Er's embarrassment and laughed in his heart. "Sword Fairy King, you don't know that junior sister King Er already has someone in her heart, Qin Wentian of the Thousand Changes Fairy Sect, and the Emperor Changqing personally granted her marriage." A female fairy king with a charming and sexy figure walked up to Qin Wentian and said softly. Although she had practiced for many years, because of her strong strength, she looked only in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful and could be considered a top-notch beauty. "I see, I have no other intentions." Qin Wentian nodded seriously. Everyone rolled their eyes. "It would be strange if you had no other intentions. Sword Fairy King, what is so special about your illusion that it is so powerful?" The woman smiled at Qin Wentian and did not mention King Er again. The women around looked at each other. It seemed that junior sister Junai was interested in the Sword Fairy King. Thinking of this, they walked away with a smile. Junior sister Junai was outstanding in appearance and extremely talented, so she was suitable. As sisters, they were familiar with each other and knew that junior sister Junai looked down on many men because she was very strong. However, this Sword Immortal King was definitely a dragon among men, which made junior sister Junai moved and took the initiative to talk to him. "It's nothing special, and it's not a pure illusion, but a dream rule domain derived from the power of dreams," Qin Wentian said without hesitation. Not to mention the disciples of Jiti, even if other enemies knew about it, they still couldn't defend themselves. This domain itself was overbearing, similar to the Sinluo Hell of Prince Yan, and even more overbearing. How did you cultivate to be able to turn dreams into a realm of rules, and to do so to such an extent? Immortal King Junai smiled faintly, which was very touching. The two of them started chatting and got along very well, as if they had met too late. Many disciples of the Ji Emperor nodded secretly. It would be a great thing if junior sister Junai could fall in love with the immortal King of Swords and Blades. But this made King Er very upset. Her beautiful eyes kept changing. Seeing this bastard cheating on her feelings, she couldn't stay calm. "What do you want to do?" King Er sent a voice message to Qin Wentian again. "King Er, I can't expose myself. I can only let things take their own course." Qin Wentian responded, holding back his laughter. His immortal thoughts had been observing the changes in King Er's face. Seeing that she was a little jealous at this moment, who was usually calm and holy, he was even more delighted. He didn't expect King Er to be jealous. This was the situation here, and in the ancient Emperor City, when the people on the battlefield dispersed, the reputation of the Sword Immortal King was at its peak, and once again swept the ancient Emperor City. He was so arrogant that he destroyed the three clans. He didn't even take the top figures of the Sun Gold clan on the chariot seriously. Moreover, the Penguin clan had another super powerful existence. The Sword Immortal King actually ignored him and killed the strong man of the Penguin clan. It was simply lawless. Soon, the news came out. After the existence of the Penguin clan got the news, he began to look for the Sword Immortal King to kill him. Then, the existence of the Sun Golden clan also released the news, setting the time and place for the battle. The news spread throughout the ancient Emperor City, and many dazzling figures were looking forward to it. In the ancient Emperor City, in the mountains, a figure in a black robe, with an extremely violent aura, stood in front of him and reported the news. He nodded and said, "I will keep the appointment." In another place, the sea roared and the waves were shocking. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the shocking waves. Every step he took, the sea would roll. Finally, he walked out of the sea and reached the shore. Several immortal kings bowed to see him. "Interesting, I also want to see how strong other top figures are." He looked up and looked at the rules falling from the void, his expression was indifferent. There is another ancient mountain, which is extremely huge. This ancient mountain is actually in human shape, shining with light. The brilliant light of the Taoist tradition descending from the sky actually penetrates into it, which is extremely dazzling. At this time, the ancient mountain cracked and countless cracks appeared. Then there was a continuous roar. The huge rocks of the ancient mountain rolled, and a burst of strong light shot out, rushing straight into the sky. With a loud bang, the ancient mountain seemed to be washed away. There was actually an ancient Buddha sitting cross-legged, with a golden body, like a great Buddha who had attained the Tao. The imperial luck behind him was rising and could no longer be contained. He raised his head slightly, opened his eyes, and then stood up. It was time to go out and walk around. The imperial realm was only one step away. The ancient emperor city was shaken. And those people who had been silent for many years and had long been famous in the ancient emperor city began to walk around and show up. Chapter 1505 Gathering. The ancient emperor city was in turmoil, and strong men came out. However, Qin Wentian was very leisurely during this period. There were only him and Jian Mengchen here. The disciples of Ji Emperor and Nanhuang clan were around him. They were really surrounded by beauties and were very happy. They were not in a hurry to practice. The time for the battle was approaching. Everyone knew that Qin Wentian was going to keep the appointment, and many people were secretly worried about him. At this moment, Qin Wentian was lying on a huge rock on an ancient mountain, looking at the Taoist inheritance that was constantly falling from the void. His eyes were deep and as bright as stars. Footsteps were heard, and a beautiful figure jumped onto the boulder and sat next to Qin Wentian. She had a sweet face and long hair hanging in front of Qin Wentian, and a faint fragrance could be smelled. This woman was the immortal King Zhen Yi. She had obviously deliberately approached Qin Wentian these days. Now, everyone around her knew it clearly. Junior sister Zhen Yi has fallen. In the distance, the disciples of Ji Emperor sat together and looked over there with a smile. But the sword immortal king has not expressed his opinion. Although he is polite, he gives people a sense of distance, as if he is deliberately alienating. I am a little worried. A woman sighed softly. The sword immortal king looks at junior sister Kinger differently. Alice, junior sister Junai may not have much hope. Someone looked at Kinger. Kinger lowered her head slightly. She was reluctant to reveal Qin Wentian's identity. It was not that she did not trust her sisters and brothers, but if she said it, the entire Jiti sect would know. If it was leaked, she knew how serious the consequences would be. Qin Wentian had offended too many people with his identity as the sword immortal king. And this time, senior sister Junai seemed to be really moved. She had been trying to get closer to Qin Wentian. She was very proactive, and anyone could see her intentions. Qin Wentian was also depressed. He didn't expect to meet a woman like Zhen Yi. He couldn't help but send a voice message to Kinger. Kinger, what should I do? You caused this yourself. Why ask me? Kinger's response was full of resentment. Qin Wentian felt wronged and said depressedly, Kinger, I am innocent too. Kinger's eyes flashed. She also knew that it was no one's fault. She had to say, senior sister has a cheerful personality. This is her sincerity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. I don't want senior sister to be hurt. Well, after a long time, she must understand my attitude. Otherwise, we can only wait until we leave the ancient emperor city and the sword immortal king disappears from then on. Qin Wentian sighed. He felt a series of cold eyes looking at him. He could only smile bitterly in his heart. Do you hate me and think I'm too casual? Zhen Yi hugged her knees with her hands, looked at the scenery ahead with her beautiful eyes, and said softly, how could it be? Zhen Yi is so beautiful, I can only admire her naturally. Qin Wentian was shocked and said calmly, my sisters are laughing at me. Immortal King Junai seemed not to hear it, and just said to himself, it's nothing. I have been practicing for so many years. Although I have sisters together, I still feel lonely sometimes. I just can't find a suitable Taoist partner. Your appearance has given me a different feeling. However, I know that although I look okay, I still have some gaps with junior sister Kinger. What's more, a person like you must be a top beauty to match you. Oh, Qin Wentian was ashamed. He didn't expect that immortal King Junai could see that he liked Kinger. The disciples of the Ji sect and the Nanhuang clan in the distance all looked over there. Junai did not cover up her voice, so they naturally heard it. Junior sister. A disciple of the Ji Emperor stood up and shouted. Senior sister. Kinger also shouted crisply. It's okay, I'm just speaking from my heart, don't worry about me. Zhen Yi turned around and smiled at her sisters, and then said to Qin Wentian beside her, junior sister Kinger was born well, has good talents, and is beautiful. Anyone would like her more, but she already has someone she loves. Why do you still look at her differently, and avoid me a little? Immortal King Zhen Yi, some things cannot be explained. Even if you know there is no result, you may still hold a glimmer of hope. Qin Wentian said softly. Zhen Yi was stunned, smiled and nodded, yes, knowing there is no hope, just like me, if you change your mind in the future, remember to tell me at any time. As she said, she smiled sweetly, jumped off the boulder, and walked towards the mountain. Senior sister. Kinger walked up and called out. Junior sister Kinger, I'm fine. This has nothing to do with you. Zhen Yi turned around and smiled at Kinger and nodded. Seeing her smile, Kinger felt a little distressed. Then she glared at Qin Wentian coldly. Qin Wentian could only smile bitterly. Immortal King Junyi walked to the edge of the ancient peak, looking into the distance through the sea of clouds. Looking at her back, everyone could feel her sadness. A senior sister beside Kinger patted her on the shoulder. Nanhuang Yangxi of the Nanhuang clan looked at Qin Wentian with resentful eyes, then looked at the lonely back, and sighed silently in her heart. Since ancient times, beauties have loved the pride of the world. How can people not like the unparalleled beauty who competes for the world's top figures? But the flowers have intentions, and the water is ruthless, leaving only sadness. Nanhuang Mengyu, the saint of the Nanhuang clan, sighed softly. Jun Mengchen's eyes kept looking around, and when he looked at Qin Wentian's affairs, he couldn't help but sigh. Senior brother is senior brother, and he can't help but admire him. The day of the peak battle at the ancient emperor's city finally arrived. On this day, a magnificent area in the central area of the ancient emperor's city gathered many powerful people, and almost half of the immortal kings in the ancient emperor's city gathered. The existence of the Sun Golden clan invited the top figures of the ancient emperor city to gather. This will be the peak showdown in the true sense. After the transformation of the ancient emperor city, they will be able to see the style of the extraordinary great figures in the future immortal domain. If they can survive and continue to practice, they will become the top figures in the immortal domain. In today's era, everyone's practice has become faster. Everyone believes that the era of the ancient emperor will come. By then, many top immortal emperors will be born. The powerful people around are mighty and occupy the land in all directions, but in the middle, there is an extremely vast area left. There is no one there, only a group of ruined ancient palaces. Here he comes. At this time, a top immortal king whispered, causing many people around to ask, "Where's he?" As soon as the words fell, a super terrifying demonic energy swept over. The temperature of the sky suddenly rose, and the red clouds dyed the sky red. Then, an extremely powerful figure descended from the void. Although he was in human form, his demonic energy soared into the sky, and his eyes swept through. No one dared to look at him. "Where is the sword immortal king?" His voice was full of strong murderous intent, and his whole body was flowing with dazzling brilliance. This person was the top figure of the Penghuang clan, Jia Huangshan. Here he is. In the past battle, the Sword Immortal King destroyed 3 clans, including the Penghuang clan, including a very powerful figure. Jia Huangshan searched everywhere for the Sword Immortal King's traces but couldn't find him. Now, he must kill the Sword Immortal King. Many people felt a murderous intent and their hearts trembled slightly. Jia Huangshan's power was unquestionable. He had a very noble bloodline and amazing strength. Roar! A shocking sound was heard. Above the void, the sky and the earth changed, lightning and thunder flashed, and in an instant, the sky and the earth changed drastically. An extremely huge real dragon swooped down from the sky, and its power swept across the world. Countless people felt suffocated. His huge body was so big that no one could see the end at a glance. A pair of extremely terrifying pupils glanced down, and then he transformed into human form, floating down from the void, with a terrifying and domineering aura all over his body. After he came down, everyone found that there were many terrifying demon dragons behind him, following him and respecting him. At this time, a strong light shot out from the void, and another sun seemed to appear in the sky. The sun chariot rolled in. It was the top figure of the Sun Golden clan who initiated this battle. He arrived and floated directly in the sky. Behind him, there were also his clansmen, following him. What a strong aura! Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Whether it was the imperial luck that soared into the sky or the aura on his body, it made people look up to him. The strong men of the savage demon clan are indeed more impatient. 3 great demons came first. Everyone said softly, and then a strong man with an extremely majestic appearance and extremely cold body appeared. He seemed to come from hell, and the aura on his body made people dare not approach him. It's the man from the Netherworld Beast clan. It is said that he has comprehended the power of the reincarnation hell tradition and is extremely powerful. Suddenly, a sacred light descended between heaven and earth. The strong men of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan appeared, instantly attracting countless eyes, especially the head of the fox goddess. She was so stunning, like a real goddess, not a demon. Her beauty was like a gift from God. Strong men of the demon clan appeared one after another, many extraordinary demons, but there were only a few top figures. It was not that other demons were weak, But because there were no top figures standing in the ancient emperor city today, there were peerless figures among their descendants. If they grow up, they still have a chance, such as the sky-swallowing beast, who said he would not grow into a top demon. A strong man in a black robe descended. He was a human, but he exuded the wild and incomparable aura of a demon beast, mysterious and unpredictable. The man of the beast god cult, he's extremely mysterious, but extremely dangerous. Many wild demons died in his hands. Then, an ancient Buddha appeared. A Buddhist cultivator who entered the world to practice in the questioning heart temple was extremely powerful. Zhangzi who also appeared. He glanced at the strong man in Wentian temple. Both of them had inherited the Buddhist tradition, so there would be a confrontation. It was inevitable. Everyone has arrived early. A calm voice came, and a figure in white came over from a distance. This figure in white was very young, handsome, and looked harmless. There was not a trace of breath released from his body, but no one who knew him dared to despise him. If you only look at the surface, who would dare to imagine that this young man in white is a demon cultivator? If Qin Wentian was here, he would definitely recognize him. He had met this person once, and it was this person who asked him to go to the Demon Mountain. On the Demon Mountain, the Apostle Walker of the Apostle Demon Temple. After his arrival, a large number of demon cultivators descended, divided into different camps. A demon cultivator seemed to be shrouded in darkness. He walked out like a shadow. He came from the Dark Demon Temple. P.S. The peak showdown in the ancient Emperor City. Do you want to see Qin Wentian's handsome pictures? Add me on WeChat and search for To Follow Me. Chapter 1506 Arrogance. The strong men from the 10,000 Demons Island have appeared. Many people looked at the group of demon cultivators. Many of them were immortal kings and came from the top forces in the fairyland. Now, they also knew a little about the 10,000 Demons Island. They knew that the strongest place on the 10,000 Demons Island was the Demon Mountain. There were 7 demon palaces on the Demon Mountain, standing on the top of the Demon Mountain. The Holy Demon Palace now seemed to be just a spiritual symbol. The main thing was that the 6 demon palaces controlled the Demon Mountain. The 3 major demon palaces that accompanied the Lord of 10,000 Demons to conquer the world were the Judgment Demon Palace, the Dark Demon Palace, and the Apostle Demon Palace, and the later appeared Eternal Demon Palace, the Dragon Demon Palace, and the Heavenly Demon Palace. Now, in this ancient Emperor City, the Judgment Demon Palace, the Dark Demon Palace, and the Apostle Demon Palace have each walked out of a top figure. This is the foundation of the 3 major demon palaces, which is faintly deeper. The young man in white, the Apostle Demon Palace, walked the world. He once told Qin Wentian that they went to the Demon Mountain, and then he came to the fairyland alone to see the changes in the world. Now, the times have indeed changed. The figure in the darkness was the Dark Son of the Dark Demon Palace, the 7 Knights Demon King. Before he left the Demon Mountain, he had been chosen by the Dark Demon Palace as the successor of the Demon King. He would be the next Demon King. In addition to him, there was a terrifying Demon King figure wearing a robe of judgment, a priest of the Demon King level of the Judgment Demon Palace, the Demon King Jiu, the future High Priest of the Judgment Demon Palace. 3 powerful men stepped out. The 3 of them symbolized the power of the 10,000 Demons Island, which attracted many powerful men's attention. They have all arrived, except for the Sword and Blade Immortal King. Everyone secretly said that the people who appeared in front of them were all the top figures in the ancient Emperor City, who had cultivated to the extreme. There were only a few of them in the entire immortal domain, the Wild Land, and the 10,000 Demons Island. Perhaps there were still such talented and evil people in other major forces, but they might not have grown up yet, or they might have been at the level of the Immortal Emperor. Where is the Sword Immortal King? An angry roar was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was a short and ugly figure with shifty eyes. Everyone was shocked when they saw him. It was this guy. He was a super powerful figure of the Void Beast clan. The imperial luck behind him was surging and very scary. However, Qin Wentian almost wiped out all the strong men of his Void Beast clan in the ancient Emperor City. This hatred must be avenged. There was also a big monster of the Jiutian clan in the crowd, with murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Jiutian and other strong men of the 9 Emperors' Immortal Kingdom were also there. Thinking of the Sword Immortal King, he wished that he would die in today's battlefield. They could not forget the insult of expelling them in 9 seconds in the past. Since then, the proud figures of the 9 Emperors' Immortal Kingdom, the top power in the central part of the immortal realm, have become eye-catching in the ancient emperor city. Anyone who sees them will mention that incident. Their 9 emperors' immortal kingdom is so powerful that it has never suffered such humiliation. As for Senlo immortal country, the strong men in the ancient emperor city were almost killed by Qin Wentian. Even if there were some remnants, they hid in the crowd and dared not show up. In addition to them, there were also strong men from Jiutian city, strong men from Tehe immortal dynasty, and strong men from Xianlan immortal country's supreme sword sect. They were all waiting for the sword immortal king to appear, and they wished that the sword immortal king would die. But before, even if they saw Qin Wentian, they did not dare to take action. Especially the strong men from Jiutian city. The purple emperor was angry and ordered to kill them in the ancient emperor city. However, they had clearly seen the sword immortal king who killed Zidao Long, but pretended not to know him. No one dared to act rashly. It seems that they dare not come. The strong man of the Sun Golden clan said coldly. In the past, human martial artists and monsters gathered together to fight, and he ordered them to disperse. However, after he left, Qin Wentian did not let go of the 3 tribes of monsters in the wilderness, and killed many monsters. This made him very unhappy, which was equivalent to ignoring his words and slapping him in the face. He will come. At this time, a voice came out. The strong men of the Sun Gold clan looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Jiang Zihu. He looked calm, and his tone was affirmative, as if he firmly believed in his own judgment. Wait? Jia Huangshan, a peerless figure of the Penghuang clan, said with a very cold expression and a strong killing intent. In addition to wanting to compete with the strong today, he must kill the sword and blade immortal king. Among the strong men who were watching, there were strong men from the Xianpeng clan. Among them, the extraordinary great demon golden-winged pengbird that entered the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy with Qin Wentian was there, Jian Tian. Whether it was the wild Penghuang clan or the Xianpeng clan in the western part of the immortal realm, they all had similar blood and they had a common ancestor. The sword and blade immortal king is coming. In the distance, there were exclamations. From outside to inside, strong men kept looking back, and then they saw a figure stepping in the void, unrestrained and unparalleled, with a sword behind him. Who else could it be but Qin Wentian? There was a whistling sword in the air. Qin Wentian flew with his sword energy, as fast as lightning, and came directly to the middle of the crowd. He swept his eyes across the masters. Qin Wentian instantly felt a series of sharp eyes falling on him. Not only the more than 10 masters standing in the middle of the vast area, but also many people in the crowd showed malice towards him. He even keenly felt a lot of killing intent. It seems that there are many people who want to kill me. Qin Wentian said in his heart. He had obtained so many powerful forces, and there were certainly many people who wanted his life. He also knew that after leaving the ancient emperor city, he could not keep the identity of the sword and sword immortal king. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by all the major forces, not just the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor. I'm afraid there would be no place for him in the entire immortal realm. The sword and sword immortal king actually dared to come. Many people admired his courage. He had offended so many masters and destroyed the 3 tribes of monsters, but he dared to show up. It was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. In his eyes, there seemed to be no fear at all. Anyone who offended him seemed to have no choice but to kill. This is the sword immortal king. The extraordinary figure of the Demon Dragon clan looked at Qin Wentian, and seemed to be somewhat disdainful, saying, "It is rumored that he killed King Yama in 9 seconds. King Yama, who is known as a top figure, is really useless. Jia Huangshan, he will destroy your people, so leave it to you to deal with it." They have also heard about the battle at the beginning. The wild demon clan and humans broke out in conflict. Qin Wentian turned the tide with his own strength and destroyed the 3 major demon clans. Naturally, the demon clan's strongmen were dissatisfied with him. Now, among the top figures here, there are 5 great demons in the wild demon clan, 4 human martial artists in the fairyland, and 3 demon cultivators in the 10,000 demon island. Jia Huangshan stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Sword immortal king, who gave you the courage to kill my Penghuang clan?" His body was suspended in the sky, and wings appeared. The golden wings were shining with a blood-red light, the runes were flowing, and the power of space was diffused, which was extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian looked up at Jia Huangshan, and he immediately thought of the former golden-winged pengbird Qin from the Xianpeng clan, the guy he met in the Xiandao Holy Academy. Although Jia Huangshan had the blood of the Peng and the Phoenix in addition to the Dapan bloodline, their eyes were somewhat similar. Of course, the eyes of the Peng Huang in front of him were more terrifying, as if they could penetrate people. Where did you come from, you beast? Dare to talk to me like this? Qin Wentian's voice was so calm, without a trace of anger, as if he had just said a trivial word. Just one sentence made the powerful people in the vast void around him open their eyes and look at him. It is rumored that the Sword Immortal King is lawless and arrogant. No force or demon clan is taken seriously by him. Some people were a little skeptical before, and wanted to see how crazy the Sword Immortal King is. Now, they have seen it. With just one sentence, they deeply understand how crazy the Sword Immortal King is. The Peng Huang clan, what a powerful race, integrating the dual blood advantages of the Deping and the Phoenix. Jia Huangshan, what a figure, the top figure in the ancient emperor city. Facing Jia Huangshan's questioning, the Sword Immortal King said, "Where did this beast come from?" With just one word, Jia Huangshan burst out with an extremely violent momentum, overwhelming the world, and a dazzling red gold blade slashed at Qin Wentian, flooding the space. Qin Wentian looked at this scene indifferently, without dodging, and the rules of his body flowed, allowing the attack to fall on him, and then it was eliminated. How presumptuous! He is humiliating my wild demon clan again. The void beast watching the battle from a distance said coldly. Qin Wentian bluntly insulted Jia Huangshan, a beast, and obviously had no respect for the demon clan. Even the other several top demons stared at Qin Wentian one by one. That day I announced a truce and we all went our separate ways, but you didn't listen to me. You killed the 3 great demon clan masters, stirred up trouble, and ignored me. Do you really think you can challenge the wild demon clan? The top figure of the Sun Gold clan also spoke indifferently. The sun's brilliance shone into Qin Wentian's eyes. It was very dazzling, and Qin Wentian felt that his eyes were under a burning force. If you initiated this challenge just to get the people of the wild demon clan to deal with me together, then please, I will accompany you. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the dazzling figure on the chariot. Why fear the top demon clan masters? Killing King Yama, you really look down on everyone. The majestic demon dragon clan master also spoke proudly and glanced at Qin Wentian. You didn't invite us here to discuss your personal grudges, did you? At this time, a voice came out, and the masters turned their eyes and looked at the demon priest of the Judgment Demon Palace. Of course. The Sun Golden clan warrior on the chariot spoke, looking at the warriors. I believe you have heard of each other's name a long time ago. Today is a good time for us to gather together and see if you are worthy of being the top figure in the ancient emperor city. That's exactly what I meant. The dark demon son of the demon king realm shrouded in darkness spoke coldly. It's normal to take this opportunity to settle personal grudges. Killing one person is just the right time to eliminate him and not delay the main business. Jia Huangshan said, still staring at Qin Wentian. Obviously, he was not going to let him go. Buzz! Qin Wentian flashed, stepped out, and landed directly in the center of this vast space. He waved his sleeves, swept his eyes at everyone, and said lightly, I said, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. How can this seat care about a beast? Chapter 1507, Battle with Jia Huangshan. Boom! Between heaven and earth, there was an overwhelming pressure that could destroy the heavens and earth. Jia Huangshan was angry. The void was as red as blood. A blood-colored cloud appeared between heaven and earth. The golden light broke through everything and covered the heavens and earth. The Sword Immortal King insulted him again. How could he care about a beast? The Peng Huang clan was one of the strongest races in the wilderness, and he was the royal family among the royal families. This time when he went out of the wilderness, he had the heart to challenge the immortal realm and compete for the world. How could he tolerate the Sword Immortal King's repeated humiliation? Everyone retreat, leave the battlefield. On the chariot, the powerful man of the Sun Golden clan waved his hand and said. In an instant, in the vast void, the powerful men who were standing far away and watching continued to retreat. As for those top figures who were each in their own area, they also retreated to distance. A strong aura flowed on their bodies. As top figures, even if the aftermath affected them, they would naturally not be hurt. The whole sky turned into the color of blood, but there was a dazzling golden light penetrating through it. Jia Huangshan stared at Qin Wentian and said, at this moment, the more arrogant you are, the more miserable you will die. Many people have said this to me. Now, I am still here, but they have long been buried in the ancient emperor city. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Jia Huangshan. His body seemed to be slowly floating towards the sky, like a handsome young man, extremely unrestrained, without any tension or fear on his body. You killed my Penguin clan strong man. After killing you, I will kill all those who have had contact with you, leaving no one behind. Jia Huangshan of the Penguin clan accidentally revealed his killing intention. Endless golden light turned into a sharp sword, constantly piercing through the void and piercing Qin Wentian's body, making a terrible roaring sound, and the void faintly heard a sharp whistle. Just the attack of this light can kill ordinary top-level immortal kings. You can imagine how terrible he is. But these attacks fell on Qin Wentian, but they could not shake his body of rules at all. Based on what you said, this ancient emperor city will be the place where you are buried. Qin Wentian responded strongly. Very good, I heard that you are unparalleled in illusion. With this technique, kill King Yama. Go ahead. Jia Huangshan stood there, as if waiting for Qin Wentian to cast an illusion on him, without a trace of fear. The ancient emperor city only knows that I killed King Yama with illusion, and they all think that I am only good at illusion. If it weren't for King Yama's Senlo Hell Chaos, I wouldn't bother to kill him with illusion. You are so arrogant, it's easy for me to kill a mere beast, without using illusion. Qin Wentian's voice was still calm, and the arrogance in that indifferent voice almost made the wild monsters go berserk. Although the monsters did not face Qin Wentian, they all roared in anger, causing Jia Huangshan to kill him immediately. Jia Huangshan pressed his palm towards the void, and in an instant the world roared, the rules went berserk, and the infinite and terrifying power of rules gathered in front of his palm, turning into extremely dazzling swords. He waved his hand like flowing clouds and water. In just a moment, a sharp whistle came between heaven and earth, and the space seemed to tremble unsteadily. The Dapan sword and the Fengaiyu sword in the space actually pierced through the void and slashed towards Qin Wentian, submerging his body. The Vajra Holy Will was released from Qin Wentian's body, and his whole body was full of golden light, like a Vajra Dharmakaya, as if there was the power of Buddhism hidden in it. When the sharp sword came and slammed into it, it made a violent roar, and the world roared and trembled, but Qin Wentian's body remained motionless. He still stared at Jia Huangshan with his hands behind his back, and said, "Don't show off your mere tricks. I once gave King Yama a chance to fight with all his strength, but he was arrogant and self-righteous, and was killed in 9 seconds. Don't repeat the same mistake. You are so eager to die, I will grant you your wish." Jia Huangshan said, and the rules between heaven and earth rolled up, and the whole space roared, covering everything. He waved his hand, and a destroyed space appeared between heaven and earth, as if it was completely different from this space, independent of the world, and directly swallowed Qin Wentian. "It seems that you have also inherited the power of the space orthodoxy," Qin Wentian said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Huangshan raised his hand and grabbed it, which turned into an extremely terrifying and ferocious monster claw, as if coming from nothingness, grabbing Qin Wentian. Then the powerful and terrifying force peeled off the space, and wanted Qin Wentian to fall into the space outside the world. What a strong space ability! The strong men watching the battle were shocked. He was indeed a supernatural figure of the Penguin clan. It was really terrible. Kinger, Jun Mengchen and others were also watching the battle in the crowd. They were a little worried. Although they knew that he was very strong, the opponent was also a terrible top figure. They couldn't be calm. "In this case, I can't let you stay." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Kinger had inherited the space orthodoxy, and she would face the attack of a strong man with the same power. Whether Jia Huangshan had a grudge against Kinger or not, he would definitely deal with Kinger. Break! Qin Wentian uttered a sound, and the holy will of the sword flowed, destroying everything, tearing apart the space claws that grabbed his body, and he flashed and stepped into the void. Jia Huangshan's eyes were extremely cold, and his figure disappeared directly like lightning. The real Xiangpeng was fast, shuttling through the void. This was his innate ability. Space solidifies. A murderous voice came out, and the space where Qin Wentian was seemed to stop and solidify there, and his body also solidified in the void. Jia Huangshan's strongest innate magical power. The top figures around stared at this scene and trembled in their hearts. If they want to compete with Jia Huangshan, they must face the innate magical power he possesses. Especially those human martial artists feel more pressure. Some powerful monster tribes are born with innate magical skills. After the demon god mountain appeared in the world, many monsters transformed and evolved, giving birth to super strong innate magical powers. Later, Jia Huangshan inherited the space tradition, and his use of space became even more powerful to an incredible degree. His innate magical power blossomed, and the space solidified and froze, and Qin Wentian's body froze there. Brother! Jian Mengqian's eyes flashed. Such a unique power made his heart beat. Qing'er's face was slightly pale. The power she cultivated was the power of space. She knew how terrible this ability was and would directly threaten Qin Wentian's life. Burn! Jia Huangshan's finger fell and hit the space. The phoenix extinction fire descended into the solidified space. In just a moment, the flame penetrated into the space and wrapped Qin Wentian. In just a moment, it drilled into Qin Wentian's body and spread through his internal organs. Qin Wentian turned into a fireman. Boom! The powerful power of the holy will on Qin Wentian broke the power of the solidified space, but his whole body was flames, as if he was about to be burned to death. What a terrifying Jia Huangshan! These top figures are indeed not extraordinary, and they all have their own superpowers. Although the Sword Immortal King is powerful and has killed the law-breaking King Yanluo with illusion, I am afraid that he will still be destroyed now. Many people exclaimed. Did the Sword Immortal King, a generation of kings, fall in a battle between top figures like this? If the Sword Immortal King died, his friends would probably suffer. As for the Sword Immortal King's enemies, they all showed excitement. Finally, Jia Huangshan will kill the Sword Immortal King. He has been rampant for so long, and it is time for him to die. Boom! The terrifying flames exploded, the flames burned the sky, and the entire sky and the void turned red. Qin Wentian's body reappeared, and his body of rule seemed to be burned and shattered. Many flames also penetrated his body, turning him into a fireman, but at this time the flames on his body gradually dissipated. He looked directly at Jia Huangshan, and his sword intent was surging, piercing through the sky and the earth like a sword river. Jia Huangshan's figure was like lightning, and he disappeared directly. The surging sword river cut into the void, splitting the sky and the earth. A sword river appeared in the sky and the void, which was shocking. What a strong attack, what a fast speed! Everyone exclaimed, and then looked at Qin Wentian. His eyes burst into a dazzling look, and the flames disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The Sword Immortal King has an immortal body, and it is difficult to kill. Someone said. That's right, 40 years ago, when he was at the middle level of Immortal King, he had a battle with King Yama. His body was immortal. I witnessed it with my own eyes. A voice came from the crowd, and everyone was immediately in an uproar. What a monstrous character, with an immortal body. Don't forget who Jia Huangshan is. He has the blood of the golden-winged weapon and the phoenix. He is a true royal family. The power of the divine phoenix is nirvana. In this battle, the Sword Immortal King will still die. That's right, the space is solidified. This innate magical power is simply abnormal. Who can defend against it? The onlookers discussed that it was worthy of the peak battle of the ancient emperor city. The battle broke out and the two strong men immediately made people feel amazing. Sword Immortal King, you can't touch me at all. Do you regret it? Jia Huangshan's figure flashed and floated in the air, staring at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked up, smiled indifferently, and said, "You are smarter than King Yanluo. At least you know how to use your real power right from the start. In this way, although you can't change the outcome, you can still live a little longer." Jia Huangshan's expression condensed, and then he laughed arrogantly. In the laughter, his body disappeared again, and a terrifying force burst out in Qin Wentian's space. The space solidified, and everything was frozen. Qin Wentian burst out with tremendous rule power. He stretched out his hands and slapped the void that was about to solidify. In an instant, a series of extremely terrifying rule palm prints annihilated the world and slapped around Qin Wentian. Each palm print contained the law of supreme rules. The invisible void actually made a crisp sound of booming, as if the space that had not yet frozen had been broken, and the power of space rules was flowing wantonly, like a space storm. Broken. Everyone's eyes flashed, revealing shock. The space freezing technique was broken by the Sword Immortal King. Even Jia Huangshan's eyes froze for a moment, and he was a little surprised. How terrible was the attack contained in the palm print? No matter how powerful the magic spell is, it is ultimately based on the power of rules. As long as the attack is stronger than everything, there is nothing that cannot be broken. Qin Wentian said calmly, without any ripples in his heart, as if it was just a trivial matter. He had been practicing and comprehending for many years in the ancient emperor's city, feeling the power of the inheritance of various sects, but was not affected by the inheritance of the power of the sect. However, he did not waste his time in vain. Over the years, his understanding of power and rules was extremely profound, and he had already reached an extraordinary level. Chapter 1508, The Immortal King of Swords and Blades, Qin Wentian? Jia Huangshan's expression remained unchanged when he heard Qin Wentian's words. He was suspended in the sky, his pressure remained the same, and he said coldly, "Even if you break it, what can you do? Next, it will be your doom." As soon as the voice fell, Jia Huangshan's body disappeared again like lightning, and the golden space power swept out, and the space freezing technique broke out again. Qin Wentian's body shone brightly, and rules continued to fall down, like a perfect body, and infinite rules flowed in his palms. He slapped his palms at one direction at the same time, and in an instant, the palm print annihilated the world. The crisp sound of snapping remained, and the frozen space power was broken again. However, in just a moment, Jia Huangshan's figure disappeared again and appeared directly in another direction of Qin Wentian. It was too fast, so fast that the immortal thoughts could not keep up. His eyes were bright, his innate magical powers burst out, and the space solidification power rolled towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian still stood in the same place, and his palms slapped continuously in various directions. Two figures, one still and one moving, still as a mountain, motionless, moving like lightning, shining brightly for 9 days. That space was almost submerged by the power of destruction. Watching the two fight, everyone felt dizzy, too powerful. The Sword Fairy King's palm method contains infinite power, powerful, and continuous. Swish. At this moment, after the space solidification spell was cracked, Jia Huangshan did not retreat, but continued to move forward like lightning, directly struck out, destroying everything with infinite power. One after another Xiangpeng figure tore through the sky, tore open the palm print. He suddenly transformed into a huge Penghuang, with the sharpness of Dapan, the majesty of Phoenix, unparalleled divine power. Terrifying claws tore through the void, the sky and the earth rolled, and a destructive flame space appeared, rolling towards Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian could clearly feel the destructive power of the space around him at this moment. In fact, although he was arrogant and unparalleled, he was quite impressed by Jia Huangshan's strength. As for the innate magical power of freezing space, if it were not for his unparalleled attack and extremely powerful strength, the entire space would be solidified, allowing the opponent to slaughter him and kill him with one blow. Moreover, that was only one of his innate magical powers. There was also the speed of Xiangpeng, shuttling through the void, and the ancient Phoenix's annihilation fire. The strength was too amazing. When the claws tore at him, Qin Wentian really felt what a powerful spatial force it was, and it was going to bury him in it. The sword intent was crisscrossing the world. Qin Wentian drew his sword, and the holy sword intent rolled endlessly and merged into the sword. He slashed with the sword, and the sword light reflected the power of dreams, which rushed directly into Jia Huangshan's mind. He seemed to see a ray of the strongest sword light, slashing out the real dragon, the rock, and the red bird. The two attacks collided and tore together, and the extremely terrible space was split open by a sword. Jia Huangshan flashed and moved again, still like a lightning in the void, but this time, Qin Wentian also moved. His body movements were extremely fast. He could see through everything at a glance, as if he could directly predict Jia Huangshan's figure, and he slashed with his sword without any hesitation. The Dream Demon sword technique was more perfect than before. Jia Huangshan was forced to attack and resist this sword. Before he had always been the one attacking and Qin Wentian defending. This time, Qin Wentian took the initiative to attack. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Sword Immortal King was going to get serious. Such a fast body movement, such a strong swordsmanship. Tower Prison. Qin Wentian stepped on the pagoda, and the light of the pagoda shone, as if thousands of pagodas were suspended in the sky. The pagoda's power rushed towards Jia Huangshan's body, but Jia Huangshan's body was still as fast as lightning. When the pagoda's power attacked, he looked at it, and his innate magical power bloomed, and the space froze, directly blocking the attack power. His lightning-fast body rushed directly to the edge of the rule field, and his huge claws tore and blasted out. Cracks appeared in the rules, and the power of space tore everything apart. He crossed out, and the extremely powerful Tower Prison rule field could not trap him. A strong man like Jia Huangshan is too difficult to deal with. Little did he know that Jia Huangshan had the same idea at this moment. He secretly thought that this Sword Fairy King was difficult to deal with. His attack power was too strong, and he was confused. His eyes were also terrible. He could create a dreamland at a glance, launch an attack, and fight with the opponent. He must be extremely cautious and careful. The two bodies separated, Jia Huangshan's body was suspended in the air, staring at Qin Wentian. His extremely sharp eyes seemed to be thinking. Then, his figure flashed, and disappeared again, crossing the void, moving around Qin Wentian. At this moment, the entire vast space continued to solidify, and the infinite rule power was extremely fierce, really burying the world. Qin Wentian stared at the killing Jia Huangshan. His eyes were full of the light of the true self, as if he could see through everything and see through Jia Huangshan's intentions. Jia Huangshan's body descended in front of Qin Wentian again, so fast that it was unbelievable. His huge body smashed out a shocking blow, and a powerful sword appeared between heaven and earth, like a celestial rock, and like an ancient phoenix, directly piercing through heaven and earth and killing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's sword in his hand slashed out without hesitation, and the sword intent surged, crossing the 9 heavens, piercing through heaven and earth. Boom! Jia Huangshan descended, his wings hanging down to the sky, flowing with infinite rules, and attacked Qin Wentian's sword directly. The indestructible wings were broken at this moment. Qin Wentian's sword intent directly penetrated the wings and pierced into the huge body, making everyone's heart tremble wildly. Jia Huangshan, what is he going to do? He actually blocked this sword with his indestructible wings, so what about the attack he had brewed? Buzz! The wings flapped, flowing with golden blood, his blood vessels rolled in his body, but he uttered a cold voice. Space solidified. As soon as the voice fell, the space solidified again. At this moment, Qin Wentian had no time to attack. The space solidified, and between Jia Huangshan's open wings, the most powerful Xianpeng ancient phoenix sword penetrated down. What a crazy Jia Huangshan! He forced himself to bear the sword of the Sword Immortal King, and he also wanted to kill the Sword Immortal King directly. Jia Huangshan is the king of the Penguin clan. He has the blood of the phoenix and can be reborn. Like the Sword Immortal King, he is immortal. It is so difficult to kill him. Although this sword can hurt him, it can never kill him. The Sword Immortal King is over. Many strong men had a thought, as if they were about to see Qin Wentian's fall. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes penetrated everything and shot directly into Jia Huangshan's pupils. In Qin Wentian's dazzling eyes, there was also an astonishing killing intent. At this moment, Jia Huangshan felt a supreme figure rushing towards him to destroy his soul. It was Qin Wentian's figure. Die! Jia Huangshan roared, ignoring everything. No matter what kind of attack he endured, he would destroy Qin Wentian. As long as he killed the other party, any attack would be ineffective. He saw the strongest sword light penetrate everything. His sword fell, shattering the solidified space, piercing through the void of heaven and earth, and piercing through Qin Wentian's body, directly killing Qin Wentian. A touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. Finally, was it destroyed? Even if it was a soul attack, what could the magic of illusion do to him? No. At this moment, a stabbing pain came from his soul. The terrifying attack was still coming in. He was shocked and felt a chill all over his body. If the attack of the Sword Fairy King was still there, then the scene just now? Illusion, dream. Jia Huangshan understood instantly. He had an extremely strong will. Then he saw Qin Wentian appear not far in front of him. His body seemed to be stabbed by a sharp sword, but he still stood proudly. Moreover, it was an extremely huge body, just like his original body, transformed into an extraordinary fairy king. His palms were flowing with terrifying pressure, and he struck out at the same time, and thousands of feet of light burst out. Jia Huangshan's body retreated violently, and the power of space was released to the extreme. However, those palms pierced through the heaven and earth and suppressed the void, like two super powerful formations. Endless destructive attacks penetrated from them and enveloped his huge body. The tower's will to annihilate everything and the holy will of the sword that penetrated the 9 heavens were all integrated into it, like the supreme divine brilliance, falling on his body. Ah! Jia Huangshan let out a scream, and infinite power penetrated his indestructible huge body and raged in his body. His huge body was suppressed under the supreme brilliance and was constantly destroyed and torn apart. Boom! A terrifying flame emerged, like an immortal nirvana fire, wrapping his body to protect it from being annihilated. Do you still want to live? Qin Wentian's pupils were extremely terrifying. While the attack was madly penetrating the opponent's body, the light of destruction that annihilated everything blasted into the nirvana fire and rushed into Jia Huangshan's soul. No matter how powerful the spell was, it would not be able to protect Jia Huangshan's life. Sword Immortal King. Jia Huangshan burst into a crazy roar, but Qin Wentian seemed to have not heard it. He was determined to kill him on the spot, with an extremely cold expression. Sword Immortal King. Many people exclaimed, and they disliked Kuang Lan in their hearts. The Sword Immortal King killed King Yanluo in the past. Now, could it be that he wanted to kill Jia Huangshan of the Penghuang clan? Was he going to offend all the major forces? Sword Immortal King. In the void, another sneer came out. This voice came from nowhere, but it was clearly transmitted to the eardrums of everyone, as if it contained a magical power. You should call him Qin Wentian, it's more appropriate. The voice sounded again. As soon as this was said, countless people's hearts suddenly jumped, especially those who knew Qin Wentian, who felt their hearts trembling wildly. Sword Immortal King, Qin Wentian? This voice came from the void, as if it was afraid of revealing its identity and being retaliated by the Sword Immortal King. However, is this powerful and arrogant Sword Immortal King really Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian's heart also trembled violently. He asked himself that he was extremely cautious. He appeared in the ancient Emperor city with the arrogant and domineering attitude of the Sword Immortal King. His personality, appearance, and aura changed drastically. Who could still recognize him? Could it be the attack just now? Impossible. Although it was the power of the god's hand, he had deliberately concealed it. This was not enough to explain anything. In the entire immortal realm, he was the only one who was good at the god's hand, unless he had obvious characteristics like when he killed King Yama in the dream realm that year, and was guessed by King Yama. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1509 Deceit, Qin Wentian. Who was the person who secretly exposed his identity? Kinger, Jun Mengjian, Nanhuang Yangxi and other people who knew Qin Wentian's identity trembled in their hearts and had a bad feeling. Although Qin Wentian had many enemies in the past, this time in the ancient Emperor city, as the Sword Immortal King, he killed many of his former enemies, such as Zi Daolong, Teho Immortal Dynasty, Xianlin Immortal Kingdom, and Supreme Sword Sect. He also offended some new forces that wanted to kill him. Among them, Senluo Immortal Kingdom was the worst. He killed the Prince of Senluo Immortal Kingdom, Yanluo Wang. In this case, the pressure Qin Wentian will face after his identity is exposed can be imagined. It will not only be the Purple Emperor and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who will hunt him down. I am afraid that no one can save him in the vast fairyland, not even the Southern Phoenix Queen. Qin Wentian. Sure enough, at this moment, all the strong men of Zishan under the Purple Emperor showed a terrible light, and there were also people from the major forces such as Xianlin Immortal Kingdom and Jiuhuang Immortal Kingdom. Their pupils all shot out cold light. If the Sword Immortal King is really Qin Wentian, then he must not be allowed to live. Has he grown to such a terrifying level? This is unbelievable, but many people feel that this is true. The Sword Immortal King is really Qin Wentian. His face is mysterious. People think that this is related to his ability to practice illusions, but now it seems that it is to hide his identity. What's more, Qin Wentian's fiancée Chen Qingqinger is in the ancient Emperor city, Jun Mengjian is there, Nanhuang Yangxi is there, and his monster companions are there. What about him? Thinking about it again, Qin Wentian's previous efforts to help the battle seem to be to help the people of the immortal realm to participate in the battle. Now think about it, he actually did it to help his fiancée. He destroyed the 3 major monster tribes. Is this to vent his anger for his fiancée? The people here are not fools. At this moment, they all feel their hearts trembling inexplicably. This voice is very likely to be true. Who is secretly speaking in the dark? Has this seed offended you? Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the power of his palm still hit Jia Huangshan frantically. Take off the mask and you will know the truth. Although you intend to cover up your attack at this moment, I really can't imagine that there is such a magical skill in the fairyland except the hand of God, or you said that you created it yourself? What's more, could it be that the Sword Immortal King appeared out of thin air? The voice seemed to come from nothingness and spread throughout the world. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian's attack on Jia Huangshan. Sure enough, there was the shadow of the hand of God in it. No wonder he is lawless and kills so many powerful people. It turns out that he disguised his identity. Once he leaves the ancient Emperor city, the Sword Immortal King will disappear. Who can seek revenge on him? The void beast in the distance said coldly, it is very simple to see if he is Qin Wentian. Just attack Chang Qingqinger and you will know. As soon as these words came out, many terrible eyes shut at Kinger. At this moment, the disciples of Emperor Ji were facing a great enemy. A very complicated look flashed in the beautiful eyes of the immortal King Junai. So, the Sword Immortal King is Qin Wentian? Of course she believed it, because the Sword Immortal King had always shown his interest in Kinger before. It turned out to be like this. It was a pity that she was wishful thinking. Qin Wentian understood at this moment that his identity could not be hidden. A cold murderous thought flashed in his deep eyes. The person who exposed his identity was worthy of death? This was to make him fall into an irretrievable situation. Sword Immortal King, your identity has been exposed, why don't you let me go? Jia Huangshan's voice was low and he seemed extremely weak. He was still struggling to hold on, the immortal fire of Nirvana was burning fiercely. As long as this fire was not extinguished, he would not die. Qin Wentian glanced at Jia Huangshan with his cold eyes, and a strong killing intent flashed in his deep eyes. Kill. With one word, the power of the Hand of God was completely unleashed. On the big palm print, runes and rules evolved, and the light like a god burst out and released, turning into a real perfect Hand of God, unleashing all the attack power and smashing everything. Jia Huangshan screamed and said, Sword Immortal King, do you want to die? Qin Wentian's eyes shot out a terrifying killing light, and the power of the soul penetrated through. With a loud bang, the immortal fire on Jia Huangshan's body was extinguished, and his huge body directly disintegrated, and then dissipated and destroyed, being killed alive. Another top figure died in the hands of the Sword Immortal King. Whether he was the Sword Immortal King or Qin Wentian, it was enough to be proud. The eyes of countless strong men froze there. His identity had been exposed, but he still killed Jia Huangshan directly. The masters saw Qin Wentian turn around. His huge body was like an invincible god, his eyes were extremely terrifying, and he looked directly at the powerful Void Beast. With just one glance, the Void Beast's expression trembled violently, and suddenly felt cold all over, and had a bad feeling. Buzz! He was very decisive, the power of the Void burst out, and his innate magical powers bloomed. He crossed the Void directly and wanted to leave. Qin Wentian said nothing, and directly raised his hand to grab the Void. Like a god, a large handprint crossed the Void. The Void Beast shuttled through the Void and fled to a very far place in an instant, but suddenly felt a supreme repressive force falling down, as if a pagoda of holy power fell on him. When he raised his head, he saw a divine handprint descending, covering everything, covering the sky and the sun. He was horrified and fled frantically, continuing to cross the Void and leave. However, the supreme power directly crushed everything, suppressed the void of heaven and earth, and the divine palm print was pressed down, blocking his way forward, and instantly captured him in the palm. Bang! The palm print was pressed down, and the Void Beast didn't even have time to scream, and it was directly turned into ashes. How tragic! The murderous intent of the angry Sword Immortal King made the strong men in the vast space feel a palpitation, and the Void Beast crossed the void and left, and was still killed by him in the distance. Just because he said something he shouldn't have said. Sure enough, impulse is the devil. The Void Beast thought that Qin Wentian's rage would have terrible consequences and be surrounded and killed by more strong men, but he didn't expect that Qin Wentian, who had exposed his identity, was more terrible than the Sword Immortal King. He seemed to be more reckless. He had offended so many strong men and destroyed the kings of the 3 tribes. Did he still care about killing some more? The Sword Immortal King called himself the deity, and his words were arrogant and boundless. However, before fighting and killing, he would always express his arrogance with words. But at this moment, Qin Wentian, who was exposed, did not say a word, but took action directly to kill Jia Huangshan and destroy the Void Beast. When his eyes swept across the front, those who were about to go to Kinger to coerce were all frozen there. How could anyone dare to act rashly? That would be courting death. In the vast void, a breeze blew, ruffling the clothes, and a slight sound could be heard. You can imagine the silence at this moment. Qin Wentian swept his eyes over everyone, lowered his head slightly, and brushed his palms in front of his eyes. When he looked up again, he revealed a handsome face with sharp lines and indifference in his firmness. His eyes were extremely deep, as bright as stars. He swept his eyes over everyone and said coldly, I am Qin Wentian. Silence, the vast space was dead silent. The Sword Immortal King actually hid his true identity. He was Qin Wentian from the eastern part of the Immortal Realm, a disciple of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect, the son-in-law of the Changqing Emperor, who had been extremely arrogant on the Monster God Mountain. When he stepped into the top of the Monster God Mountain, He was attacked and killed by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor. Qin Wentian was saved by the Southern Phoenix Empress and was able to leave alive. He had been missing for many years. It turned out that he had already entered the ancient Emperor City and transformed into the Sword Immortal King. He was famous in the ancient Emperor City and became a top figure. He killed the Prince of Senluo Immortal Kingdom, Yanluo Wang, the Penghuang clan's Jia Herongshan, the Purple Emperor's descendant Zidao Long, killed many powerful people from the Supreme Sword Sect Tehu Immortal Dynasty, and destroyed the kings of the three major demon clans. Those who once knew Qin Wentian and had a grudge against him were shocked. It has only been a few decades. Has he grown to this point? Few people in the king realm of the immortal realm can suppress him. If he is not killed, when he enters the emperor realm, there will be fewer and fewer people in the immortal realm who can suppress him. Although he had some fame in the past, his realm was low. However, now, he has really grown up, and he grew up so fast and so suddenly. This left a deep impression on the people of Jiutian sect. Before, they only knew that Zidao Yang's death was related to Qin Wentian, and that Zidao Long had tried to get him back but failed. Unexpectedly, Zidao Long actually died at his hands. If ZD knew about this, I wonder how he would feel. In the Nine Emperors Immortal Kingdom camp, Wang Jiutian looked grim, but the one who was most touched was Wang Shaishan, who had already reached the peak of the intermediate Immortal King. He practiced so hard, but he still went further than himself, further and further, and it was difficult to reach him. Many powerful people in his Nine Emperors Immortal Kingdom, including him, were driven away by Qin Wentian's words and endured great humiliation. The disciples of the Xianfu realm were shocked, and then suddenly realized. The saint of the Nanhuang clan was also shocked, and then looked at Nanhuang Yangxi, thinking that it was no wonder that Nanhuang Yangxi looked at the Sword Immortal King with a strange look before. The disciples of the Ji Emperor looked at Kinger and understood in their hearts. They looked at Junai again, and saw Junai also looking at Kinger. "I'm sorry, senior sister, I didn't mean to hide it from you," Kinger said softly. Kinger, senior sister understands. Immortal King Junai smiled and nodded, still maintaining her demeanor. Although she was sad, she really couldn't blame Kinger for this. How could she not understand how great the danger would be if Qin Wentian's identity was exposed? Kinger loved Qin Wentian deeply, so naturally she wouldn't say it out loud. Although she understood, she couldn't help feeling lost when she saw that peerless figure, but gradually, she smiled in relief, as if forgetting everything. Such a person is indeed worthy of junior sister Kinger's love, and it is normal for her to be moved. In the 10,000 Demon Island camp, many powerful men from the Judgment Demon Palace were together. Among them, a graceful figure wearing a blood-red priest robe, with beautiful eyes staring at the peerless figure, smiled and shouted, "Brother Wentian." Chapter 1510, Immortal Demon Magic. Qin Wentian's heart trembled when he heard Bai Qing's voice. He turned around and looked at the figure in the robe of judgment with a gentle smile on his face. "Qing girl, who told you to run out and shout? Don't you know the danger? Don't be afraid." Bai Qing shook her head. "Brother Wentian's enemies are my enemies." Qin Wentian sighed in his heart when he saw Bai Qing's beautiful eyes, and a burst of warmth flowed through his heart. The demon cultivators around Bai Qing looked at her in surprise. The usually cold and ruthless priestess of judgment actually had such a gentle side. Her voice was as clear as a girl. Moreover, at this moment, after the Sword Immortal King exposed his identity and might become a public enemy, she shouted Brother Wentian without hesitation, putting herself in an unfavorable situation. The people on the Demon Mountain of 10,000 Demons Island have heard about some of the things that happened back then. Now it seems to be true. The Priestess of Judgment Bai Qing has a very deep feeling for Qin Wentian, who came to the Demon Mountain. Everyone in the Demon Mountain looked at Qin Wentian. Even though many people had never seen him, they had heard of his name. After all, there were many rumors about him on the Demon Mountain. The High Priest of the Judgment Demon Palace and the Demon Lord of the Dark Demon Palace wanted to attack him, but that existence spoke, so no one on the Demon Mountain dared to touch Qin Wentian. Now it seems that this person who can cause a sensation on the Demon Mountain is indeed extraordinary. He was only at the immortal stage back then, but now he has dominated the King realm. Few people in the ancient Emperor City can compete with him. Qin Wentian, I asked you to go to the Demon Mountain to seek opportunities. Now it seems that I was right. The Apostle Walker not far away said with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at him and said, Indeed, I have to thank you now. However, The dark demon son of the dark demon palace next to him was not so friendly. Qin Wentian had fought against a dark demon son on the demon mountain. In the end, even the dark demon lord bowed his head and apologized to him. It can be said that after that time, Qin Wentian seemed to be a transcendent existence on the demon mountain, but he was obviously a martial artist from the fairyland. Now, in this ancient emperor city, seeing Qin Wentian with his own eyes, he is no longer the weak fairy platform man of the past. "Count me in," Qin Wentian shouted, coldly, "which rat is instigating in secret? Have the courage to stand up and speak uprightly." No one responded. The other party seemed to have just revealed Qin Wentian's identity and disappeared completely. It was not easy to find out who it was. "Don't let your grandfather know which grandson it is," Qin Wentian cursed and sweared. He really couldn't bear it. Hidden arrows hurt people. This was to put senior brother Qin to death. In the future, the fairyland was so big that there was no place for senior brother Qin. Which of the offended forces was not a top force? This move was too cruel. Killing with a boro knife? Qin Wentian looked around at everyone and said, "Since you know who I am, then who wants to kill me?" As soon as these words came out, the void was quiet again. That's right, even if his identity was exposed, what would it matter? In this ancient emperor city, the sword immortal king has already stood at the top. He had already killed Jiutian of the Penguin clan. Who here can kill him? Join forces to deal with him? Except for those top figures who stood proudly in the same void with Qin Wentian, the rest of the people, even if they besieged Qin Wentian, would probably still be dead. In the ancient emperor city, who wants to kill him? Who dares to kill him? I have heard of your name on the demon mountain in the past. Today I have a chance. I want to see what level the immortal martial artist who came out of my demon mountain holy demon palace has reached now. A cold voice came out, and everyone's eyes flashed. Looking at the person who spoke, it turned out that he was not a top figure of the savage demon clan, but a strong man from the 10,000 demon island, a demon king in the dark demon palace, and the dark son of the demon king realm. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party and said coldly, "Since you are from the demon mountain, I advise you not to attack me. Before I killed Jiutian, in fact, there were still many abilities that I did not use, such as the inheritance I cultivated on the demon mountain. You should know what kind of ability it is. You will not have any chance. You are too confident. Even if you get the inheritance there, you may not be able to defeat the demon kings of the various demon palaces on the demon mountain." The voice of the dark sun was still cold. "If I defeat you, should I kill you or not?" Qin Wentian asked directly. Arrogant. The son of darkness stepped out, and in an instant, the world became dim and lightless. The dark devil seemed to merge into the darkness and disappeared. Everyone looked at the dark place. Even the immortal thoughts could not penetrate it, and they could not see where the other party was hiding. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and the terrible power of rules flowed through his body. This time, he no longer concealed his various attribute rules. The power of magic and destruction attributes also flowed through his body, which was extremely terrifying. The whole world turned into darkness. This was the realm of darkness. Suddenly, the terrifying magic power rolled wildly. In several places, the figure of the dark devil walked out at the same time, and shot a terrible dark spear towards Qin Wentian. The magic power was surging and penetrated everything. Dark vortexes appeared around Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly erupted with a monstrous demonic power. This demonic power rose up, and the Star Soul Dharma image seemed to appear, like a terrifying demon lord figure, overlooking the world. The demon lord's will was extremely terrifying, wanting the 10,000 demon city to rule the world. The demonic power of the entire world was rolling unsteadily, and the dark spears were also trembling. After I stepped into the king realm, the martial destiny star I communicated with was the attribute of the demon. Demon cultivation is the least threatening to me, Qin Wentian said coldly. He had inherited the 10,000 demons lord in the past, and cultivated the power of the domineering demon attribute, which could restrain any powerful demon cultivator. Endless demonic runes shone, and the demon lord-like body looked down on the world. The dark demonic power exploded crazily, and the terrible dark spears trembled involuntarily. "Go back!" Qin Wentian roared, like the order of the demon lord, and the demon surrendered. Those demon kings who walked out of the darkness turned around and killed in one direction. With a loud bang, the figure of the son of darkness retreated and appeared in the void. His expression was stiff as he looked at Qin Wentian. It turned out that, as Qin Wentian said, the demon cultivators were the least threatening to him. He really got the inheritance. Although it was not his true strength just now, he could feel that he could not defeat Qin Wentian with just a test attack. This guy, Buji, who was watching the battle from a distance, had a strange light in his eyes. Sure enough, it was the inheritance of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Now, there was no one in the Holy Demon Palace. The Lord of 10,000 Demons believed in by Moshin had never appeared, and the person who inherited it was actually a martial artist from the immortal realm. This was really interesting. Could it be that one day in the future, Moshin would really take Qin Wentian away and sit on the throne of the Lord of 10,000 Demons? Thinking of that scene, Buji actually smiled. Why did he feel so interesting? The immortals and demons practiced together. Everyone's heart trembled when they saw the brief battle. The Dark Demon King of the Dark Demon Palace seemed to be defeated after only one collision. It seemed that it was really as Qin Wentian said. In the previous battle, he was still reserved. Now that his identity has been exposed, he has more means and will only become stronger. Who else among the top figures in the ancient Emperor City can fight him? In the void, the fighting spirit of several great demons rose, especially the strong man of the Sun Golden clan sitting on the chariot. The overwhelming fighting spirit swept out. He called on the top figures of the ancient Emperor City to gather together and fight each other to see who is the strongest. However, now it seems to have become Qin Wentian's personal battlefield, and no one can snatch the glory from him. Before, even if the Sword Immortal King killed the King of Hell, no one could have thought that he would be so strong, and that was under the condition of reservation. A shocking sunlight turned into a golden spear at the speed of light, piercing through the sky and earth, like the sun, and killed Qin Wentian. At this moment, the top figure of the Sun Golden clan stood up from the throne, like the god of the sun. Qin Wentian swung his sword and slashed through. The surging sword intent turned into a sword river, piercing through the heaven and earth, destroying the spear. The top demon king of the Sun Gold clan took a step forward, descending with infinite sunlight, and appeared directly in front of Qin Wentian. He carried the sun on his back, and the Sun Gold spear in his hand pierced through the heaven and earth, stabbing Qin Wentian. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be burning. The Sun Gold spear carried the fire of the sun and the meaning of gold, which made people unable to open their eyes. Its power was shocking, piercing through the void of heaven and earth. The crowd saw that Qin Wentian was wrapped in a blazing and boundless sunlight curtain that burned everything, as if it was a domain. When the spear came out, the heaven and earth burned. Boom! A terrifying demon power swept across the heaven and earth and burst out from Qin Wentian. He was carrying a demon color, and the whole person was instantly stained with the temperament of a demon, like a demon god, ruling the world. The power of the demon. He also practiced the power of the demon, the immortal law, the magic power, and the magic. He actually practiced all of them. Many people were shocked, and all three methods were extremely powerful. A phantom of a black tortoise appeared around Qin Wentian's body, revealing a terrifying demonic aura and the power of the Vajra sacred whale. Endless sun fire burned down, but it could not break through this defense. Even the spear that penetrated everything spewed out a monstrous fire of destruction, but it still could not break through this defense. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the hand of God struck out. In the palm print, there was actually a sword of Xianpeng. The sword of Xianpeng with the sacred will of the sword was indestructible like a golden winged weapon bird, causing chaos in the world. The sword and the spear collided with everything and destroyed everything. Qin Wentian grabbed his palm again, which was the power of the divine elephant, carrying the sacred will of the pagoda, pressuring the world, and the world roared. The strong man of the Sun Golden clan transformed into the Sun Golden divine bird, which was huge. With a monstrous roar, the huge Sun Golden divine bird was hit back by the critical strike, like a stream of light, and stabilized its body in a somewhat embarrassed manner, floating in the sky, with its eyes burning with the blazing fire of the sun, which was extremely terrifying. You are no match for me. If you top wilderness monsters join forces, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Qin Wentian looked at the other party and said calmly, not paying any attention to the ugly expression of the divine bird. Chapter 1511, Invincible. Arrogant. The great demon of the Sun Gold clan shouted angrily, and the netherworld beast and the demon dragon also revealed terrible demonic light. This boy is so arrogant that he actually wants the top figures of his wild demon clan to join forces? At this moment, a fiery feeling burned the world, and rounds of suns were suspended in the sky. Many people felt that their bodies were about to burn. They retreated again and again. The vast and endless space turned into a sea of sunfire. It was too terrible. The spectators who retreated to a very far place looked up and stared at the sky. Looking at the dazzling suns, they knew that the great demon of the Sun Gold clan was angry. Qin Wentian actually humiliated him like this, threatening that he was not an opponent, and asked the top figures of their demon clan to join forces. It was a great shame. He wanted to reach the top. If the demons were defeated by Qin Wentian, what would it mean? As long as Qin Wentian was there, would they have no chance of dominating this fairyland in the future? Buzz! A blazing gale swept past, and the huge figure was suspended among the suns. Endless sunfire gathered madly on his body. His whole body exuded golden light, and his blood seemed golden and boiling. His sharp claws stretched out, and a peerless sun gold spear appeared, like the golden spear owned by the sun god. This spear was 1,000 feet long, and the sun's light poured into it madly. Just the sunfire that was emitted could burn and kill ordinary peak or mortal kings, not to mention how powerful it would be if an attack was launched. Too terrible. He's furious. Everyone's heart trembled. This top demon of the Sun Golden clan initiated this gathering, and his intention was self-evident. He wanted to challenge the ancient emperor city, become an unparalleled figure, and dominate the king realm. But after the gathering, this place seemed to be just a stage for Qin Wentian. This human martial artist was extremely arrogant and lawless. He practiced immortality, magic, and demon magic. No one could compete with him. If he couldn't cure Qin Wentian, he would climb to the top of the ancient emperor city and overlook the world's king realm figures. Qin Wentian's huge body stood there, and the bright blue light flowing up and down his body made the peak figures of the immortal king feel trembling. At this time, Qin Wentian stretched out his hand, and the vast demon power rolled wildly. The supreme destructive power gathered into a Fangdian Huaji. This Fangdian Huaji stretched between heaven and earth. It was the real halberd of destruction, the halberd of the devil. Qin Wentian was like an almighty demon lord. He clenched his palms, and the power of the god's hand in his body was madly urged out. In an instant, the Fangdian Huaji was actually flowing with terrifying rule power, and the Dongling holy intention was hidden in it. When the god's hand carried the holy intention to attack together, and then with his extremely powerful blood and attribute rule power, how strong the power could be, Qin Wentian himself didn't know, but he was sure that there were definitely not many strong people in the ancient emperor city who could compete. The god's hand was a lost secret power. Although the Taoist inheritance was extremely powerful, it could not be comprehended in a short period of time. These people only comprehended the fur. The vast demonic power of the world rolled endlessly. Behind Qin Wentian appeared an almighty demon head. The infinite magic rules were integrated into the Fangdian Huaji, which wanted to destroy all laws and destroy all living beings. The Fangdian Huaji exhaled a shocking destructive power, constantly destroying the sunlight that shot from the void. Kill. Above the void, the sun seemed to have directly emerged into the golden spear, cutting through the sky and earth, and shot towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, the light could burn and kill people, not to mention the attack of the spear, which penetrated the sky and earth. Around the spear, there appeared terrible divine birds, the sun golden crow, wearing golden holy clothes, as if flying out of the sun, killing everything. Qin Wentian's palm trembled violently, and his body like a demon god killed the Fangdian Huaji. At this moment, terrifying demon shadows appeared around the Fangdian Huaji, including the sharp and destructive Dapan bird, the divine elephant that suppressed the world, the Suzaku that burned the world, and the ancient chaotic beast that swallowed the sky and the earth. The great demon surrounded the destructive Fangdian Huaji, turning into a vortex of shocking destruction. The spear and the light of Fangdian Huaji collided, and a huge rumbling sound came out. The void trembled. It was so terrible. The destruction demon collided with the sun bird with the holy will, constantly killing it and swallowing it into the vortex. Fangdian Huaji and the spear collided together. The light of the sun and the light of destruction fell like the beams of the nine heavens galaxy, shooting towards the endless void. The strong men in the distance gathered the power of rules to resist. Even those top figures showed powerful defensive power, but when the terrifying aftermath collided with their bodies, they still made a terrifying roar. A sharp scream came out, and the crowd looked at that space. The dazzling sunlight became dim. They saw the golden sun bird floating in the sky, with a dark and destructive meaning all over his body. His body was bleeding, and his golden blood was flowing like the fire of the sun. His sharp mouth corners were also bleeding, and his eyes were hideous and terrible. Looking at Qin Wentian again, he was still standing proudly, his robe fluttering, his demonic aura surging endlessly, and his peerless elegance. Who else wants to fight? Qin will accompany you. Qin Wentian looked around at the top figures around him and spoke indifferently. He saw the beautiful woman of the nine-tailed fox clan come out, her sleeves fluttering, like the nine sky goddess, beautiful and moving, which made everyone feel pity. Could Qin Wentian succeed in getting such a peerless beauty? Sister goddess, please don't fight with Wentian. In the distance, the little bastard shouted. The goddess fox looked at him, then looked at Qin Wentian and said, I want to try your illusion. Wentian, don't hurt sister goddess. The little bastard shouted at Qin Wentian again. Qin Wentian looked at the peerless beauty in front of him and nodded. How do you want to try it? I am also good at illusion, please teach me. The goddess said calmly, and her beautiful eyes suddenly bloomed with a touch of enchanting look, which instantly made people fall in love with it. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt a beautiful face like the nine heavens goddess directly penetrated into the depths of his immortal thoughts and directly flowed into his soul. At this moment, it seemed that only the beautiful figure remained in his mind. Would you like to accompany me for life and travel the world? A voice full of magic came out, and Qin Wentian's own consciousness seemed to be scattered. In his mind, the voice kept echoing, making him unable to help but agree. In Qin Wentian's mind, there seemed to be two illusory figures, which were the goddess of the nine-tailed fox clan and Qin Wentian. What do you want me to do? Qin Wentian asked. Follow me, and I will give you a lifetime of glory. The woman said softly, her voice still full of wonderful magic. Strands of magical power continued to erode Qin Wentian's soul. In his soul, countless shadows of the goddess appeared, and many things were happening. Those things that happened seemed to be what he and the goddess experienced together, and they wanted to cleanse everything in his past, leaving only the experience with her. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. Are you willing to give everything for me? The woman said softly. Qin Wentian nodded woodenly and walked forward slowly to the side of the goddess, bending his knees as if he was about to kneel down. The goddess watched this scene calmly. She was still sacred and inviolable, like the most dazzling woman in the world. She was unparalleled in grace and beauty, unlike any woman on earth. But at this moment, Qin Wentian flashed, and instead of kneeling down, he suddenly stepped forward and directly hugged the slender waist of the goddess. In just a moment, the goddess's body trembled violently, and a terrible look shot out of her eyes. There was also an extremely wicked woman who wanted to do something similar, and this is my punishment for her. Qin Wentian used both hands to force the goddess' body tightly against him. You are presumptuous. The goddess's face changed drastically, and then she turned into a phantom and disappeared, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash with a strange light. This goddess of the nine-tailed fox seemed to be a little different from the North Ming Yao Huang. Outside, the goddess of the nine-tailed fox clan changed her expression slightly. Her clothes fluttered as she stared at Qin Wentian coldly, her breath slightly fluctuating. As expected of the nine-tailed fox goddess, not only does she have a sexy figure and unparalleled beauty, she is also good at soul illusions. I admire her. Qin Wentian said with a smile. The goddess had a cold aura. When she heard Qin Wentian praise her sexy figure, she naturally knew what he was referring to. She flashed and left directly, shocking the other masters. What happened in the illusion duel just now? The goddess of the nine-tailed fox clan was actually driven away by Qin Wentian. At this point, the 5 top wild monsters, Jia Huangshan of the Penghuang clan, died. The dark demon was defeated, the Sun Golden clan monster was seriously injured and defeated, and the goddess of the nine-tailed fox clan left. Only the last 2 monsters were left in the monster clan, and the demon cultivators were firmly suppressed by him. Qin Wentian seemed to really challenge the top figures with his own strength and become the unrivaled person in the ancient emperor city. Boom! The netherworld beast stepped out, and the world seemed to have a terrible netherworld power. An extremely ferocious aura burst out, which was extremely terrifying. Almost at the same time, the top monster of the demon dragon clan also stepped out, and the world shook. He was full of terrible purple blood light, which was extremely terrifying. The 2 monsters almost went towards Qin Wentian at the same time, and they actually had the intention of joining forces, which made countless people amazed. Qin Wentian was too terrible. It seemed that he really wanted to be unrivaled in the imperial city. The 2 proud top monsters actually needed to join forces to deal with him. Just right together. Qin Wentian said coldly. The demonic power on his body was still there. He looked over and saw 2 peerless sword intentions directly piercing through the void and slashing at the 2 great demons. The nether beast directly transformed into its original form, becoming extremely hideous in an instant, with terrifying nether spikes all over its body, covering its head. When the powerful sword intention came, the nether spikes pierced out the nether light, directly dissolving the sword intention, and the demon dragon directly punched out, crushing the sword power. Chapter 1512 Hunter. Is this the wild monster tribe that was so arrogant and rampant in the fairyland before? Two top powerhouses, you really have the nerve to encircle and suppress my senior brother Qin Wentian said with unceremonious sarcasm and humiliation. After the appearance of the monster god mountain, the wild invaded the fairyland. Those monsters were extremely rampant. They also experienced it in the ancient imperial palace of Wangdi City. After these monster gods invaded the fairyland, they always thought that the fairyland would be their world and they would become the kings of this era. The top monster of the Sun Golden Clan initiated this peak powerhouse duel. What was the result? They were all killed so tragically by senior brother Qin alone. The powerful Penghuang clan Jiutian was even killed on the spot. Many wild monsters looked at Qin Wentian angrily, with terrible killing thoughts. However, in this duel between top powerhouses, they were indeed suppressed by Qin Wentian alone. Here, only Qin Wentian's light was there. Now, the nether beast and the purple blood dragon have joined forces, which is already very embarrassing. They hope to kill Qin Wentian directly to save some face. At this moment, two powerful men rushed towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, the netherworld beast showed an extremely ferocious look, and the murderous aura enveloped the vast void. In just a moment, a netherworld power was born, which seemed to be the innate domain of the netherworld beast. In just a moment, Qin Wentian felt that his whole body was paralyzed, his strength was restricted, and he even felt a netherworld chill that penetrated into his bones. He looked around and saw that it was like the netherworld hell, very cold. One by one, netherworld heads appeared, like human heads, all devouring Qin Wentian, extremely ferocious and terrifying. The netherworld beast has always been known for its brutality and ferocity. It is rumored that in ancient times when monsters were wreaking havoc on the world, the netherworld beast was one of the most brutal monsters. They ate humans and did all kinds of evil. And the king of the netherworld beast in front of him was even more terrifying. After he devoured the human strongmen, he refined their abilities into his own netherworld hell, launched attacks, and fought for him. This kind of innate magical power is extremely cruel. Countless magical powers and spells came to kill him, but Qin Wentian's body was still flowing with amazing light, blood talent, burning transformation. In an instant, the demonic energy swept the world and became even more violent. An amazing golden-winged Dapin bird appeared around his body. It was the demon god protection ability given by the blood talent burning transformation. The eyes of this Dapin bird were piercing, just like Qin Wentian's eyes. He opened his wings, and the runes flowed endlessly. The holy will of the diamond and the holy will of the sword flowed on it. There was a whirring sound, and the huge and gorgeous golden wings flickered and moved. The indestructible wings were like the ancient golden rock king's sword. There were continuous and dazzling Dapin attack techniques, crushing all the whistling attack forces. Qin Wentian launched a strike, and his attack was completely synchronized with the golden winged rock guarding the demon god. All the attack power flowed into the demon beast guarding and was directly stimulated. In an instant, a magnificent and indestructible rock with holy intention roared out, covering the sky and crushing everything in front of it. Is this the magical power of the human martial arts in the fairyland, or the magic of the wild demon? Everyone felt trembling when they saw this scene. Is this guy really a human? Sometimes he is like a fairy, sometimes he turns into a demon, and now he can turn into a real demon. What's more terrifying is that he has transformed into an extremely powerful demon god, and he can also integrate his own fairy magic and holy intention into it. It's too terrifying. Everyone just feels that Qin Wentian is simply invincible, and this ancient emperor city will be his world. The netherworld hound looked embarrassed, and the hair on his body instantly became straight, like a bunch of hideous sharp thorns hanging upside down, opening and closing, looking extremely strange, and pierced into the figures of the Dapin who were killing him, turning the Dapin into a netherworld ice sculpture, freezing there. As for the purple-blooded dragon, he had purple blood flowing all over his body, and was extremely violent. He punched out, and the demon dragon roared, and collided with the Dapin. The demon dragon was extremely powerful, extremely violent, and smashed everything. Qin Wentian was not moved at all. The terrifying golden-winged Dapin flashed its wings, and its wings opened the way, smashing everything, shuttling through the void, and suddenly descended in front of the Netherworld Hound, allowing him to attack unparalleled. The wings directly chopped down and turned into the Golden Peng sword, carrying the holy will of the surging sword, splitting the Netherworld realm and slashing at the Netherworld Hound's hideous and huge body. The dark spikes on the Nether Beast stabbed out crazily, colliding with the cut wings, and a series of terrible demonic attacks broke out from them. However, in front of the strongest attack, everything was chopped to pieces. The sharp spikes broke, and the Nether Beast roared, and countless heads rushed out with a roar, devouring the world and trying to swallow Qin Wentian. Go! Qin Wentian roared and launched a strong attack. The demon god's protection directly broke away from his body and rushed out with a roar, turning into an extremely huge golden winged rock, breaking through all attacks and killing the Nether Beast's body. The Nether Beast roared, as if it was not fighting with Qin Wentian, but with a golden winged rock. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold, and his palms made a shocking roar. Then a divine hand was urged out, overwhelming the world, and it killed the Nether Beast together with a golden winged rock, and the other palm slapped in another direction, the direction where the purple-blooded dragon was killing. The terrifying demonic energy was raging, and the storm swept across the world. Soon, the Netherworld Beast let out a roar, was severely injured, was repelled, and was permeated all over. The purple blood demon dragon separated from Qin Wentian's body, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian's figure. At this moment, the divine palm print that Qin Wentian blasted out was extremely terrifying. The palm print seemed to contain the avenue of heaven and earth, like the power of a large formation, and the power was amazing. I said, "You are not opponents." Qin Wentian said indifferently. He didn't want to kill again. Now that his identity was exposed, let alone himself, he was more worried about implicated the people around him. The Netherworld Beast let out a ferocious roar, and the purple blood demon dragon looked embarrassed. He had not really exerted his strength, but from these few collisions, it was almost impossible to defeat Qin Wentian, who practiced the three methods of immortals, demons and monsters. At this moment, Qin Wentian looked like a humanoid beast with a monstrous demonic power. These wild beasts are really presumptuous. They actually joined forces to attack our immortal realm martial artists. It seems that we need to teach them a lesson. Do they really think that we immortal realm martial artists do not exist? At this time, a slightly gloomy voice came, making everyone look at the speaker in surprise. The top figure in the immortal realm, the one who had not said a word from beginning to end, came from the beast god cult in the Great Snow Mountain at the end of the eastern part of the immortal realm. They had not spoken before, but now Qin Wentian was obviously not afraid of the two great monsters joining forces. When he spoke again, it gave people a weird feeling. Since the wild monsters invited us to come, it's just right to experience the strength of the wild monsters. As soon as the voice fell, he stepped out directly, and a strange black airflow wrapped around his body. In the dark turbulence, there was a pair of bright eyes, giving people a gloomy feeling. His figure went straight to the Netherworld Beast that was injured by Qin Wentian, riding on the black cloud, and his speed was extremely fast. A violent and terrifying dangerous aura flowed out from the dark airflow around him, and the gloomy feeling became stronger. The Netherworld Beast's eyes burst into cold light. Even if it was injured, how could it be bullied at will? Did this human think it was easy to bully? With a roar, the world shook, and the Netherworld like hell appeared again, extremely cold. One head after another appeared, hideous and terrifying, and floated towards the strong man of the beast god cult. But at this moment, the black cloud on the strong man of the beast god cult suddenly rushed out fiercely, sweeping across the world, and instantly wrapped the vast space in it, as if it was his rule domain. In an instant, all the beasts roared together, shaking the world. In the violent black cloud, a terrifying big monster appeared, all kinds of big monsters, with eyes full of strangeness, but it seemed that it had lost its spirit, as if it had been refined into a beast puppet. Roar! Many monsters around roared angrily, and pairs of terrifying eyes stared madly at the beast god sect strong man. They found that among the 10,000 monsters there was their missing tribesman. This person was hiding very deeply. Qin Wentian also felt a sense of surprise. The beast god sect strongman controlled the 10,000 beasts to launch a violent attack, and collided with the power of those heads, directly crushing and destroying everything. He remembered some rumors about the beast god cult. The beast god cult was named after the beasts, and was able to control the big monsters. It seemed that the real beast god cult was far more than that. This person seemed to have refined many big monsters into his beast puppets, and they all became his fighting power. Sure enough, Although the monsters were violent and powerful, many wild monsters were extremely terrifying, and some monsters were extremely cruel. However, in terms of insidiousness and forbearance, the monsters were obviously not as good as some humans, such as the strong man of the beast god cult in front of him. There was a clattering sound, and the infinite beast god chains appeared, revealing a dark black light, and rolled directly towards the netherworld beast. The netherworld beast finally felt the crisis. He roared, and his body soared into the sky. How could the strong man of the beast god cult let him go? He took a step forward, and all the beasts attacked. At the same time, the main body launched an attack. In an instant, it seemed as if a terrifying demon ape's fists fell from the sky and bombarded the netherworld beast, making the monster even more angry. This person could even launch their monster attacks. Kill him! Many monsters roared. This strong man from the beast god cult was definitely their hunter and must be killed. The roars shook the sky, and one monster after another rushed forward. Kill these human martial artists. Another roar was heard. They hated humans. This time, the wild monsters were defeated miserably, which aroused the violent ferocity in the bodies of many big monsters. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect it to be like this. The monsters were really irritable. He flashed and ignored the battle between the strong man from the beast god cult and the nether beast. He turned into a giant, like a god. Endless pressure flowed on his body, and the sword intent was shocking. He said coldly, "Today's appointment was provoked by the big monster of the Sun Golden Clan. If you can't afford to lose, don't blame me for killing." Chapter 1513, The Buddhist-Taoist Dispute. Qin Wentian stood there like a true god, and the monsters calmed down a bit, staring at his graceful figure in a daze. Killed a human martial artist? The two top monsters of your monster race teamed up to deal with Qin Wentian, so why don't you allow my immortal realm martial artists to join the battle? Someone said coldly, with a fierce fighting spirit. The monsters still let out low roars, and the strong men of the Netherworld Beast clan rushed out collectively, trying to save the trapped top monster Netherworld Beast. The strong men of the beast god cult also stepped out one after another. They all seemed to be hidden in the fog. The endless dark chains whistled, covering the world and blocking the entire vast void. Qin Wentian did not interfere with the battle over there. Although the top figure of the beast god cult had some insidious means and took advantage of the situation, the netherworld beastling was also an extremely cruel monster. Looking at those heads, it was clear that he must have killed many human martial artists. Qin Wentian would not have any sympathy for such a monster. He just let them kill each other. When they arrived in the outside world, the collision of the two major forces would just make the fairyland more chaotic. They should not all be staring at him. The purple-blooded demon dragon stared at Qin Wentian, and then looked at the battle between the top figure of the beast god cult and the netherworld beastling. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that after the appearance of the demon god mountain, the demons in the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness had undergone a transformation, making the wilderness too arrogant and despising the human geniuses in the fairyland. This time, it was a lesson. Qin Wentian in front of him felt that he would be difficult to defeat. As for the top figure of the beast god cult, he also gave him an extraordinary feeling. Human martial artists did not show their rage like the wild monsters. Some people hid it very deeply. Roar. A dragon roar was heard, shaking the earth. The purple-blooded demon dragon soared into the air and flew away. Although he had not yet tried his best in this battle, he knew that he had already lost. The most powerful being in the ancient emperor city would not be him. So, there was no point in staying. The dragon clan should have the pride of the dragon clan. He would not stay and hope that the wild monsters and humans would fight. That would be meaningless. A series of miserable voices were heard. The netherworld beast was struggling to death and was about to be killed by the strong men of the beast god cult. The means were cold and terrible, which made people feel terrified. The mysterious beast god cult should never be underestimated. Qin Wentian looked around at the remaining strong men. The only ones who had not joined the battle were the Demon Mountain Apostle Walker, the Judgment Priest, Zhang Zihu of the Immortal Realm, and the monks of the Questioning Heart Temple. The other strong men had already joined the battle. Do you have any advice? Qin Wentian looked at them and said. My Zhang family has never had any ill will towards Brother Qin. Back then, my brother Zhang Ziyu invited Brother Qin to join my Zhang family and treated him as a distinguished guest. I still hope that Brother Qin will have the opportunity to visit my Zhang family. Zhang Ziyu smiled faintly. Qin Wentian felt that Zhang Ziyu had ulterior motives back then. Moreover, he was very weak at that time, so he naturally would not go. Now, he would not go either. This Zhang family is mysterious, but they practice Buddhist techniques. Although Zhang Ziyu's smile is warm, it still gives people a sense of unpredictability. Even his true self could not see through his thoughts, whether it was good or bad. I will visit you if I have a chance, Qin Wentian said casually. His tone was a little perfunctory, and it was easy to hear, but Zhang Zilei still smiled and nodded, saying, I'm looking forward to it. After that, he turned his eyes and looked at the Buddhist monk of Wentian Temple, saying, Master, you and I have inherited the Buddhist tradition. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to discuss with you. Now this opportunity is just right. What do you think? That's exactly what I want to say. The monk of Wentian Temple responded calmly. In that case, thank you for your teachings, Master. Zhang Zilei stepped into the void, and the Buddha's light on his body was blazing, and the golden light spread all over the world. His handsome figure, however, was shining with the glory of Buddhism. At a glance, he was still handsome. Master, please. Zhang Zilei was very polite, and it didn't seem like a battle at all, but rather like discussing Buddhist teachings. The monk of Wentian Temple stood in place, covered with the Buddha's light, and it seemed that a bright lamp appeared above his head, illuminating his Dharma body, and his precious appearance was solemn, as if he had already attained the Tao. Buji looked at the situation here with some concern. Although he has now entered the demon mountain of Wanmo Island to practice and cultivate the magic skills of the Eternal Demon Palace, he is still concerned about the Temple of Questioning the Heart. It is clearly a war, but you are so polite and hypocritical. If you are not above everything, you are a great traitor. In my opinion, it is mostly the latter. Buji said indifferently. The demon cultivators beside him looked at him. One of them smiled and said, I think Zhang Ziyu is quite graceful and extraordinary. You practice the magic skills, how can your vision be compared with my practice of both Buddhism and magic? Both of us have to follow the Buddhist tradition. One of us must be eliminated, and the price may even be death. In such a hostile situation, will you be so polite to your opponent? Buji asked with a smile. Of course not. If it were me, I would directly start a war and kill the other party. The demon cultivator responded indifferently. That's right. If something is out of the ordinary, it's a demon. If you are a life and death opponent, pretending to be nice and being too polite is nothing but a great evil. Buji spoke in a bad tone, as if Zhang Ziyu had offended him. The demon cultivator next to him smiled and didn't argue much. He could naturally see that Buji had some opinions about Zhang Ziyu and seemed to be very unhappy with him. Perhaps it was because Zhang Ziyu's opponent was a monk from Wentian Temple, and he was once a disciple of Wentian Temple. When they were talking, Zhang Ziyu and the monk from Wentian Temple had already started fighting. Both of them cultivated Buddhist power and understood the Buddhist tradition. Zhang Ziyu's Buddhist attack was unparalleled and powerful. In addition to Buddhism, he also had other means of attack. However, the monk from Wentian Temple used the purest Buddhist attack. The two collided in the void, and extremely terrifying Buddhist Dharma bodies appeared, and a shocking battle broke out. Qin Wentian was also watching the battle. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu had transformed into thousands of incarnations. Each of them contained amazing power and launched attacks at the same time. What was even more terrifying was that the attacks launched by each incarnation were different from each other, as if thousands of spells were attacking at the same time, drowning everything. The monk of Wentian Temple put his hands together, and infinite Buddhist rules floated around him. Ancient runes shone in the void, accompanied by the echoing of Buddhist sounds. A huge and boundless golden Buddhist handprint was born between heaven and earth, covering the sky and earth, and attacking forward. The Buddhist handprint was extremely strong and shattered everything. The strongest Buddhist palm print destroyed everything, but Zhang Ziyu stepped hard and his body disappeared directly on the spot. The next moment he appeared, directly above the monk of Wentian Temple. The Buddha's light was blazing and boundless. A great Buddha suppressed down, crushing the sky, and directly pressed down on the monk of Wentian Temple. Even those who were watching the battle felt a violent tremor in their hearts. The monk of Wentian Temple chanted the Buddha's name loudly, standing still. His hands burst into dazzling brilliance, and one of the Buddhist beads between his hands broke. A terrifying Buddha light enveloped his body. There was a loud bang, and the world roared. The two bodies fell down at the same time, stepping on the ground. In just a moment, the ground cracked wildly, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Bang, bang. The Buddhist beads collapsed one by one, and the Buddha's light was dazzling. A golden lotus appeared under his feet, rising up, and the sword of extermination bloomed. He killed Jiang Zihu who was stepping on him, but his own body quickly moved forward. However, Jiang Zikai seemed to be following him like a shadow, always stepping on the sky above his head, shouting, "Master, be careful." As soon as the words fell, a huge and boundless roar was heard, and one supreme Buddha after another appeared from all directions, constantly suppressing and sealing the entire sky and earth. The Buddhas uttered Buddhist sounds, and launched endless attacks towards the monks of Wentian Temple. Thousands of Buddhist handprints burst out from the monks of Wentian Temple, endless, blasting towards all directions, colliding with those Buddhas, but all the attacks were broken. Watching the Buddhas coming and sealing the sky, the monks of Wentian Temple chanted Buddhist sounds again. He put his hands together, and the Buddhist beads in his hands were constantly crushed. Glazed Buddha light appeared on his body, and his whole body was golden, like a Buddhist treasure body, an indestructible Dharma body. He allowed endless attacks to bombard him, but he remained unmoved, wishing to chant Buddha forever. "Master, I'm sorry for offending you," Jiang Zihu said lightly. In an instant, an illusion appeared between heaven and earth. The figures of women with endless charm and unparalleled sexiness appeared and danced gracefully. They were imprinted in the minds of the monks of Wentian Temple. Those women seemed to be born from illusions, but they were more real than reality. They kept taking off their clothes, their skin was whiter than snow, and they were extremely charming. Even the spectators could see the charming scene that appeared. This illusion seemed to have become a real existence, confusing people. "Is this also Buddhism?" Buji shouted, his expression cold. "All dharmas are interconnected, and beauty is like a skeleton." Jiang Zihu spoke lightly, and the monk of Wentian Temple continued to chant the Buddhist sound, saying, "Well said, beauty is like a skeleton, and the Buddha's heart will not be moved." Although so, the charming women danced, so beautiful that people could fall in love with them, and kept approaching the monk. Many spectators saw the dance and felt a little out of control. They knew that this was an extremely powerful charming dance that would break the monk's Buddhist heart. "Despicable!" Buji shouted loudly, and Qin Wentian glanced at Buji. It seemed that this guy still had feelings for Wentian Temple. Finally, a crisp sound came out, and cracks appeared on the immortal Buddha body of the monk of Wentian Temple. The monk's body seemed to crack and ooze blood. He remained motionless as a mountain, and the Buddhist chanting continued. "Cease fire!" Buji shouted angrily and stepped forward. The demon cultivators around him were all stunned, but they followed him and stepped forward. After all, Buji now had a superior status in the Eternal Demon Palace. "What are you going to do?" The strong men of the Jiang family blocked the way, and Jiang Zikai was also among them. He said lightly. The top figures challenged each other, and the monks of Wentian Temple did not intervene. "What do you people of the demon path mean? Kill!" Buji didn't care about so much, and waved his hand to give the order. After that, he took the initiative to punch and killed Jiang Ziyu directly. Buji practiced magic in Buddhism, so there were no so many rules in his actions. He just fought when he should. "Buji, don't intervene," the monk said, obviously knowing Buji, but the cracks on his body reappeared and his injuries worsened. "Master!" Buji shouted, which made the people in the Eternal Demon Palace tremble in their hearts, and finally understood something. Qin Wentian's heart also trembled. It turned out that this master was Buji's master. P.S. I haven't updated for a long time. I'll add another chapter today. Please search on Watchit and follow me. I'll notify you in advance if there are any additional chapters. Chapter 1514, Imperial City Unrivaled. Jiang Zikai and the monk were still fighting. Qin Wentian looked at the battlefield. If it continued like this, Buji's master might be killed by Jiang Zikai on the spot. "Jiang Zikai, we are all from the fairyland. Although we are fighting for the ancient emperor's city, now that the victory and defeat are decided, there is no need to fight to the death," Qin Wentian said, as if to make his position clear. His meaning was self-evident. He asked Jiang Zikai to stop attacking the master of Wentian Temple. Since he was Buji's master, he could not turn a blind eye to it no matter what. "Brother Qin, the master and I both practice the same Taoist tradition." Jiang Zikai spoke calmly. Qin Wentian naturally understood what he meant. One of them must die. Even if we are from the same Taoist lineage, we don't have to kill each other. Qin Wentian opened his mouth, and saw that the master below still put his hands together, like an ancient Buddha. Even though his body was injured, he remained motionless and said calmly, "I am grateful for the kindness of fellow Taoist kin, but this is my battle, I will solve it myself." Qin Wentian looked at the monk and saw that the other party's golden body was constantly breaking. He said again, "Master, why do you have to do this? If you don't go to hell, how can you see through my Buddha? This is my path." The Buddha's light on the monk's body was shining, as if he was about to enter nirvana. "Master!" Buji shouted loudly, "Qin Wentian, help me!" Qin Wentian was a little embarrassed. He wanted to interfere, but the monk didn't let him interfere. Moreover, although the master's tone was calm, his cultivation had reached his level, and his state of mind must be extraordinary. Since he said so, he must be determined and had a transcendent heart. "Foolish boy, stop talking nonsense. You practiced freedom and did whatever you wanted. Now that you have entered the path of magic, you should practice well. Don't let the dust of the world pollute your freedom in the future." The monk looked solemn. Zhang Ziqi smiled and said, "The master is in a transcendent state. Zhang is ashamed of himself." Although he said so, his attack became more violent and fierce, wanting to kill the monk of Wentian Temple. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he saw that the Buddha's light on the master of Wentian Temple shone to the extreme, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. As the Buddha's light merged, a beam of light rushed straight into the sky and turned into an extremely bright lamp, just like a Buddhist relic. "Master!" Buji roared, and the magic light around him was surging. One demon king after another appeared, incarnating with super strong will, wanting to kill Zhang Ziqi on the spot. "This is my path, Buji, don't be sad, we will meet again someday." A voice came from the lamp, ethereal, and then the light dissipated and gradually disappeared. Buji thought of the little things in his childhood, and his heart was infinitely sad. He was an orphan and was very naughty when he was young. He was met by the master, who brought him to the Wentian Temple to raise him and taught him the way of Buddhism. Zhang Ziqi looked up at the void, bowed slightly, and said, "Master, your realm is so high that I am ashamed. Brother Jiang's strength is also admired by Qin. It happens that today the top figures of the ancient emperor city are competing. Take this opportunity to learn from Brother Jiang's ability." Qin Wentian spoke indifferently. As soon as the voice fell, infinite rules flowed on his body, and the devilish intention was overwhelming, which made the expressions of the surrounding strong men suddenly condense. Qin Wentian was going to attack Zhang Ziqi. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with Zhang Ziqi for not stopping before. This was a retaliatory measure. Sure enough, people with strength are willful. Zhang Ziqi's eyes flashed, revealing a strange color. He didn't have time to think. Qin Wentian directly blasted a large handprint towards him. The demon sect's large handprint was extremely powerful, like the hand of a demon god, revealing an astonishing destructive force. The terrifying pagoda's sacred will was integrated into the handprint, like a demon god's handprint pressing down, destroying everything. At this moment, Zhang Ziqi had no choice at all. Qin Wentian attacked directly, without any hesitation. He had to fight. He saw that the Buddha's light on his body was blazing, and many ancient Buddha-like figures appeared around him in an instant, like an incarnation outside his body. At the same time, he blasted out the Buddhist handprint and blasted towards the demon sect's handprint. The palm print like a demon destroyed everything. Those Buddha handprints continued to collapse and shatter, crushing all the way and heading straight for Zhang Ziqi. Zhang Ziqi formed a seal with his hands, and a golden Buddha statue was born in front of him, whistling forward. The huge golden Buddha statue blasted out both palms and pushed straight forward. The two collided and finally shattered Qin Wentian's palm print. Behind Qin Wentian, it was as if a demon appeared. The hand of God turned into a demon palm print, whistling and blasting again, covering the sky and the earth, and pressuring the sky. Zhang Ziqi transformed into thousands of incarnations, and a brilliant Buddha light shone. His real body disappeared, and a terrifying pressure came from the sky above Qin Wentian's head. The supreme Buddhist pressure came from the sky, and the whole space seemed to be suppressed and bound. Qin Wentian looked at it, and the infinite holy will turned into a raging sword river, destroying everything. At the same time, in just a moment, Zhang Ziqi only felt that he appeared in another space. Here, he stood alone in a void, and the figure of Qin Wentian appeared around him, endless. All of them were Qin Wentian. His eyes were bright, as if there was Buddha's light, seeing through the illusion. His real body roared and killed towards the sky below, trying to destroy Qin Wentian's real body. The demon god appeared on Qin Wentian's body to protect him, turning into a black tortoise, and there was a Vajra holy will, allowing the other party to step on him, unmoved, and at the same time in the illusion, many figures of Qin Wentian launched attacks at the same time, Thousands of palm prints, the world was annihilated, and the devil pressed the sky. Zhang Zikei's figure once again transformed into thousands of Buddhas and Taoists, which surrounded his body and blasted out countless Buddhist seals. At the same time, a brilliant light appeared again. Zhang Zikei crossed the void and left. His original body also appeared in a very far place in an instant, but it was useless. In the dreamland, no matter how far away he was, Qin Wentian still arrived in front of him in an instant. The tower prison rules descended and enveloped the world. So, the spectators saw a strange scene. Zhang Zikei's body appeared and was obviously far away from Qin Wentian, but he was still frantically defending and attacking. Qin Wentian's body stood in place, but there was also a crazy roar of rule power consuming it. The dream world rules can be true, but if they are true, they will consume rule power. At this time, Qin Wentian's body also moved, crossing the void, and stepped directly towards Zhang Zikei. A palm print swept everything. Zhang Zikei's face changed drastically. He could feel that he was under the attack of the double space. With a loud roar, Zhang Zikei's Buddha body shattered, his body was knocked out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Qin Wentian also stopped attacking, standing proudly in the void, looking at Zhang Zikei indifferently. "Brother Zhang, you won't mind a fight, right?" Qin Wentian said coldly, responding strongly to Zhang Zikei's previous statement that he had not stopped fighting. Zhang Zikei's heart was cold, but his face was still expressionless. He smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin's strength is extraordinary and unparalleled. No one in the ancient emperor city can compete with him. Zhang Zikei admires him." The people in the vast space around were also shocked. They also felt that it was indeed as Zhang Zikei said. Qin Wentian was afraid that there was no opponent in this ancient emperor city. When the sword Immortal King and Qin Wentian merged, he was no longer afraid. After exerting all his combat power, no one could compete with him. He could deal with anyone he wanted. Before, Qin Wentian asked Zhang Zikei to stop, but Zhang Zikei refused. Qin Wentian then injured and humiliated him directly. He was so strong that if the monk from Wengxin Temple had not told him not to intervene, Qin Wentian would have probably dealt with Zhang Zikei before. "Brother Zhang, you are too kind," Qin Wentian said indifferently, and turned away with a wave of his sleeves. At this moment, the people of the Zhang family and the people of the Eternal Demon Palace had stopped fighting. They all looked at Qin Wentian. The people of the Zhang family had bad expressions. Zhang Zikei looked at Qin Wentian with a complicated look. When he first met Qin Wentian, he was still in the Nanhuang family. At that time, Qin Wentian helped Nanhuang Yangxi fight for the seed of the inheritance saint, and he was helping another saint. At that time, Qin Wentian's realm was not as good as his. Now, in the king realm, no one in the Zhang family can suppress Qin Wentian. As for him, he has been left behind by a long distance. "Buji, the master has made up his mind, and I can't force him to go against his will. Moreover, the master also said that we will meet again someday. I guess the master has not really fallen." Qin Wentian looked at Buji and said, "Yes." Buji nodded. He could understand Qin Wentian, but his master disappeared under Zhang Zikei's attack. He still couldn't help feeling sad. He hoped that his master had not lied to him and that they would meet again. The way of Buddhism is wonderful and infinite. Some of its abilities are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. There are methods to cultivate relics and the next life. If he is told that the master may be alive, he will believe it. In another direction, the strong man of the beast god sect completely solved the netherworld beast. His strength also shocked many people. Now, only 3 people have the opportunity to challenge Qin Wentian. The man of the beast god sect and the 2 strong men on the demon mountain. Even the 2 demon cultivators of the demon mountain have never made a move. "Brother Qin, go to the demon mountain again if you have a chance," the apostle walker on the demon mountain said with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at him and nodded. "Okay, I will go again if I have a chance. Goodbye." The apostle walker walked away. The priest of the Judgment Demon Temple looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and had no intention of taking action. He turned and walked towards the camp of the Judgment Demon Temple. The strong man of the beast god sect hunted a netherworld beast and seemed satisfied. He did not speak and led the strong men of the beast god sect to leave. No one challenged Qin Wentian anymore. In this battle of top figures in ancient Emperor City, he was the only one who could defeat them all. I never thought it would be him. Many people had never thought of it before. As for Qin Wentian's enemies, their eyes were filled with coldness. This gathering not only failed to kill Qin Wentian, but also made him stand at the top of ancient Emperor City. In the future, no one would dare to deal with him easily, unless they left ancient Emperor City. Chapter 1515 Robbery. The top figures of the ancient Emperor City were invited to fight, and countless powerful people from the Emperor City came to watch the battle. In the end, Qin Wentian was unparalleled and no one could defeat him. However, many people doubted whether he could grow into an unparalleled figure in the immortal realm. Although many powerful people in the ancient Emperor City had fought each other and had very deep conflicts, no one had offended so many enemies like Qin Wentian. In addition to the previous grudges in the eastern part of the immortal realm, there were many people who wanted to kill him. For example, many people in the ancient Emperor City wanted to kill him, but they just couldn't kill him, so they endured it and didn't dare to do it. As for the perspective of the three immortals, demons and monsters, the demon cultivators hardly participated in the battle this time, and the monster cultivators were defeated miserably, just because they all fought with Qin Wentian and were defeated. After that, the top figures of the beast god cult hunted down the netherworld beast. Looking at the figure standing proudly in the void, countless people sighed. In the ancient Emperor City, many people knew Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not leave immediately. His eyes flickered and he looked in certain directions from time to time. There would be cold rays of light shooting out, which contained murderous intent, making the people he stared at feel trembling. Most of these people were those who were ready to attack Kinger when the Sword Immortal King spoke for Qin Wentian, and the Void Beast said that Kinger could be used to coerce him. Although they did not really do it, Qin Wentian noticed that they had that idea. Many of these people had grudges against him. Therefore, Qin Wentian really wanted to kill at this moment. He considered whether to kill or not. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Wentian did not act immediately, but flashed back to Kinger. Kinger glanced at Qin Wentian with resentful eyes. Although she had witnessed Qin Wentian's unparalleled strength, she still couldn't help but worry about him. After leaving the ancient Emperor City, Qin Wentian would have a disaster, and it would be a big disaster. But she didn't say much, just walked quietly to Qin Wentian's side, holding his hand. No matter what disaster it was, she would face it with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian felt the warmth of Kinger's palm, smiled at her gently, and stroked her hair. Everything was self-evident. "Brother Qin, you've become very popular this time. I don't know how many people are jealous of you, and there are many beauties looking at you." Jun Mengchen walked over and said jokingly, causing Qin Wentian to glare at him. Jun Mengchen secretly looked at Kinger, scratched his head and smiled. "Of course, none of them can compare to my sister-in-law." One after another, figures flashed and came to Qin Wentian's side, saying, "Young master." Qin Wentian looked at them. They were the people of the Fighting Saint clan who came to the ancient Emperor City for training. This time they also came here to watch the battle, but they didn't expect to see the Holy Lord. Now they finally understood why the Holy Lord could become the Holy Lord. When he joined the Fighting Saint clan, he had just entered the Immortal King realm, but now he has reached the King realm and is unparalleled. Yes, they have all made great progress. Qin Wentian smiled as he looked at the warriors of the Fighting Saint clan. They were all together, all present, without any loss, and their improvement in strength was obvious. The people of the Fighting Saint clan were good at multiplayer battle formations. As long as they were together, it would not be easy to deal with them. "Brother Wentian." A crisp voice came, and the Judgment Priestess Kinger came over. She took off the judgment crown, and her long black hair fell like a waterfall. Her slender figure, pure and flawless face, and the judgment robe still made her look heroic. "Queen girl." Qin Wentian smiled and walked forward, rubbing Kinger's head with a gentle look. Bai Qing smiled sweetly. When Qin Wentian left the 10,000 Demons Island, she personally sent Qin Wentian out. At that time, she thought it would be difficult to see him again in this life. Seeing Kinger coming, Bai Qing's eyes fell on her, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then she saw Qin Wentian looking at Kinger tenderly, so she also called out, "Sister Kinger." When she was in the particle world, she participated in the same battle of the destiny ranking with Qin Wentian and Kinger, and they had known each other for a long time. "Well, Sister Kinger, our names are very similar." Kinger, who is always cold as ice, smiled at Bai Qing and said softly, "Your brother Wentian often mentions you and misses you very much?" "Brother Wentian, is it true?" Bai Qing smiled brightly. "Of course it's true, I always miss my little girl Qing." Qin Wentian said very thick-skinnedly. He really missed her, but he never mentioned Kinger in front of Kinger. However, although Kinger lied, Qin Wentian felt warm in his heart. Qinger was trying to accept everything around him and fulfill her responsibilities as a wife. This was really difficult for Qinger with her personality. Qin Wentian's eyes kept turning. The two beauties surrounded Qin Wentian, both gentle and lovely. However, as an outsider, why did he feel that the atmosphere was a bit strange? Qin Wentian. A cold voice came out. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw the immortal King Jiutian, a disciple of the Ji Emperor. Qin Wentian saw that the other party was staring at him, and he couldn't help showing an embarrassed look and shouted, "Immortal King Jiutian." The disciples of the Ji Emperor also looked at Jiutian, worried that she would think too much. Even Qinger was obviously a little nervous. Pudgy. But at this moment, immortal King Jiutian suddenly smiled, charming, looking at Qin Wentian and said, You deceived us so badly. Your lover is right next to you, but you still pretend to have a crush on him. Aren't you tired? Everyone was relieved when they saw immortal King Jiutian's appearance. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Qin Wentian also smiled and said, "There is no way. My identity has been exposed and I can be killed by eyes. You can understand from today's situation. If I didn't have some strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't survive today. Humph, in this case, then I will reluctantly forgive you. You are not allowed to bully my junior sister Qinger in the future, otherwise I will not forgive you." Immortal King Jiutian never mentioned the previous embarrassing things, and teased Qin Wentian with a smile. "How dare I, as long as Qinger doesn't bully me." Qin Wentian shrugged and glanced at Qinger beside him. Seeing that her senior sister was fine, Qinger smiled brighter and held Qin Wentian's hand tightly. "Okay, we should leave. We are not used to being watched like this." Qin Wentian joked. Everyone realized that everyone's eyes were indeed on this side. Qin Wentian was too dazzling and eye-catching. Everyone nodded and stepped into the air one after another and left this place. Everyone stared at the figures of Qin Wentian and others, feeling a lot of emotion in their hearts. Can this unparalleled figure in the king realm of the ancient emperor city live to the top of the immortal realm? I'm afraid it's difficult. Su Kingao was in the crowd, staring at the disappearing figure with her beautiful eyes, and secretly sighed in her heart, "The sword immortal king, Qin Wentian." The masters gradually dispersed, and the Purple Emperor's disciples, the Purple Mountain Masters, gathered together. They stared at each other, and one of them said, "It seems that the things that Master has told us are difficult to complete. What should we do? Since he is Qin Wentian, this hatred must have been made by Master. Master once tried to kill him in the Monster God Mountain. In this ancient Emperor city, we can't kill Qin Wentian. We can only report to Master." One person responded, and everyone nodded and then flashed away. The rest of the masters also left. Although there were many people in the ancient Emperor city who wanted to kill Qin Wentian, no one dared to really do it. Qin Wentian and his companions came to an ancient peak. Many people gathered together, and it was very lively. Qin Wentian looked at his friends and felt a little comforted. "Qin Wentian, this time, you have offended many forces. Once you leave the ancient Emperor city, there will definitely be a large number of immortal emperors who want to kill you." The people of the Nanhuang clan reminded them that there was a big storm in the eastern part of the immortal realm caused by Qin Wentian, but at that time there were many strong people standing behind Qin Wentian to resolve the storm. But now, I am afraid that the strength behind him is not enough, even if they, the Nanhuang clan, intervene. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. "Brother, many people there wanted to kill you before. When you exposed your identity, many people were really ready to attack my sister-in-law to force you to confess. After the battle, why don't you settle the score with them?" Qin Wentian said. "I also considered this before. Since I have already offended them, it would be better to kill all those mortal enemies and weaken their future strength. But later I thought that it would completely anger the forces behind them, and then they would be angry at people other than me, so I gave up." Qin Wentian looked at the people around him. Qinger and others' eyes flashed, and they sighed in their hearts. How could they not understand what Qin Wentian meant at this moment? He had made many enemies, but Qin Wentian still hoped that if those enemies wanted to target him, they would only come after him and not involve the people around him, so he decided to let those people go. Otherwise, if Qin Wentian wanted to be serious, the entire ancient Emperor city would be a bloody storm, and I don't know how many king-level figures would die. It's better this way. I won't touch them. At least in the ancient Emperor city, no one dares to touch you. Qin Wentian smiled. "Let them go for now. It doesn't matter if I die. If I escape this calamity, those who want to kill me and destroy me will eventually turn into dust in the fairyland." Everyone looked solemn. They could all feel a sense of sorrow in Qin Wentian's voice. I'm afraid Qin Wentian himself also understands that this calamity may very well be a fatal one. Brother, nothing will happen. We will fight in the fairyland together and reach the top of the fairyland. Jian Mengchen said loudly, and Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Okay, let's do it together. And me, and me. The little bastard stuck his head out and said childishly. Qin Wentian slapped him and said, if you are still here, practice quickly. Don't be lazy and take advantage all day long. Be careful that I will destroy your lower body. The little bastard shrank his neck, jumped onto Kinger's shoulder, patted his chest with his little paws, and said, scared the baby to death. Haha. Everyone laughed when they saw the bastard look of this little guy, diluting the worry. However, many people secretly swore in their hearts that they must become stronger and not let Qin Wentian get hurt. However, thinking of those top forces, they still felt that their own strength was insignificant. They needed time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1516, Extermination of the Clan. The ancient emperor city was constantly in turmoil, but in the end, no storm could surpass the battle between the top masters. That time, the strongest figures in the ancient emperor city gathered together. After that battle, Qin Wentian became famous in the ancient emperor city, and was even destined to be famous all over the world. The vast fairyland would know the name of Qin Wentian. After that battle, Qin Wentian could be called a god in the ancient emperor city, and it would be difficult for anyone to surpass him. The inheritance of the Taoist tradition in the imperial city allowed countless people to improve their strength and transform. Years passed by silently, and for the martial life cultivators in the immortal king realm of the vast fairyland, even 100 years was just a snap of the fingers. Most of them were martial artists who had practiced for thousands of years, and many even surpassed it for more than 10,000 years. This was because most of them were gifted people from various forces. Another 8 years later, the ancient emperor city finally gave birth to a strong man who stepped into the throne. To the surprise of many people, this person who became the emperor was actually the monk of the Questioning Heart Temple who was killed by Jiang Zikai when the top figures gathered to fight. Some people had seen the situation when he became the emperor, and many people saw it because it was very noisy. That day, the supreme Buddha light appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth, coming from the sky and landing in a desolate place. The light was too dazzling, attracting countless strong people to watch. Then, they saw the master of the Questioning Heart Temple who was killed by Jiang Zikai resurrected, reappeared in the Buddha light, recast a Buddha body, and then left this layer of space under the traction of the Buddha light and disappeared. The ancient emperor city has its own rules. Since you have entered the throne, you naturally cannot stay here. After Buji heard the news, he was extremely excited, and his disappointment was swept away. After all, the master is the master, and he has his own practice. It seems that Jiang Ziwei won the battle with Jiang Ziwei, but when the master entered the throne, it is still unclear who won and who lost. Maybe it was Jiang Ziwei who made the master. The strong men of the ancient emperor also thought so. It seems that a battle between the two will reach the emperor realm. It is too early to talk about the victory or defeat of the Taoism. After many years, the second person who became an emperor was born, but this time, the strong man who entered the realm of the immortal emperor was not one of the top figures, but a not-so-famous martial artist, at least not so famous in the ancient emperor city. He was a peak immortal king who had practiced for many years in the Shooting Sun Immortal Kingdom and stepped into the emperor realm. This gave many people hope. They no longer had to keep their eyes on those top figures. They were strong in combat, but they might not be able to enter the realm of emperor earlier. For example, Qin Wentian had not even entered the peak realm of Immortal King. When he participated in that peak duel, some people said that he was still in the early stage of Immortal King. But would you dare to evaluate his combat power by a realm? Many super powerful figures with unparalleled combat power did not necessarily cultivate to the extreme realm of Immortal King. They still had room for improvement before they had the opportunity to enter the realm of Emperor. Strong men became emperors one after another, and naturally, many extraordinary figures were born in the ancient emperors. Some even wanted to challenge the status of the top figures and become the strongest in the ancient emperor city. As for those unparalleled figures in the past, they were much calmer and rarely active in front of people. Perhaps, they were all silently comprehending the power of the Taoist inheritance, or comprehending the way of the Emperor realm and seeking a way to break through. Time flies, and many people can no longer remember how many years have passed since the peak battle of that year. In the city of the ancient emperor, there is a mountain. This mountain is bathed in the divine light of the sun, and it is extremely dazzling. The sky seems to have the divine light of the sun falling down, which is extremely sacred. This is the habitat and practice place of the strong men of the Sun Golden Clan, of the Savage Demon Clan. This area belongs to them alone, and no one dares to invade. The strength of the Sun Golden Clan is known to everyone, whether it is the savage great demon or the strong men of the immortal realm. However, on this day, someone came to this area and even entered the practice area of the Sun Golden Clan. This person was dressed in white, with a slender figure, a handsome face, long hair hanging down, and extremely chic. His eyes were like the abyss, and there was no bottom to be seen. This figure just stood silently at the foot of the Sun Mountain, letting the heat wave hit and blow his white gown, but he just stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly ahead, as if waiting for something. Who? At this moment, a blazing light came, and the temperature suddenly rose. A terrifying demon descended, bathed in flames, and there seemed to be an illusory sun on his head. It was the Sun Golden Clan demon. That was a combination of the divine bird Jinwu and the Golden Clan. The body bathed in flame seemed to be made of gold, and its defense was unknown. It's you. When he saw the figure in front of him, his unruly eyes revealed a terrible murderous intent. The fire of the sun shot out of his eyes, piercing through the void, and wanted to burn the other party to death on the spot. The young man still stood there, looking at the other party with his deep eyes. At this moment, the young man's eyes became extremely terrifying, as if they could rotate. It didn't look like a pair of pupils, but like a reincarnation world. Just one glance would make people fall into it and unable to extricate themselves. The sunlight in the other's eyes gradually extinguished, and the pair of unruly eyes became dim and lifeless. Then, as if he had encountered something terrible, his pupils were filled with fear, his body trembled wildly, his wings flashed violently, and he whistled away in an instant. The terrible rumbling sound shook the world. The other's golden body bathed in the sun's divine fire actually hit the ancient mountain, and it crashed like crazy, directly penetrating the ancient mountain, and the sand and gravel flew away. He made a miserable and sharp cry and rushed into the sun's flames. He saw powerful figures flashing out one after another and rushing towards the other. Stop! A strong man from the same tribe shouted loudly, and a strong man from the Sun Golden tribe uttered beast language and kept babbling, but it was useless. They saw that tribe member frantically self-tortured and tore his body apart. Finally, he floated in the sky and let out a miserable roar. In an instant, his wings were torn directly from his body. A fire of annihilation burned his body madly from the inside out, and even his blood was about to be burned. With an extremely miserable sound, his body exploded and turned into a ball of fire and blood rain. The strong men of the Sun Golden tribe were shocked to see the scene in front of them, and their hearts were in turmoil. They couldn't understand why such a scene happened. As if they realized something, their eyes suddenly turned and looked at the young man in a white robe. In an instant, murderous intent burst out crazily. Did you do it? A strong man spoke coldly, and his figure flashed and he came in front of the young man. When you killed my people, I didn't kill you. How dare you come back? Kill. One by one, the powerful Sun Golden Clan transformed into their original bodies. Terrifying suns floated in the air, emitting the light of the domain, covering the young man in white. However, the young man was still so calm, standing with his hands behind his back. His eyes, like those of reincarnation, spun and swept across the many great demons of the Sun Golden Clan in front of him. In just a moment, many of the great demons trembled violently, and then their eyes changed one after another, no longer so bright, passing by with all kinds of strange expressions, as if every demon beast was experiencing a different scene. However, the ending was surprisingly consistent. As long as they were not the top demon kings, they would immediately fall into those eyes, and then fall into a state of madness, and began to kill their companions. They were extremely violent, completely forgetting their position and who they were. Their eyes were completely lost, and there was only madness. What was even more terrifying was that they were completely unaware and lost their reason. Only the top figures seemed to be still struggling, their bodies trembling constantly. A super powerful demon in the late stage of the top demon king still kept his eyes clear. Looking at the killing around him, he roared, as if he wanted to wake up his people, but it was useless, as if everything he did was in vain. What did you do to them? The top strong man roared madly. The young man seemed not to hear his words, looked at him, and said, "Now, do you repent for killing her in the past?" "I didn't know, stop it." The top powerhouse roared. "Don't know." The young man looked so calm that it was scary. "I didn't know. After I knew, I didn't see you repent, but chased me." In this case, the Sun Golden clan will first disappear from the ancient Emperor city, and then disappear from the fairyland. The young man said calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. His tone was so indifferent and so scary. Buzz! His pupils became more terrifying, and those high-level demon kings who were still struggling also began to go crazy. Then, the top fairy king opposite him felt that his eyes could no longer see other pictures. In his mind, all the scenes he had experienced appeared, and every scene was so real. He didn't experience too much, nor did he feel everything that other powerful people of the same clan had experienced, because a silver spear pierced his head, directly piercing the golden head, nailing him alive in the void. The figure in white robes walked past his huge body, without lingering or looking back. Behind him, the big monsters who were still alive were still struggling, but their fate seemed to be doomed. The figure in white robes climbed up the mountain. Inside, the Sun Golden Clan Monster King who had challenged the top figures of the ancient Emperor city opened his eyes and burst out with a monstrous killing intent, sweeping across the world. People in the vast and endless space could clearly feel it. Countless people looked up at the Sun Mountain, feeling the monstrous killing intent that erupted there and the sunbeams that pierced the sky. Many strong men rushed over there, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Finally, someone challenged the top figures of the ancient Emperor city. Not long after, the strong fluctuations there subsided. When the first strong man came here, the scene he saw made his body tremble wildly, as if he could not believe what he saw. He raised his head and saw a figure in white robes walking away, so casually and so free and easy. His figure flashed and he rushed to the Sun Mountain. The fire of the sun gradually extinguished. When he reached the top of the mountain, his body trembled even more violently, and his legs became weak with fear. In front of him, an extremely huge demon, the strongest top demon king of the Sun Golden clan, was lying on the former Sun Mountain. His huge head rolled to the side, and his eyes were still open, as if he died with his eyes open. Chapter 1517 One day you will become a Taoist. In the ancient Emperor city, the Sun Golden clan was annihilated. Even including that top existence, the flame of Sun Mountain was extinguished and would never be lit again. On this day, countless strong men rushed to Sun Mountain. Looking at the ancient mountain with extinguished flames and the huge Sun Golden beast with its head cut off, everyone felt a shock from the soul. This is the ancient Emperor city, this is a brand new era, the rise of the Xianjiao, the birth of the king. But who are those who rise up stepping on to move forward? Those top kings who once dominated the world, where will they be when the new era of the fairyland comes? Will they be beheaded like this King Sun Golden Beast, with their bodies lying quietly on the barren mountain, letting the golden blood turn into a river and flow down the ancient mountain? This is the best era, and many peerless figures will be born. This is also the cruelest era. Even if you are peerless, you may still be buried in a foreign land at any time. In the past, he was the prince of Senluo Immortal Kingdom, King Yanluo, and today he is the Sun Golden Beast. In the future, what about Qin Wentian, who is known as the first person in the king realm of the ancient Emperor city? Will he be able to escape this disaster? Who can tell? A powerful and domineering wild demon clan that competed for the ancient Emperor city was exterminated overnight, and the most outstanding people in the king realm were all buried in the ancient Emperor city. This news swept the ancient Emperor city and shocked countless strong people. After Qin Wentian, there is another name that everyone knows. He also came from the human world of the immortal realm. In fact, he did not belong to any force, but was just a casual cultivator. He once followed his master to practice, but his master died at the hands of the Sun Golden clan strongman. The cause in the past has the result today. The name of Huateksu is famous in the ancient Emperor city and has become a figure as famous as Qin Wentian. The extermination of the Sun Golden clan lasted for a long time in the ancient Emperor city and could not be quelled. Since then, the monsters in the 100,000 mountains of the ancient Emperor city are no longer as violent and unscrupulous as before. They seem to be more low-key and restrained, and dare not kill human geniuses wantonly. Qin Wentian defeated all the monsters in the wilderness back then, and Huateksu killed the king of the Sun Golden Clan tonight. It seems to have sounded a wake-up call to the wild monsters, warning them that the human martial artists in this fairyland can be so powerful that people can't bear their anger. Qin Wentian was also shocked and full of emotion after hearing this news. When Wanhou Fairy King accepted Huateksu as his disciple, Wanhou Fairy King was a beautiful fairy king who was high above. He never thought that Wanhou Fairy King would fall in love with Huateksu and die in the ancient emperor city. Her death obviously touched Huateksu a lot. How courageous it is to destroy a clan and take revenge. On this day, on a huge rock on the top of an ancient mountain, the two sat opposite each other, seemingly drinking and chatting. One of them, although restrained, was still full of energy, with eyes full of spirit, and it was Qin Wentian. The other one, dressed in white, was very simple, but his temperament was extraordinary, and his eyes were as deep as the stars, and he was actually the line walker on the Demon Mountain. Qin Wentian, do you know that now in the ancient emperor city, many people compare you and Huateksu together, and regard you as people of the same name? The line walker said with a smile, and the two seemed to be old friends, very casual. They were indeed half-friends. During the years that Qin Wentian practiced in the ancient emperor city, the line walkers of the Demon Mountain and the Demon Temple often came here to drink and chat with Qin Wentian, and they were already familiar with each other. Huateksu annihilated the Sun Golden Clan, so he deserves it. Even if the people of the ancient emperor city ranked him above me, it's not surprising. Qin Wentian smiled, but he didn't care much. These were just empty names, and what he needed was strength to deal with the coming disaster. You are too modest. If I am not mistaken, in the battle, you were only in the early stage of the top fairy king. Now, you have reached the late stage. Your cultivation is not comparable to the past. If you go back to that day, the Sun Golden Beast would not be able to withstand your attack. If you do it yourself, you can easily wipe out the whole clan. The Apostle Walker smiled at Qin Wentian. Even so, what? You should know how many forces I have offended. Behind them are transcendent forces, and there are countless emperors. As long as I leave this ancient emperor city, my life will be in danger. Now the people of this ancient emperor city are wondering how long I can live. Qin Wentian said with a smile, as if he was not talking about himself. The fate is determined by heaven. If you were to do it again, knowing that incarnating as the Sword Fairy King would expose your identity, would you offend fewer people than you do now? Line Walker looked at Qin Wentian and asked with a smile. No. Qin Wentian shook his head without any thought. He had already thought about this problem. The Supreme Sword Sect, the Xianlan Fairyland, and the Purple Daolong had always wanted to kill him. To deal with them, even if he was Qin Wentian in his original identity, he would be merciless. The Prince Yan of the Sinlo Fairyland had to kneel down to apologize and repent, and become his slave. One of them must die. What's more, he still needed the Emperor's luck. As for the strong men of the three tribes in the wilderness, they bullied Kinger and the Nanhuang clan, and killing them would undoubtedly lead to the death of him and the Penghuang clan's Jia Huangshan. Everything, even if it was a new beginning, would not change too much. When living in the fairyland, many things are not what you want, but you have to do them. It's just that as the Sword Fairy King, he did it more unscrupulously and without any scruples. Line Walker smiled when he heard what Qin Wentian said. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. He said, therefore, don't think too much about many things. Just face him. One day, when you are desperate, there will still be a place for you to stay. Qin Wentian looked at him and smiled. Demon Mountain. Exactly. Line Walker nodded. You have inherited the legacy of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Although your own strength is not strong enough, it is not enough to get the recognition of the major demon palaces. In addition, you are a martial artist from the fairyland, not a demon cultivator. Naturally, the demon palaces are a little repulsive to you. However, that inheritance is a symbol of identity after all. In a sense, you are already the inheritor of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. The people from the demon palaces will not take the initiative to do anything for you, but if you go to Demon Mountain, at least no one dares to kill you. That's a good suggestion. Qin Wentian smiled. The 10,000 Demon Island is dominant, and the immortal Emperor of the Fairyland dare not set foot on it. Even though the times have changed now, some forces in the Fairyland may still not dare to force their way into Demon Mountain. The Apostle Walker looked up at the light that was constantly falling from the void, and said with a smile, "It seems that you really don't intend to accept the inheritance of the Taoism. If you accept the inheritance of the Taoism, you will also be bound by it. What's more, I still don't understand what the inheritance of the Taoism means, and what consequences will arise if I accept it." Qin Wentian also raised his head and said calmly, "Well, the inheritance of the Lord of 10,000 demons on my 10,000 demon island is comparable to the inheritance of the Taoism." The Apostle Walker smiled at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. "The inheritance of the Lord of 10,000 demons is indeed terrifying. 10,000 demons submit to me, and I am the only one who can restrain all demon cultivators. He doesn't know how strong it is yet. As for how strong the inheritance of the Taoism is, he also doesn't know, so it's hard to compare. Let's not talk about this. You have reached your realm now. I believe you are not far from the Emperor realm. Have you realized anything?" The Apostle Walker asked again. Qin Wentian shook his head. "The Emperor realm is ethereal. I'm afraid it won't be easy to touch. It's not that difficult. After all, the Emperor realm and the King realm belong to the same realm, and there is no substantial change. Therefore, it won't be too difficult to break through. With your talent, it will be a natural thing after you reach that realm." The Apostle Walker seemed to have great confidence in Qin Wentian. From the celestial realm to the immortal platform, it is a great realm. The essence changes, the birth of rules, and the casting of the immortal platform. From the immortal platform to the immortal king, it is also a qualitative change, the birth of the rule immortal body, and the casting of the ruled domain. And from the immortal king to the immortal emperor, it is the same realm. The reason for the division is that the power of the immortal emperor is far stronger than that of the immortal king, because the emperor can shine with the stars, and the power of the rules of the stars is transferred to the body. How powerful! But even if the strength changes, its essence remains unchanged, only the quantitative change is huge. I hope so. Qin Wentian looked up at the void. The Apostle Walker looked at Qin Wentian's figure, stood up, and said with a smile, "It is said that the emperor is superior and the king is inferior. In front of the emperor realm, no matter how powerful the king is, he must surrender. Although they are in the same realm, they cannot be surpassed. However, your combat power is unparalleled. I want to see that you can kill the emperor when you are in the king realm. The emperor realm is as bright as the stars, and the rule power that can be mobilized is incomparable to that of the king realm. This leap is extraordinary. Killing the emperor is so difficult." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharpness, and he looked at the Apostle Walker. "It is difficult, but it does not mean that there is no hope. You yourself are the hope." The Apostle Walker smiled, and then his figure flashed, and he broke through the air and left. There was also a voice floating in the void, saying casually, "What's more, since you already know the power of the emperor, why can't you comprehend some unique and unparalleled abilities to restrain the power of the emperor?" When the voice came, the other party's figure disappeared without a trace, but he left in a cool way. Qin Wentian looked at the other person's disappearing figure, and then looked up at the sky full of brilliance, the light of the Taoism that stretched across the sky and fell down. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he stepped into the void, and actually stepped directly into the void, allowing the endless light of the Taoism to fall on him. He did not accept the power of the Taoism inheritance, and did not even practice. He just stood there quietly, feeling it silently. Below, Kinger was walking on the ancient mountain and came to the place where Qin Wentian had just sat. She raised her head and stared at the figure above the sky. The light of the sky fell on her body. At this moment, Qin Wentian was so handsome and dazzling. The brilliance of the sky could not take away the brilliance that belonged to him. Today, the Taoism has been sent down from heaven to you, and one day you will become the Taoism. Kinger smiled and murmured. Chapter 1518, Responding to the Tribulation. Qin Wentian practiced silently in the ancient emperor city, but no one knew what kind of square wave he had caused. Although all this happened in the ancient emperor city, the connection between the ancient emperor city and the outside world had never been cut off, especially when Qin Wentian's identity was exposed. How could his enemies let him go? Immediately, a strong man left the ancient emperor city and reported the matter. Gradually, some things that happened in the ancient emperor city began to spread throughout the immortal realm. Qin Wentian's name was not only famous in the ancient emperor city. Even in the emperor realm, the space caused an uproar because of this incident. Many emperor realm strongmen broke out in fighting, among which Changqing Emperor and Qianbian Emperor were the first to bear the brunt and suffered the most severe blow. In the end, they were forced to leave the ancient Emperor city and return to the immortal realm. However, everything did not end because of this. A voice was heard in the fairyland, saying that Qin Wentian might stay in hiding in the ancient Emperor city. If you want to kill Qin Wentian, you can start from Qianbian Xianmen or Changqing Xianguo. Among them, Changqing Xianguo should be the main focus, because Qin Wentian's beloved woman Changqing Qinger is the princess of this fairy country. Because of this voice, the strong men of Qianbian Xianmen dispersed, gave up the sect, and dismissed all the strong men of the Xianmen. This was also a helpless move. If the major forces really surrounded and killed Qianbian Xianmen, it would cause a catastrophe and could only disperse temporarily. As a result, the former Dongsheng 13 states fell into an era of no master. Major forces emerged, and the strong men continued to compete and plundered cultivation resources. It happened that the top figures all went to the ancient Emperor city, providing an opportunity for some weaker people. However, the Qianbian immortal sect can be dispersed, but the Changqing immortal state has a great cause and has long been deeply rooted and spread among the immortal states. How can it be dispersed at will? Finally, the Changqing immortal state was besieged by powerful people from all sides. Many immortal emperors from powerful forces descended, and the pioneers among them were the top forces in the eastern part of the former immortal domain. How could the Xianlin immortal state, the Supreme Sword sect, and the Tao immortal dynasty miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? They united those forces that hated Qin Wentian, the Senluo immortal state and the Nine Emperors immortal state in the middle of the immortal domain, and many immortal emperors from the three major demon tribes in the wilderness, and gathered in the Changqing immortal state. The Changqing immortal state ordered all the powerful people to return to protect the immortal state. The situation was on the verge of breaking out and extremely tense. This was because many big figures in the Emperor realm did not come out in the ancient Emperor city, otherwise the movement would be even greater, but even so, just the siege made the Changqing immortal state face the crisis of destruction. Finally, one day, the major powers launched an attack on the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom, killing many of the powerful people in the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom and capturing several important figures in the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom, including the Changqing Emperor's sister, Princess Changping and her husband, Marcus Jiutian. This was the result of the major powers showing mercy. Many forces in the eastern part of the immortal realm wanted the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom to disappear, but many forces only wanted Qin Wentian. Therefore, putting pressure on the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom to let them hand over Changqing Qinger was their goal. Everyone in the immortal realm didn't know that Changqing Qinger and Qin Wentian were in love. As long as Changqing Qinger was captured, Qin Wentian would not be able to escape. Now, they want the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom to hand over someone. However, how could the Evergreen Emperor let him hand over his most beloved daughter? He didn't even order anyone to go to the ancient Emperor city to notify Qinger, but just took it all on his own. The Everking Emperor could die in battle, but he would never implicate his daughter. However, such a big event happened in the fairyland, and it would eventually be reported to the ancient Emperor city. Although the great Emperor Changqing did not order anyone to tell Qinger, as if he wanted to hide it from her, Qinger still knew about it. Not only Qinger knew about it, but also the disciples of Emperor Ji, the powerful men of the Nanhuang clan, and others all knew about it. At this moment, they gathered together, and the disciples of Emperor Ji looked at Qinger and said, "Junior sister Qinger, the great Emperor Changqing did not let anyone tell you about this, so you must not do anything stupid and fall into the trap. The fairyland was in trouble, and my father did not want to implicate me. However, how could I let the fairyland be destroyed? What's more, my aunt was also captured by them." Qinger said softly, with a bit of sadness in her tone. When Qin Wentian's identity was exposed, she had a bad mood, but she did not expect that everything would come so quickly. They did not want to wait for Qin Wentian to get out, and directly attack the Evergreen Fairyland, wanting her to be exchanged and using her to coerce Qin Wentian. But Qinger, you know, the person they want is not you, but Qin Wentian. It will be useless for you to go. They will not give up. Yes, junior sister, you must not go. The disciples of Emperor Ji were persuading her. There was a trace of sadness in Qinger's eyes. She turned her head and looked into the void in the distance. Above that void, endless light of the Taoism was falling down. That peerless figure was sitting cross-legged and practicing there. Qin Wentian had been practicing for many years. He seemed to be realizing something and entered a state of selflessness. Looking at that figure, Qin smiled brilliantly. She had become his woman in this life, so she had no regrets. She only hated that she would not see the day when he became a Taoist. As she was laughing, a crystal tear appeared in the corner of her eyes. It was so beautiful. This scene shocked all the disciples of Jiuti. They stared at each other and said in a voice transmission, "What's wrong with junior sister? Her eyes look like a farewell. What does she want to do? Senior sisters, can you promise Qin one thing?" Qin looked at everyone and said, "Qin, what do you think? After I leave, don't tell him about it. Don't disturb his practice. Just pretend that nothing happened. If he asks about me, tell him that I left the ancient emperor city and returned to the immortal kingdom." Qin looked at the disciples and said, "No. Qin, tell us, what do you want to do?" Everyone refused flatly. "Senior sister, Qin is begging you, okay?" Qin looked at the disciples of Jiuti and said seriously. The disciples of Jiuti trembled in their hearts and were deeply touched by the beautiful face. "You want to die for him? Even so, what can you do? Will those people let him go? After he knows, do you think he won't go?" Jiuti Immortal King said excitedly. They all felt that Qin was determined to die. She might die this time. "Sister, you don't know how difficult it has been for him to get to where he is now. He has been practicing from the particle world, step by step until now. I know everything he has experienced. Now you have seen his talent. Now he can be unparalleled in the king realm of the ancient emperor city, and he will be invincible in the emperor realm in the future. He is destined to stand at the top of the fairyland. I will take care of this calamity for him," Qin said with a smile. "As for your worry that he will go, I will make arrangements. If I die, let him avenge me, and the various forces will no longer be able to use me to coerce him. With hatred in his heart and other concerns, he will not go to die in vain. His presence is hope." Qin knew Qin Wentian too well. She knew that if she was there, Qin Wentian would definitely go to die. If she died, Qin Wentian would avenge her. Qin Wentian still had many concerns in his heart, including Qin Cheng, so how could he die in vain? All the women stared at Qin in amazement. Qin rarely spoke, and was always very silent. At this moment, they realized that Qin was so smart and sensitive, as if she had seen through everything, and even saw what would happen after her death. No. They shook their heads, looking at the beautiful face in front of them. They couldn't accept it. No matter how talented and outstanding Qin Wentian was, for them, Qin was still the one who is closer to them. They couldn't watch Qin take the place of Qin Wentian to face the calamity, absolutely not. "Sister, please listen to me again." Qin looked at the woman in front of her with a smile and said softly, "I am already his woman. His affairs are my affairs. This is normal. If he dies, I will go with him. If I die, he will avenge me. Do you want to see us both die together, or are you willing to save the life of Qin's beloved?" The women's hearts trembled again. They all looked at Qin blankly. Seeing that she was still looking at them with a smile, they were very upset. They were convinced by Qin. Qin said such words. What else could they say? "Sister, I will stay for another day. You can send me out tomorrow." Qin smiled, and then turned around alone. She walked to the boulder and sat down. She looked up at Qin Wentian who was practicing in the sky. He was so peaceful and handsome. She sat there quietly, her beautiful eyes motionless, watching all the time. She remembered every bit between them and the 30 years of seeing the world. She also thought of their first meeting. She was beside her master, Fairy Queen Mei, and watched the young man, who had been through a lot of hardships, look at him. At that time, there was a bit of surprise in his eyes. Later, Fairy Queen Mei asked her to protect him, and this protection lasted for many years. She remembered how he dragged his sword from Mo Qingcheng and killed his way to the Dangwon Palace. He was willing to die for love. She remembered how nervous she was when she first revealed her feelings, and remembered a lot. Thinking about it, looking at the beautiful eyes of that figure, tears flowed again, but she was still smiling, and her smile was beautiful. This life was beautiful. If she could die for him, wouldn't it be the best ending? She was willing to be torn to pieces. This life seemed to have no regrets, but it seemed that there was still the biggest regret. If there was another life, she would still be willing to be his wife. In the next life, she must not be so hard. They should meet earlier, tell him earlier that she liked him, and get married earlier, so that everyone in the world would envy them. Chapter 1519 Evergreen's Roar. Qin left, quietly. Just as she said, no one told Qin Wentian who was practicing. Qin Wentian was still practicing, unaware of the changes in the outside world. At this time, below his place of practice, a woman stood there quietly. She had a beautiful face and noble temperament. It was not Kinger, but Nanhuang Yangxi. She knew that Kinger was gone, and she also knew why Kinger left. As a woman, she could certainly understand Kinger's thoughts, and her heart was moved and warm. No wonder Qin Wentian loved her so deeply. Their love had surpassed life. Nanhuang Yangxi's beautiful eyes were crystal clear, as if there was mist and tears. She looked at the figure in the void. In the end, she said nothing, turned around quietly, and left. Perhaps she respected Kinger's choice, or perhaps it was because she didn't want Qin Wentian to die. What would happen if he knew the truth one day? Qin Wentian was still in a state of selflessness. He felt the power of the orthodox doctrine. He did not accept the inheritance of the orthodox doctrine, but only quietly comprehended it. He comprehended it from the orthodox doctrine of space and the orthodox doctrine of the world. He practiced in dreams and perfected his own power. In the dream, Qin Wentian stood in an illusory space world. 7 star souls were released, madly evolving, and turned into perfect stars. A peerless figure stood in the void, surrounded by rivers of swords, in which the rules of endless swords flowed. Even other rules and powers seemed to be integrated into them and existed in the form of sword intent. As Qin Wentian's mind moved, the sword river rolled suddenly. Those sword intents crossed the void and killed into the void ahead. The world roared, and the sword energy was crisscrossed. There was a shocking force, suppressing everything and destroying everything, as if all the power of various attributes and rules were integrated into the sword. Every sword intent was like a river of swords, a large sword formation, destroying everything and attacking the strongest. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the star face transformed by the star soul dissipated, but continued to evolve again, and turned into another star phase, still in human form. One after another, like a god, fell from the sky, like a golden, and then turned into a demon, turning into a dark body, not only falling around Qin Wentian, but even spreading out to the surroundings. In an instant, thousands of demon bodies descended, with a demon king figure behind Qin Wentian as the center, like a peerless demon. Go! Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and in an instant, one demon after another blasted out an attack, turning into the hands of the demon god, crossing the void, constantly descending on the sky, submerging the world, and in just a moment, spanning between the world, covering the sky and the sun. I still can't comprehend the mystery of the stars shining together, and I don't know what level the attack has reached. Qin Wentian murmured in his heart, continuing to comprehend and practice, and perfecting his own strength. In the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom, Kinger came back. She came back through the teleportation formation, first to the mountain where Emperor Ji practiced, and then to the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Otherwise, if she entered the palace directly from the periphery, she might be captured before she entered. Now, the entire imperial city of Changqing Immortal Kingdom is under siege. The moment Kinger returned to the palace, Emperor Changqing came directly and took her into the palace, isolated the space, and shouted at Kinger, "Who asked you to come back?" Kinger had never seen Emperor Changqing treat her like this. This was the first time. Seeing Emperor Changqing frowning with anger between his brows, Kinger did not blame her father for treating her like this, but lowered her head and said nothing. "Leave immediately, go back," Emperor Changqing said angrily, but Kinger shook her head and said, "Since I'm back, I won't leave." Emperor Changqing's face became even uglier. He stared at his most beloved daughter, wanting to get angry, but he didn't know what to say. Finally, he said, "What about him? Did he let you come back alone?" "He doesn't know. I didn't tell him. He has been practicing in seclusion all these years. No one disturbs him, and I don't let others disturb him." Kinger looked up, with stubbornness in her beautiful eyes, looking at her father. "I really gave birth to a good daughter." Emperor Changqing said angrily, "Are you trying to exchange your life for his? Have you considered me and the evergreen immortal kingdom?" Emperor Changqing was such a man that he understood Kinger's thoughts in an instant. If she didn't tell Qin Wentian, what did she mean by coming back alone? Is there any need to ask? You can guess it with your eyes closed. It is because of my father and the evergreen immortal kingdom that I came back. Kinger looked up at the evergreen emperor seriously, still stubbornly saying, "The evergreen immortal kingdom is in crisis. As your daughter, the daughter of the evergreen emperor, I have the responsibility to bear it. Even if I die, I will not hesitate. This is what I should do, but he cannot die. Everything about him will be borne by me. The Evergreen Emperor looked at his beloved daughter, sighed in his heart, and wanted to ask what love is in the world. Yes, you are willing to give up your life, but you don't want to implicate him. Even if the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom is destroyed for this, you want him to live, right? The Evergreen Emperor sighed. Kinger's eyes were slightly red, revealing guilt, but she still nodded firmly. I am willing to bear the crisis of the Immortal Kingdom, and I will not regret it even if I die. Father, if I die, you must live well. Why did he let my daughter be like this? The Evergreen Emperor felt bad. No matter how outstanding the young man was, in his heart, he could not match his daughter, his most beloved daughter. Now, his daughter wanted to use her own life to replace him. Because he is my beloved, because he is the son-in-law of the Chanking Immortal Kingdom, and my father personally granted the marriage. Kinger said with a smile. The Chanking Emperor turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He closed his eyes, and I don't know what he was thinking. Father, don't think about sending me away, even if you force me to leave. If the palace of the Immortal Kingdom is in trouble, Kinger is the sinner, and I will still bear the responsibility. Kinger seemed to have guessed what the Chanking Emperor was thinking, and said very decisively. The Chanking Emperor was unmoved and still closed his eyes, but he understood that his daughter had made up her mind and could not be shaken at all. Hand me over, father. Kinger said softly. Then you go and commit suicide, and put an end to it from now on, to prevent them from threatening you and letting him come back to die. The Chanking Emperor opened his eyes and smiled and said, Kinger, you are so naive. My daughter is unfilial. Kinger lowered her head. You are indeed unfilial. The great Emperor Chanking turned around and looked at Kinger. But even if you are unfilial, you are still my daughter of Chanking. Even if you are unfilial, I will not hand you over. Even if I die, I will die in battle. Father. Kinger pleaded. The great Emperor Chanking turned around and waved his hand. Suddenly, an unrivaled force rushed into Kinger's body, restraining her power. He said, Come here. As soon as the voice fell, two maids came. Watch her carefully and don't leave her. The great Emperor Chanking said lightly, and then waved his sleeves and left. Kinger looked at her father's figure and tears fell again. Even if she was unfilial, she was still the daughter of the great Emperor Chanking. Even if she died, she would die in battle. In the imperial city of the Chanking Immortal Kingdom, there was a local palace where many strong men gathered. They were all extraordinary figures from various powerful forces. Each of them had a terrible aura. There is something unusual going on in the palace of Chanking Immortal Kingdom. It could be the Chanking Emperor's daughter Chanking Kinger has returned. At this time, someone spoke up, causing everyone's eyes to flash. Are you sure? We'll know after preparing for an attack. Emperor Xianlin suggested, very strongly. The major forces in the eastern part of their immortal domain were the most eager to start a war and destroy a Chanking Immortal Kingdom, so he even came in person. As he spoke, his face suddenly changed, becoming particularly ugly, even livid. Emperor Xianlin, what's wrong? Someone looked at him and asked. Chanking, he's crazy. Emperor Xianlin said angrily. He stood up, his aura was violent and released crazily. What happened? Said the Supreme Sword Emperor. The White Emperor is in the palace of my Xianlin Fairyland. Emperor Xianlin said with a livid face, his expression was extremely cold. The mysterious White Emperor actually left the palace of Chanking Fairyland. Are you going to gamble everything? However, Emperor Xianlin, your Xianlin Fairyland has the power to defend it, right? Would you be afraid of a White Emperor? Said the Supreme Sword Emperor. White Emperor, a top-level fairy emperor. The words of Emperor Xianlin made everyone's heart tremble, and they became very strange. If it was a top-level fairy emperor, then Xianlin Fairyland might not be able to withstand such a blow. Chanking Fairyland really gambled everything, and actually sent a top-level fairy emperor to attack Xianlin Fairyland. At this moment, the Supreme Sword Emperor and Tehu Immortal Lord both looked very unhappy. They were both in the eastern part of the immortal domain. If the White Emperor wanted to attack, they would be the first targets of revenge. It would be a disaster for them if the White Emperor stepped into the top level of the Immortal Emperor. What should we do? Emperor Xianlin looked at the people around him. The Immortal Emperors of the 9 Emperors Immortal Kingdom and the Sinloa Immortal Kingdom looked at him. It seemed that some forces in the eastern part of the immortal domain were limited in strength and could not defend the headquarters of the Immortal Kingdom and were attacked. At this time, a powerful immortal thought descended, causing everyone to look up. They all felt the existence of that immortal thought, invading here, without any concealment. It's Changqing. Changqing, let the White Emperor stop. Emperor Xianlin roared. Are you scared now? Did you feel great when you attacked the palace of my Changqing Immortal Kingdom? I warn everyone present here, if you dare to attack my Changqing Immortal Kingdom again, I will fight to the death. You'd better kill me, otherwise I will leave and will follow Beatty to take revenge one by one. I hope you can bear such revenge and stay together. I also hope you can protect your people. The cold voice of Emperor Changqing came, without a trace of emotion, and he began to threaten the immortal emperors directly. Now that things have come to this, he has no scruples. Chapter 1520, Message. The emperor's expressions changed slightly, and Emperor Xianlin said, Changqing, I will withdraw from the battlefield and leave the territory of Changqing Immortal Kingdom now. You ask Beatty to stop. Beatty has stepped into the top level of Immortal Emperor. No one in Xianlin Immortal Kingdom will be able to stop him. This battle will inevitably lead to the decline of the entire Xianlin Immortal Kingdom. Why does he want to destroy Changqing Immortal Kingdom? It's just for profit, to strengthen itself. If the foundation of Xianlin Immortal Kingdom is destroyed, even if Changqing Immortal Kingdom is finally destroyed, it will not be his Xianlin Immortal Kingdom that laughs last. Don't look at the alliance of major forces now. Now the fairyland will be in chaos. As long as Changqing Immortal Kingdom is destroyed, various forces will immediately intrigue and the alliance will collapse in an instant. If Xianlin Immortal Kingdom declines, the next one to be destroyed may be him, Xianlin. Now that Feng Zhi has withdrawn, let Beatty stop, and wait for you to go back and reorganize, and then come back. Changqing Emperor said coldly, everything is doomed. Since you are going to destroy my Changqing Immortal Kingdom, then we will fight to the death. In addition, I will let Beatty capture your blood relatives. If there is any accident with the hostages of my Changqing Immortal Kingdom, then you will be buried together. After the voice fell, the immortal thoughts of Changqing Immortal Kingdom faded, and Xianlin Immortal Kingdom was furious, and the breath was soaring. The others looked at each other, crazy. This time Changqing Emperor was forced into a corner. It seems that there is no need to try. His daughter Changqing Kinger must have returned to Changqing Immortal Kingdom and was ready to die, but she might have been forcibly intercepted by Changqing Emperor. He was ready to start a war at all costs. This can be seen from Changqing's desperate decision to let Beatty attack Xianlin Immortal Kingdom and the hostages' lives in exchange for theirs. Changqing is going to fight to the death. Everyone, attack the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom immediately, capture Changqing's daughter Changqing Kinger, destroy Changqing, and eliminate future troubles. At the same time, use Changqing Kinger to force Qin Wentian to come. Emperor Xianlin said to everyone. However, everyone showed a sense of hesitation and did not respond, which made Emperor Xianlin's heart sink. Why don't you say anything? Emperor Changqing has decided to fight to the death. You also heard what he said just now. If we can't kill him, we will all be retaliated by him and Beatty. Our descendants will face life and death threats. In order to be safe, we need to rearrange it and let the emperors of the ancient Emperor City return, prepare to destroy Changqing Immortal Kingdom in one fell swoop, capture Emperor Changqing, force Beatty to come, and kill them all together. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. An immortal emperor said. That's right, the great Emperor Changqing has gone mad, we don't need to accompany him, everyone should be well prepared. Qin Wentian wants to kill, and we can't leave any trouble. I didn't expect Changqing to be so crazy for a daughter, won't he hand Qin Wentian over? Another immortal emperor spoke coldly. They had different goals from Emperor Xianlin. They only wanted Qin Wentian's life, and at the same time, if they were not sure of destroying the immortal kingdom of Changqing, it would be best not to offend him to death. Everyone had their own plans. Maybe Qin Wentian doesn't know yet. I will send someone to the ancient Emperor City to check. If Qin Wentian doesn't know, I will send someone to inform him that Changqing Immortal Kingdom has been besieged and Changqing Kinger may die at any time. I don't believe he won't come. If he doesn't come, tell Changqing about this. I believe Changqing himself will not fight for such a son-in-law again. That's right, I'll take my leave first. Everyone, please contact me at any time and be prepared. The Supreme Sword Emperor stepped out, his figure flashed, and he turned into a dazzling swordlight and left. The Lord of Tehu Immortal Dynasty also said goodbye and then flashed away, seeming to be in a hurry. Of course, everyone understood what they were worried about. They and Xianlin Immortal Kingdom were both in the eastern part of the Immortal Domain. Beatty could kill into Xianlin Immortal Kingdom, and he could also kill into their territory. Asshole. Emperor Xianlin cursed in his heart, his eyes were red. No one followed his suggestion to attack Changqing Immortal Kingdom immediately. Everyone had their own concerns and calculations. If he went to attack, I'm afraid others would be more than happy. It would be best if Xianlin Immortal Kingdom and Changqing Immortal Kingdom were destroyed together. A few days later, an earthquake occurred in the eastern part of the Immortal Realm, and the entire Immortal Realm was paying attention. Beatty became a top-level Immortal Emperor. Xianlin Immortal Kingdom, the top power in the eastern part of the Immortal Realm, suffered a devastating disaster in one day. The imperial city of the Immortal Realm was razed to the ground, and countless people were killed and injured. I don't know how many strong people were killed on the spot, and even the Immortal Emperor died. The powerful and arrogant Xianlin Immortal Kingdom declined overnight, leaving only the strong people who were training outside, as well as Emperor Xianlin and several Immortal Emperors who escaped. When this news came out, countless people were shocked. This was the anger of Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Xianlin Immortal Kingdom allied with the major forces to besiege Changqing Immortal Kingdom and suffered the strongest revenge. But then Beatty disappeared again, without any other action. It was easy to guess his purpose. With Beatty in the dark, the Supreme Sword Sect, Teho Immortal Dynasty and other forces would be afraid and dare not attack Changqing Immortal Kingdom. On the contrary, if Beatty went over, I am afraid that by then, the major forces would unite with the remaining forces of Xianlin Immortal Kingdom and attack Changqing Immortal Kingdom at all costs. What was somewhat surprising was that Emperor Xianlin did not take any action and did not go directly for revenge, which made everyone sigh that Xianlin Immortal Kingdom was really patient and could endure this. However, they also understood that Emperor Xianlin had no choice but to do so. If they were controlled by hatred and did not hesitate to fight with Emperor Changqing at all costs with their remaining forces, the people who would laugh would definitely be the other forces. Even if he hated it, he had to endure it. At the same time, the ancient Emperor city also became lively. The immortal emperors of various forces all learned the news from the eastern part of the outside world. Many immortal emperors walked out of the ancient Emperor city one after another, especially those who wanted to destroy Qin Wentian. For example, the immortal emperors and demon emperors of the top forces such as Senluo Immortal Kingdom and Penghong Clan were all ready to leave the ancient Emperor city to settle the matter. And those powerful forces close to Qin Wentian and Changqing Immortal Kingdom were also very concerned about this matter. They walked out of the ancient Emperor city and went to the eastern part of the Immortal Domain. This time, the eastern part of the Immortal Domain began to gather powerful people from all sides. Such a big event shook the Immortal Domain. The space where the king-level powerhouses of the ancient Emperor city were located also began to spread. The powerful people from all sides all learned about it, except Qin Wentian, who was still practicing and realized it later. At this time, Jian Mengchen and the others were standing below the ancient peak where Qin Wentian was, looking at Qin Wentian's figure, hesitating and struggling. They were wondering whether they should tell Qin Wentian about this matter. If they did, there would be countless powerful immortal emperors in the fairyland, laying in net waiting for them. If Qin Wentian went out, he would die. Qin Wentian. At this moment, a figure came from a distance. He stood proudly in the void and shouted at Qin Wentian, who was meditating in the void. The space shook, and the violent fluctuations woke Qin Wentian up. He opened his eyes, a cold light shot out, staring at the person who spoke, with a cold look in his eyes. In this ancient Emperor city, someone dared to interrupt his practice. Qin Wentian, Changqing Immortal Country is facing a catastrophe because of you. Your fiancé Changqing Kinger went to try to die for you, but you are still practicing quietly here. I admire you very much. The man looked at Qin Wentian and sneered, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to suddenly burst into dazzling cold light. His body rushed out like a flash of lightning, and the man's body retreated violently. However, Qin Wentian fell into it as soon as he saw him. Bang! A big hand grabbed him directly, causing his face to turn red instantly. Qin Wentian, I came here with good intentions to tell you. What do you mean? The man shouted angrily. Qin Wentian's expression was extremely cold. Speak clearly. Don't you know that the entire fairyland is shaking now, especially the eastern part of the fairyland, which is even more turbulent? The major top forces are besieging the Changqing fairyland and besieging the palace of the fairyland. They want the Changqing fairyland to hand over Changqing Kinger. You should know who the target is better than anyone else. Now, The emperors of the ancient emperor city have gone out and descended on the palace of the Changqing fairyland. The fairyland is in danger. Changqing Kinger didn't tell you about this in order to protect you. She is really foolish. The man spoke slowly, and saw figures flashing from behind. The disciples of the Ji Emperor, the Nanhuang clan, Qin Wentian and others were all there, and their faces were not very good. After all, they couldn't hide it, so they came to tell Qin Wentian on purpose. The purpose is self-evident, this is to let Qin Wentian go. Mengtian. Qin Wentian turned around and looked at Qin Mengtian, who lowered his head and said nothing. Yangxi. Qin Wentian saw Qin Mengtian lower his head and look at Nanhuang Yangxi again. Nanhuang Yangxi bit her lips lightly and did not speak. Qin Wentian instantly understood clearly that he was the only one who did not know. You are so stupid. You actually hid it from me. Qin Wentian actually let out a low roar. He immediately understood what was going on. Kinger doesn't want you to go and die, so she told everyone not to tell you. The purpose is to protect you. Nanhuang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian, as if she still hoped that Qin Wentian would not go. She knew that once Qin Wentian went, Changqing Immortal Country might not become the target of public criticism, but Qin Wentian would definitely die. This is a dead end, waiting for Qin Wentian to go there by himself. Kinger, silly girl. Qin Wentian's mind flashed with that peerless beauty, and his heart ached. He said, doesn't she know that as long as she's here, I will definitely go there? How could she not know? Then, she doesn't intend to live at all when she goes there, she's going to die. Everyone's heart trembled slightly, and the people under Emperor Ji were also moved. The feelings between the two were indeed very deep, and they could guess each other's thoughts in an instant. Qin Wentian immediately understood that Kinger was going to die. Qin Wentian, before leaving, junior sister Kinger told us not to tell you. She said that if you die, she will not live alone. Instead of that, she would go there for you. She asked us whether we hope to see you die together, or whether we are willing to save the life of her most beloved man for her and avenge her in the future. Immortal King Junai looked at Qin Wentian and said, Qin Wentian's heart ached even more. Kinger. Qin Wentian was extremely sad, and roared, and thousands of swords were fired at the same time. The face of the person he killed changed drastically, and then his body was torn apart directly. Kill. Chapter 1521 The Secret of Taoism. The people below sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. After all, he still knew it. The person who came to report was obviously intending to tell Qin Wentian so that Qin Wentian would go to die, but this guy was too stupid. Qin Wentian was furious. How could he let him go? I want to go out. Qin Wentian's robe fluttered, and he spoke slowly. Are you going out to die? Nanhuang Yangxi's figure flashed and came to the void. She stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and said loudly, don't you understand Kinger's painstaking efforts? If you go like this, what's the difference except seeking death? Have you forgotten what Junai Xianwang said just now? If you die, Kinger will not live alone. Qin Wentian's body trembled, looking at Nanhuang Yangxi. He certainly understood that Nanhuang Yangxi didn't want him to be in trouble. From the information I got, junior sister Kinger went there with the intention of dying, but after Changqing Emperor found out, he put her under house arrest. Neither senior Changqing Emperor nor Kinger came to inform you. Obviously, they don't want you to die. Jidi's disciple said. Brother Wentian. Kinger also stepped forward, staring at Qin Wentian with her sparkling eyes. They all didn't want Qin Wentian to die. Senior brother. Qin Mengtian also spoke. Qin Wentian slowly turned his eyes and looked at everyone. He sighed in his heart and said, you don't need to persuade me. Kinger went for me. Do you want me to hide in the ancient emperor's city and watch Kinger take the calamity for me? Qin Wentian smiled. His smile was a little bleak. I have made up my mind. Qin Wentian's voice was firm and everyone sighed. Qin Wentian, I won't stop you from going, but if you go like this, what's the difference between you and committing suicide? At least, you have to fight for a chance to survive. Besides, Beatty has broken through to the top level of the Immortal Emperor and destroyed the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, making the major forces in the eastern part of the Immortal Realm cautious. In addition, the Changqing Emperor once declared that if the Changqing Immortal Kingdom is destroyed and he escapes alive, he will follow Beatty for crazy revenge. I believe that all forces will be cautious at this time. Nanhuang Yangxi said, therefore, many forces do not really want to go to war with the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, they just want your life. As long as you say that you will go, but the premise is that they must not attack the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, otherwise you will never show up. In this way, Those forces will not attack the Changqing Immortal Kingdom before you show up. And during this time, why can't we fight for it? The saints of the Nanhuang clan looked at Nanhuang Yangxi in surprise. It seemed that her words had been thought of long ago. Perhaps she has been worried that Qin Wentian would go to commit suicide after knowing it. Yunzai, what you said is not wrong, but how to strive for it? This calamity is far from the immortal realm judgment in the eastern part of the immortal realm back then. It is more dangerous. Qianbian immortal sect is not enough to compete with it. I am afraid that the Nanhuang clan, Senior Jiutian and other forces will not be able to participate. Qin Wentian sighed secretly. In such a dangerous situation, who would participate in the battle for him, Qin Wentian? At least today, he does not have such appeal. How can I know if I don't strive for it? I will go to the Nanhuang clan and ask about their attitude. Nanhuang Yangxi said. She also knew that it was very slim, but she still wanted to try. Junior sister Qinger is our junior sister, the disciple that Master loves. We will also ask to see Master and ask about Master's attitude. The strong men under Jiudi said that in this battle, even if they were immortal kings, they could not participate. This will be an emperor battle. Only the strong men in the emperor realm may be qualified to participate. Brother, the power of the heavenly talisman realm is unfathomable. You can give it a try. Jian Mengchen secretly sent a message to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly, but he did not hold too much hope. When he entered the heavenly talisman realm, there was an agreement in advance that the heavenly talisman realm would not force him to do anything, but it would never be exposed because of him. He could not know the purpose of the heavenly talisman realm, but at least, he did not have the ability to make the entire heavenly talisman realm appear for him and appear in front of the people of the immortal realm. Brother Wentian, I will go to the magic mountain to judge the magic palace and ask for help for you, and Buji, he will definitely do it too. Qinger whispered. I'll go to the wilderness to see that old guy. The little bastard's voice was still childish, but very serious, no joke. The old guy he was referring to was naturally the super-powerful demon emperor devouring heaven beast. Qin Wentian looked at his companions around him, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Unknowingly, everyone had become a king-level powerhouse. If it were not for the involvement of top forces, they could even be independent. Qin Wentian, give it a try. At least, there is a glimmer of hope. If you don't try, you will die. Nanhuang Yangxi stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Qin Wentian nodded solemnly at her gaze and said, Okay, then give yourself another 3 months. You can find a way to help me pass the message to Changqing Immortal Kingdom. 3 months later, I will go to the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom to settle the grudge. During these 3 months, if Changqing Immortal Kingdom is attacked, I will never show up. Okay. Nanhuang Yangxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She also knew that the hope was slim, but at least she had to fight for it. See you at the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom in 3 months. Brother Wentian. Qinger clenched her fists, then she turned around and left, ready to rush to the demon mountain as quickly as possible. Brother, I will go to the Xianfu realm to find my brother Jiutian. Jian Mengchen sent a voice message and then left. Everyone left one after another, but they did not abandon him, but went to fight for a glimmer of hope for Qin Wentian. Young master, is there a chance to break through to the immortal emperor? The strong men of the Fighting Saint clan were still there. Qi Yu stared at Qin Wentian in the void and said, if Qin Wentian breaks through the emperor realm, he will have the opportunity to step into the highest level of the 3 realms heaven and get the help of the immortal emperor of the Fighting Saint clan. The emperor realm? How can it be so easy? Qin Wentian sighed, he clenched his fists, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The cause of this disaster was all because of a voice when the top figures made an appointment for a battle that year, which exposed his identity. Otherwise, after the ancient emperor city, the Sword Immortal King disappeared, and there would not be this disaster, causing such an uproar. The person who opened his mouth to expose his identity was a murderous person. Not only could he lose his life, but it also caused such a violent fluctuation in the immortal realm. Who on earth could have guessed his identity? If he knew who it was, he would make him die without a place to live. Looking up, Qin Wentian's bright eyes revealed a terrifying coldness. Qinger, she went out to face the calamity for him. Fortunately, the great Emperor Changqing was decisive and loved Qinger very much. He put her under house arrest and even went to war. At this time, the clouds rolled above the sky, and a terrifying aura descended. Thunder and lightning appeared faintly in the rolling clouds, and the dark clouds shone, and a terrible scene appeared. Qin Wentian, come up. A voice came from it. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed and looked over there. Then, he saw an extremely huge black dragon circling in the storm. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian rushed straight into the sky and entered the storm. Looking at the huge and boundless black dragon in front of him, he said, "What advice do you have, senior? Are you willing to follow me?" The black dragon spoke to Qin Wentian. "Where are you going?" Qin Wentian frowned and asked. "You are now qualified to take the scepter from that palace. I will give it to you." The black dragon spoke, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. He looked at the other party and said, "Didn't the senior say that the rules of the ancient emperor's city have changed and that we need to compete?" "Yes, I have been observing the ancient emperor's city for these years. You really did not disappoint me and you have passed the test. Therefore, I allow you to take the scepter." The black dragon said, "As long as you get the scepter, even if many people in the immortal realm want to kill you, they can't do it. As long as you are in the ancient emperor's city, no one can kill you. I can protect you from death." "What if you leave the ancient emperor's city?" Qin Wentian asked. "Outside the ancient emperor's city, I will not interfere." The black dragon said. "Senior, I am willing to give up the inheritance of the scepter." Qin Wentian said, and a cold light flashed across the huge eyes of the black dragon, saying, "Do you know what this scepter means?" "I am ignorant and don't know what it means, but I will have a disaster next and may not be able to survive. If so, wouldn't it be a waste of the kindness of the senior and the loss of the scepter?" Qin Wentian said calmly. "Love." The black dragon snorted coldly. "This fairyland is the world of martial arts. If you stand at the top of the fairyland one day, you can have all the beauties in the world. Such a small matter, you actually gave up the scepter for this? Do you know what the changes in the rules of the ancient emperor's city mean now? What does this inheritance of the Taoism descending from the sky mean? What does the inheritance of the scepter mean?" "I don't know," Qin Wentian said. "The 33 heavenly realms between heaven and earth, the inheritance of Taoism, come from the upper realm. It is a super powerful force that uses the inheritance of Taoism to select disciples. Once you accept and comprehend the inheritance of Taoism, you will be bound by it and cannot leave this fairyland privately. Only by defeating the world and all competitors in the ancient emperor's city can you get the recognition of the inheritance of Taoism. At that time, the victor can go directly to the upper realm through the ancient emperor's city without having to go through the calamity of life and death and cross the starry sky. That is a dead end and only the immortal emperor is qualified to enter this dead end. Otherwise, why do you think those legendary figures and ancient emperors have come to the ancient emperor's city throughout the ages?" The black dragon said loudly to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's heart was stirred. He did not expect that the origin of this inheritance of Taoism was so great. This is the secret of the ancient emperor's city. You didn't accept the inheritance of the orthodox tradition. It's just right. As long as you inherit the scepter, it means that you don't need to compete with everyone for the inheritance of the orthodox tradition. You can directly have the opportunity to cross the boundaries. As for what will happen next, I won't tell you for now. So, do you want it? Black Dragon stared at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the huge demon eyes, still calm, and said, "Junior knows that he will die, and dare not delay the inheritance. I can only disappoint the senior's high hopes. You don't know what's good for you." Black Dragon shouted angrily, and the terrifying breath rolled. Lightning struck around Qin Wentian, as if he could kill Qin Wentian here with just a thought. "Well, I want to see how big a wave you can make without accepting the inheritance." Black Dragon shouted loudly, and then soared into the clouds. The violent atmosphere between heaven and earth gradually calmed down. Qin Wentian was extremely calm. He wanted to pick up the scepter, but Black Dragon regretted it. He had made up his mind to abandon this inheritance. What's more, now his mind is on Kinger, and he will not pay attention to the inheritance that may even bind him. Chapter 1522 Attitudes of All Parties. After the Black Dragon left, Qin Wentian went down and landed on the huge rock of the ancient mountain, sitting cross-legged. He did not practice to comprehend other powers, nor did he try to break through the Emperor realm. This was not an overnight achievement, it needed time and opportunity. At this moment, Qin Wentian was comprehending the Immortal Sutra. This crisis was a life-or-death situation. Although his friends were willing to help him, Qin Wentian himself still did not hold much hope. Outside the ancient Emperor city, in the Immortal Realm, Qin Wentian's words soon spread to the evergreen Immortal Kingdom, and the Immortal Kingdom was shaken. King burst into tears in the princess's mansion. After all, he still knew about it. Then, another voice came out. The reason why Qin Wentian agreed to come to the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom after 3 months was because his friends went to find helpers for him, including the disciples of the Ji Emperor, the saint of the Nanhuang clan, the priestess of the Judgment Demon Palace of the 10,000 Demons Island, and the unpredictable ring of the Eternal Demon Palace, as well as Qin Wentian of the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect. In these 3 months, they wanted to fight for Qin Wentian. This made many people sigh secretly. Qin Wentian had enemies all over the world and offended countless people. Unexpectedly, his friends were also loyal. Under such circumstances, they still wanted to protect him from death. However, could they still reverse the outcome? It was impossible. More and more immortal emperors stepped out of the ancient emperor city one after another, and the emperors of various forces gathered towards the Changqing Immortal Kingdom in the eastern part of the Immortal Domain. It was reported that in addition to the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom in the eastern part of the Immortal Domain, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Xianlan Emperor, the Purple Emperor, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who wanted Qin Wentian's life, there were also the Senluo Immortal Kingdom, the Nine Emperor Immortal Kingdom, and the Sun Holy Church. They wanted Qin Wentian to die, but this was not enough. There were also super powerful demon clan forces, the Penghorn clan, the Jiutian clan, the Void Beast clan, the White Tiger clan. With such a lineup, almost no one believed that Qin Wentian could survive. This was a death calamity, and there was no doubt that he would die. There was no power to turn back. This was more than a level stronger than the Imperial War forces that occurred before the Immortal Domain Judgment. With such a lineup, I am afraid that the Nanhuang clan and the Ji Emperor might not stand up again. Everyone sighed in their hearts. What kind of monstrous disaster did Qin Wentian cause? However, a strong man in the realm of Immortal King was proud enough to cause a storm in the Immortal Realm. He was born a hero, but unfortunately, he died and everything would be disillusioned, and he could not wait for his rise. In the Xianfu realm, Qin Wentian and an old man stood together. The old man was extraordinary and was an extraordinary figure. He was an immortal emperor and was Qin Wentian's brother. Next to them, Bai Wuya was also here. In front, a figure stepped over and appeared in front of Qin Wentian and others. Qin Wentian, I already know the purpose of your coming, but I believe you have heard about the current situation in the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Almost half of the top forces in the Immortal Realm have come, and most of them want Qin Wentian to die. He has offended too many people this time, and he should not go to die. The person in front of him said, he is the Immortal General of the Xianfu Realm, and the affairs of the Xianfu Realm are all under the responsibility of the Immortal General of the Xianfu Realm. Brother Qin is a man of great affection. He will definitely go. We can't stop him. There are so many powerful people in our Xianfu Realm, and there must be many immortal emperors. Can you lend a helping hand to Brother Qin? Qin Wentian said. Qin Wentian has extraordinary talent. You may not know that the Xianfu Realm has always paid special attention to him. Many things are planned around him, hoping that he can reach the top one day. However, this time, he was still impulsive. The Xianfu Realm is not ready yet. Even if there are many powerful people, once exposed, it may face the crusade of the entire Immortal Realm. Those top forces will not watch a force like the Xianfu Realm threaten them. The supervisory Immortal General looked at Qin Wentian and said, tell Qin Wentian not to go and practice well in the ancient Emperor City. Qin Wentian's personality will not agree. Bai Wuya shook his head. Bai Wuya, you know more about the Heavenly Talisman Realm now. You should understand that many forces have actually noticed our existence, but they just don't know how strong we are. If Qin Wentian goes to fight this disaster, our Heavenly Talisman Realm will be exposed if it shows up in large numbers. They will capture our disciples, open the passage, or even mobilize the power of the entire fairyland to attack the Heavenly Talisman Realm. This will be a disaster. The supervisory Immortal General said to Bai Wuya, it's too early. This great era of the fairyland is an opportunity. Many people in our Heavenly Talisman Realm will rise. Qin Wentian should be patient for a while. Bai Wuya sighed. The supervisory Immortal General had already said so. It was destined that it would be impossible to use the power of the Heavenly Talisman Realm to participate in the war. After all, even the Heavenly Talisman Realm could not fight against the entire fairyland. However, you can go and help on your own. If there is something that can be done, you can help and do your best to protect Qin Wentian from death. If it is not possible, be cautious and put your life first. The supervisory immortal general gave an instruction and then turned away. Jian Mengqian's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched, looking at the gradually disappearing figure, and said, "What is this? Mengqian, I know that you have a very good relationship with Qin Wentian, but this is a serious matter. The supervisory immortal general must also consider the Xianfu realm." Jian Mengqian's brother said, "Yes, Brother Qin is not important enough for the Xianfu realm to mobilize all its forces, right?" Jian Mengqian said angrily. "You guy." Jian Mengqian's brother shook his head. After all, he was young and hot-tempered, but he could understand Jian Mengqian. The Xianfu realm cannot force its disciples to do anything. The immortal emperors in the Xianfu realm are all proud people, and Qin Wentian is facing a life-and-death crisis. You have a very good relationship with Qin Wentian, but how many other immortal emperors are willing to fight for Qin Wentian? Not to mention that the mysterious power of the Xianfu realm will be exposed. Those who participate in the war may die in the battle. In this great era, everyone wants to reach the peak. How many people will fight for Qin Wentian? Jian Mengqian's eyes stagnated and he was speechless, but he was still unhappy. The Xianfu realm can still influence some emperors. In the Demon Mountain, the Judgment Demon Palace, in front of the majestic palace, the Judgment Priestess Bai Qing knelt on the ground. She had been kneeling here for 3 days. Bai Qing, this is a dispute between the forces of the immortal realm. It is just right to weaken their power. I, the Judgment Demon Palace of Wonmo Island, have no reason to intervene. A voice came from inside. High Priest, Brother Wentian is the successor of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. He will have the opportunity to inherit the Holy Demon Palace in the future. Why can't our 10,000 Demon Island participate in the war? Bai Qing knelt there and pleaded. You can get up. We will have strong men from the ancient Emperor City go directly there. As for whether to participate in the war, it is not up to me to decide. The High Priest of Judgment sighed. Bai Qing knelt there, kowtowed to the palace, then stood up and turned away. In the ancient Emperor City, Qin Wentian was still practicing there. He had not practiced any power in the past few days, only the Immortal Sutra. At least, he tried his best. If he could not escape this disaster, he still had the incarnation of Emperor Tian. At this time, several beautiful figures flashed over. Qin Wentian. A soft voice called out, and Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at the person who came. Yunzai. Qin Wentian smiled. Qin Wentian, come with me to the Nanhuang clan. The Empress wants to try to see if you can practice the Nirvana method. Nanhuang Yangxi said. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. He had seen the Nirvana method in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Although it was extremely powerful, those people would not let go of the Nirvana blood. It was better to have the Immortal Sutra and his immortal body. Thank you, Empress. I haven't thanked you for saving my life. Yangxi, I will go with you to the Nanhuang clan, and then go to the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian stood up, then turned his eyes and said to the people of the Fighting Saint clan, you continue to practice in the ancient Emperor City, don't worry about me. Young master. The strong man of the Fighting Saint clan stared. Qin Wentian waved his hand and said, don't worry. As he said that, he walked forward. Even if he died, there was still his incarnation, Emperor Yan, to inherit everything from him. Qin Wentian left with Nanhuang Yangxi. After leaving the ancient Emperor City, he used the teleportation arrays in various places to return to the Nanhuang clan at the fastest speed. The Queen of Nanhuang personally met Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian pays respects to the Queen. This was the second time Qin Wentian had seen the Queen of Nanhuang, except for the Monster God Mountain. He was still amazed. Both her appearance and temperament were perfect. Although Nanhuang Yangxi was also a rare beauty, she was still slightly inferior to the Queen. The Queen smiled and nodded. She was wearing the Queen's robe. Her beautiful face was majestic, but in front of Qin Wentian, she looked warm and comfortable. After parting at the Monster God Mountain, I didn't expect that you have reached the unparalleled level of the King realm. If you are given some more time, I'm afraid this fairyland will be your era. The Queen of Nanhuang said. You are too kind, Empress. I am afraid I cannot survive this catastrophe. I cannot repay you for saving my life last time. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Empress shook her head indifferently. It is just a small favor. The old demon Duotian and the Purple Emperor dare not do anything. You don't have to take it to heart. However, it is indeed your catastrophe. Now, there are too many strong people around the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, especially the Senluo Immortal Kingdom and the Penghuang clan. If they are super strong, they will definitely kill you. In addition, many emperors from major forces are already in the ancient emperor city. If you leave the ancient emperor city and go directly to the Changqing immortal kingdom, you will really die. Even so, I will still go. This is what I should do. Qin Wentian said. Everyone has his own insistence. I won't persuade you. This time, too many forces are involved. Even if my Nanhuang clan tries its best to protect you, it will be difficult to do so. However, I will go there in person. If there is a chance, I will do my best. The Empress looked at Qin Wentian and sighed silently in her heart. Although Qin Wentian was already at the peak of the Immortal King, he was still like a junior in front of her. She admired Qin Wentian very much. I can't repay the kindness of the senior. Qin Wentian said sincerely. The Nanhuang clan had nothing to do with him, and the Empress didn't need to perfunctorily tell him anything. It was a great favor to be able to do this. He waved his hand, and a treasure tripod suddenly appeared in the air. This treasure tripod contains the holy light. Senior Empress, you can let the powerful Xianjiao of the Nanhuang clan baptize it. It can be regarded as a little thing I do for the Nanhuang clan. Qin Wentian said calmly. A strange light flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Empress. The immortal thoughts penetrated into the treasure tripod. Surprisingly, it was all holy light. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1523, Siege of the Imperial Palace. The Southern Phoenix Empress looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and said, "The holy light is a holy object. Why don't you use this as a condition to let the Southern Phoenix clan help you? The Junior and Youngxi are friends for life and death, and we have also had a friendship with the Southern Phoenix clan for many years. The Empress saved my life, and this is what I should do. If I use this as a condition, wouldn't it make me look too mean? What's more, if I can't survive this calamity, I don't want to involve the Southern Phoenix clan." Qin Wentian slowly said, "It's just that I hope that after I die, the Southern Phoenix clan can maintain its relationship with the Changqing Immortal Kingdom and help me take care of Kinger. If this holy light can help the Southern Phoenix clan become stronger in the future fairyland, it will naturally be something I wish for." Qin Wentian. Nanhuang Youngxi's heart trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes revealed sadness. Was this explaining her affairs after death? The Southern Phoenix Empress also sighed in her heart. She really wanted to see how elegant Qin Wentian would be when he grew up. Unfortunately, is this calamity really impossible to escape? Please ask the Empress to take care of this treasure tripod for me. If the Empress can use it to exert stronger power, she can use it directly. Qin Wentian said again. The beautiful eyes of the Southern Phoenix Empress flashed. This was really an explanation of the afterlife. The holy light was a holy object. Just using it to baptize the people of the Southern Phoenix clan was enough to repay the Southern Phoenix clan. Handing both the treasure tripod and the holy light to her was entrusting the afterlife, hoping that she could take care of Changqing Kinger in the future. Okay. The Southern Phoenix Empress did not refuse. Yunzai and I are close friends, and she is also the inherited saint of the Southern Phoenix clan. I hope the Empress will take care of her more. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Yunzai is my Southern Phoenix clan. Why do I need you to remind me? If it weren't for your deep love for Changqing Kinger, I would have wanted to marry this girl to you. The Southern Phoenix Empress smiled casually, causing Nanhuang Yunzai's heart to tremble slightly, her face slightly red, and she secretly glanced at Qin Wentian. Empress, don't joke with me, a dying man. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Are you really not going to try my Nanhuang clan's Nirvana technique? The Empress asked. No. Qin Wentian shook his head. The time is almost up, I should set off. No hurry, the time is up, I will personally send you there. The Nanhuang Empress looked at Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash, and then he nodded gently. Beaming Immortal Dynasty, Beaming Immortal Mountain, also known as the Rules Immortal Mountain. In the Forbidden Area, a figure stepped into the Forbidden Area at this moment. This figure was beautiful and unparalleled, and even if she was wearing simple clothes, it was still difficult to tell her stunning appearance. This woman was the Beaming Nether Emperor. She walked step by step to the depths of the Forbidden Area and entered the place she had stepped into before. 2 stone tablets that suppressed everything were flowing with brilliant light. Walking past the stone tablets, it was the ruined city. Standing in the dilapidated ruins, Bei Mingyu Wang looked around and shouted to the void, "Old man, I know you are here. This Rule Fairy Mountain is completely under your control. I have something to ask you." "What is it?" A vague voice came from the void, which was the voice of the old pervert that Qin Wentian met here that year. "I met the person you told me about." "What did you mean by those words you said to me that year?" Bei Mingyu Wang said to the void. "Oh? I met him so soon." The voice came again, saying lazily, "It doesn't mean anything. I have said everything I should say." "You?" Bei Mingyu Wang looked unhappy. She was wondering if the nonsense that this madman said back then was credible. However, when she met Qin Wentian, the bastard who flirted with her actually said something similar to this madman, which made her a little suspicious. Could it be that this is really a destined fate? But, that shameless bastard, how could this be possible? Thinking of this, Bei Mingyu Wang became angry and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. He's going to die anyway." Now half of the forces in the entire fairyland have gathered in the eastern part of the fairyland. They want his life. He can't escape. "Oh, so he dies. What does it have to do with me?" The old man replied, which surprised Bei Mingyu Wang. "It does have something to do with you. You just want to ask me to save him, right?" The madman said, "I don't have the leisure time. I beg you to save him." Bei Mingyu Wang looked indifferent. It would be better if he died earlier. "But after all, he got your inheritance. I at least came to tell you. Otherwise, he died outside inexplicably. It would be bad if your inheritance was cut off. If I want an heir, I can find him any time. It doesn't matter if I die." The crazy old man said in a nonchalant voice, "Little girl, you don't know that I'm lonely and want to keep me company, right? You're dreaming." Bei Mingyu Wang seemed to have had similar experiences with Qin Wentian. She was very unhappy with the crazy old man. She turned around and left, saying, "I've said it. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want." After that, she walked away and left. 2 heartless guys. The figure of the crazy old man appeared on the ruins where Bei Mingyu Wang was just now. His long hair was still messy, like a madman, and he said to himself, "Death? I want to die but I can't." Eastern part of the fairyland, Changqing Fairyland, the Imperial City. Nowadays, most of the people who live in the entire Imperial City have moved out and dare not stay in the Imperial City. The palace of Changqing Fairyland is in danger and may be destroyed at any time. Once the war starts, it will affect the vast city. I don't know how many people will be destroyed by the aftermath. Therefore, those who are not in a good state of cultivation have left the Imperial City early and will return when the storm ends. However, even if countless people have migrated away, this Imperial City still has a lot of powerful people, and most of them are high-level people. It can be said that if you walk on the street casually, you may see someone at the level of Fairy King. Today, the Imperial City of Changqing Fairyland is full of Fairy Kings. After many powerful people came out of the ancient Emperor City, they went straight to the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom and gathered here. With the palace of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom as the center, the powerful people of various top forces were stationed. Today is the March date agreed by Qin Wentian. Above the sky, the sun is hanging high, and its eyes are harassing the palace of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. However, the people in the palace can't feel the warmth, only the cold. Today will decide the fate of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. The major forces have already released the news that if Qin Wentian does not keep his promise and does not show up today, they will directly sweep and destroy the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom and raze it to the ground. Everything seems to be just a thought of Qin Wentian. In the palace of the Fairy Kingdom, in the princess's mansion, 2 beautiful ladies were together. These 2 people were Qinger and Qingchen. "Qingchen, it's time to go. I'll send you off right now." Qinger said to Qingchen. "Sister Qinger, do you think he will really come today?" Mo Qingcheng asked softly. There was a trace of sadness in Qinger's beautiful eyes. "It's all my fault. Sister Qinger, I don't blame you. This is what he has to bear. However, no matter what he bears, as his wife, I will accompany him. No matter what happens, we will always be together. If he is there, I will be there. I will not leave." Mo Qingcheng smiled gently, with a bit of sadness in her smile. She knew how difficult it was for Qin Wentian to come all the way from the particle world. She didn't expect that there were still so many people who wanted to kill him in the fairyland. "Qingchen. King Er looked at the smile in Mo King Chang's eyes and sighed softly. He took Mo King Chang's hand and smiled and said, "Okay, let's wait for him together." "Yes, let's wait for that idiot together." Mo King Chang smiled and nodded, as if she was not facing a life and death decision. A rumbling sound was heard, and the void began to shake. The heaven and earth made a rumbling sound, which was extremely terrifying. In the sky, a group of strong men came in a chariot, and they were mighty. The leader was like a peerless emperor, middle-aged, and had supreme pressure. His eyes penetrated everything and stared at the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom. In an instant, the entire palace of the Immortal Kingdom was shrouded in a suffocating pressure. If Qin Wentian does not come to die today, Changqing Immortal Kingdom will be razed to the ground. His voice was terrible, which shocked countless people. This person, Senluo Emperor of Senluo Immortal Kingdom, his most beloved son, the peerless prince of Senluo Immortal Kingdom, died at the hands of Qin Wentian. He personally led the Immortal Emperor to come and kill Qin Wentian. In another direction, demonic energy soared into the sky, and golden flames seemed to burn the void. The strong men of the Penghuang clan came, and one terrifying Penghuang after another floated in the sky, blocking the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Next to them, there were the ugly but terrifying Jiutian clan, the Void Beast, and the cruel and domineering White Tiger clan. They all remembered that Qin Wentian roasted white tiger meat for food. Now they happened to be in the ancient Emperor city. They took this opportunity to kill Qin Wentian. Although that guy was still a top-level immortal king, he was already a threat. The strong men from the eastern part of the immortal domain also arrived, including the Purple Emperor, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Teho Immortal Dynasty, and the strong men from the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom. The Xianlin Emperor rode a terrifying war elephant, as if they were integrated into one. His face was extremely cold and his killing intent was the strongest. The Xianlin Immortal Kingdom was destroyed and razed to the ground by the White Emperor. He came here not just to kill Qin Wentian. The Nine Emperor Immortal Kingdom, the Sun Holy Church and other forces also arrived one after another. Qin Wentian had killed the people after all. Today, they just wanted to see how this unparalleled figure in the King realm died. In the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom, a group of strong men soared into the sky. Emperor Changqing and Emperor Ji were among them. Emperor Ji glanced at the strong men and said indifferently, "The powerful men in the immortal realm have gathered together. Many top forces, the immortal emperors and demon emperors, are just trying to kill a descendant of the immortal king. I have lived for so many years, and today I have really opened my eyes. I admire you, I admire you. Emperor Ji, you'd better not wade into this muddy water." Emperor Senluo looked at Emperor Ji and said coldly. It was indeed not nice to have so many strong men descend to kill an immortal king, but Qin Wentian must die. Emperor Ji, do you want to protect Qin Wentian? Emperor Zi spoke coldly. There were too many forces here that wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Anyone who dared to say that he would protect Qin Wentian had to think about the consequences. He wished that Emperor Ji would say that he would protect him, so that he could destroy him at once. Chapter 1524, Beautiful to the Point of Heartache. How could Emperor Ji not understand what Emperor Zi meant? He glanced at Emperor Zi with his majestic eyes coldly and said, "There is no need for you to act like a bully here. You, Emperor Zi, are also a top-level immortal emperor and have been famous for a long time. The death of Zi Daoyang made Qin Wentian embarrassed. It is said that you even sent people to the Changqing Immortal Kingdom to ask for people. But you took advantage of your seniority to bully others. What happened later? No one gave you face. You were angry and humiliated, but you went after this junior. Now, you have killed your other son, Zi Daolong." Emperor Ji's words undoubtedly hit Emperor Zi's sore spot. The purple light in his pupils flashed and burst out, and he was very majestic. "Don't play those tricks on me. If I weren't borrowing the power of others, I really wouldn't take you, Zishan, seriously. Qin Wentian killed your son. I don't care if you bully the younger generation. If you have the ability, just send someone to kill Qin Wentian. It's also your face that you lose if you do it yourself. However, you come to Changqing Immortal Kingdom and threaten others with my disciple's life. It's so glorious when Qin Wentian appears." GD didn't care at all. He looked at everyone coldly. "I'm leaving my words here. Since you are so shameless today and dare to do such a thing, we will retaliate some other day and bring an alliance force to visit your Zishan. I hope that you, Ziti, will still be so majestic by then. Those who can cultivate to the realm of top-level immortal emperors are all arrogant people. GD is famous all over the world. It is understandable that she is unhappy when someone threatens her personal disciple Kinger. Therefore, she bluntly threatens Idi here. Not only threatens Idi, but also threatened others. Today, these people all wanted to kill Qin Wentian, but they couldn't kill him alone, so they came together. But what will happen after they really kill Qin Wentian? Could they merge into one force? Emperor Ji is still here, Changqing Immortal Kingdom is still here, Qianbian Immortal Sect is still here. After this incident, Emperor Ji and his men can also follow suit. Several major forces form an alliance. Who dares to say that they can withstand such a retaliation? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the strong men of several major forces in the east changed first. Whether from the perspective of geographical location or strength, if the other party wants to retaliate, they will bear the brunt. Many people from major forces also appeared in the space to watch the battle. They sneered in their hearts, all of them were looking at the excitement and not minding the big things. Sooner or later, the immortal realm will be completely in turmoil. It would be better for these forces to have a big showdown to consume some strength. These forces came strongly and surrounded the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom, but they completely offended Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Emperor Ji and Changqing Immortal Kingdom have always been close, and they have a relationship with Changqing Kinger. In the future, in the troubled times, they will definitely become allied forces. However, these forces are now in a difficult situation. Do they want to swallow up Emperor Ji and Changqing Immortal Kingdom in one go? But it is not that easy. Emperor Ji is good at special power, and he is a top-level immortal emperor. If he can't win, can he escape? What's more, Emperor Bai is still outside. If they kill Emperor Ji's people, the revenge will be even more cruel. I only want Qin Wentian's life. Whoever dares to stop me is the enemy of my Senlo Immortal Kingdom. Whoever wants revenge, just come. Emperor Senlo said coldly. His most talented son was killed. No matter who Qin Wentian is, no matter what the consequences are, Qin Wentian must be killed. If he doesn't die, destroy Changqing Immortal Kingdom first. The strongman of the Penghurong clan also spoke in a very cold voice. Jia Herongshan is definitely one of the most talented people in the Penghurong clan. He fell. I saw strong men coming here one after another, including top-level forces who have nothing to do with this feud, such as the people of Beaming Immortal Dynasty, Balian Saint Church, Yaoqi Immortal Palace, and the major wild monster clans. The Nanhuang clan didn't come. A cold voice was heard. It was the strong men of the Ying clan who arrived. They had always had friction with the Nanhuang clan. As the three clans in the southern part of the fairyland, they wished that the Nanhuang clan would be involved in the storm. Don't worry, the Nanhuang clan should come. Someone said with a smile. The queen of Nanhuang knew Qin Wentian and had helped Qin Wentian on the Monster God Mountain. The Nanhuang clan and Qin Wentian were very hypocritical. If nothing unexpected happened, they should come. Many demon cultivators from the 10,000 Demon Island have come. It seems that today is really lively. Someone looked in a direction. There were many Demon Island strongmen there. Their auras were cold and domineering, and they were filled with a faint demonic power. Although the demon cultivators gathered in one direction, they were also divided into different camps. Several monks from Wengxin Temple have arrived. There were several monks in a certain direction, wearing cassocks. Although they looked ordinary, they had a faint glow, solemn and sacred. It was obvious that they were profound in Buddhism. They were pure Buddhist monks, unlike the Zhang family, who practiced Buddhist magic but were not Buddhist martial artists. More and more powerful people came. Several upper-level figures from Qianbian Xianmen arrived, including Qianbian Emperor and Bai Wuya. Dongsheng Xiandi looked at them with cold eyes. Apart from Qin Wentian, he hated Qianbian Emperor and Bai Wuya the most. He wished to smash them to pieces. In addition to them, there was Chunyang Sword Emperor who appeared in the decisive battle between Qianbian Xianmen and Dongsheng Xianmen, and an old man with immortal style, Zheng Mengchen senior brother, who was also a figure at the level of Xiandi. On the side of Qianbian Xianmen, 4 powerful people at the level of Xiandi appeared, which shocked many people. Emperor Qianbian naturally felt a coldness coming from the direction of Emperor Dongshen. He looked over coldly and looked at him unceremoniously. Dongshen, I didn't expect that after the destruction of Dongsheng Immortal Sect, you would become someone else's dog. It's a pity that you have practiced for a lifetime. He was referring to the old devil Dushan. The old devil was extremely harsh to his subordinates. Dongsheng actually worshipped him as his disciple and asked the old devil Jiutian to kill Qin Wentian. Obviously, he had sold himself to the old devil Jiutian. You should think about yourselves first. Emperor Dongsheng said coldly. Qin Wentian stood behind. He had to come and see it in person. He felt powerless when he saw the enemies line up. It was too powerful and there was no way to save the situation. The Xianfu realm did not want to be exposed and sent the immortal emperors to participate in the war. Then, it could not stop so many powerful forces. The immortals, demons, and monsters, they are all here in great numbers today. There are more than half of the top forces in the immortal realm here, right? Someone whispered. Including the onlookers, the immortals, demons, and monsters that appeared here today, indeed more than half of the forces in the vast and endless immortal realm were here. For a Qin Wentian in the immortal king realm, such a commotion was caused. If it were in the past, no one would dare to believe it. Many people who have never seen Qin Wentian are very curious and want to see what kind of person this young immortal king is. Now he is said to be a god. He has risen from an unknown immortal platform to the unparalleled king realm in 100 years. It seems that it only took a day and night. His growth speed is amazing. Above the palace of the Changqing immortal kingdom, there is a mighty and majestic sky, and the void is full of powerful people from all major forces, majestic and spectacular. This group of people who can almost determine the pattern of the entire immortal realm stood together because they wanted to kill someone and help someone, and appeared in the sky above the palace. Faced with such a situation, Qin Wentian, can he come? If he comes, he will die. Qin Wentian, knowing that he is doomed to die, will he come? Many people have some doubts. After all, the rumored Qin Wentian is definitely a peerless genius. If he is allowed to grow, he will have a glorious future and rise to the top. Such a person must have a very terrible state of mind and a strong mind. Will he die for a daughter? As for many big figures here, they will not. If it were them, they would never show up today to die. For them, nothing is more important than being alive. Beaming Yaohuang and Beaming Nanjiao, the two sisters, stood together. Both appeared beside Beaming Emperor, waiting quietly. Sister, do you think he will show up? Beaming Nanjiao said softly. Although she knew Qin Wentian, she was not sure. A person as shameless as him will probably not show up. Beaming Yaohuang said in a bad tone. Beaming Nanjiao curled her lips. Although she did not want to see Qin Wentian die, her sister seemed to have some prejudice against Qin Wentian. She looked at Li Yufang in the Balian Saint sect camp and saw a trace of worry in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't want to see Qin Wentian die. Su Qingao had come. She stood next to the two immortal emperors. The two immortal emperors were peerless and were a couple in the human world. They were her parents. The fox goddess had also arrived, among the strong men of the nine-tailed demon fox. Pei Qing also came here at this time. He went straight to the location of Beaming Yaohuang and bowed to Beaming Emperor and said, Emperor. Pei Qing, why did you come out of the ancient Emperor city? Beaming Emperor asked with a smile. I knew that Yaohuang came out, so I guessed that it might be because of this storm, so I came to join in the fun. Pei Qing smiled and then looked at Beaming Yaohuang, but was directly ignored. Pei Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at the crowd. He didn't expect that Qin Wentian could actually cause such a storm. It seems that he really brought trouble upon himself and asked for death. Above the imperial palace, Emperor Changqing, Kinger and the others were all there. Emperor Changqing still had not released Kinger's restraints. He was worried that Kinger would kill herself to prevent Qin Wentian from showing up. Father, why do you have to do this? Kinger looked at Emperor Changqing with a sad look on her face. She knew that Qin Wentian would definitely come, but she was the only one who had no doubts. However, she would rather Qin Wentian not come. Your father respects your choice and did not tell him. But, I am your father, how can I watch you die? Emperor Changqing said, if he doesn't come, it means he is not worthy of you. If he comes, it means he is a real man, and I will be proud of him. Kinger closed her beautiful eyes and lamented in her heart. At this moment, above the void, a rosy glow descended, dazzling and boundless. In an instant, the world became extremely hot, and the terrifying flame seemed to burn the world. The colorful light shone and descended, dazzling and unparalleled. The auspicious clouds from the sky turned into a phoenix shadow covering the sky, which was so beautiful and breathtaking. Kinger looked up and watched this scene, tears kept falling. What a beautiful phoenix, but why is she so heartbroken? Chapter 1525 Marriage Proposal. The beautiful phoenix glow was breathtaking, and the colorful light fell from the void. A loud and crisp phoenix cry was heard, making everyone's heart tremble. It was a real divine phoenix, bathed in endless phoenix fire, with its wings spread, so gorgeous. It was suspended above the sky. Above the divine phoenix, stood a peerless figure, noble, holy, and beautiful, as if no words in the world were enough to describe her at this moment, the Southern Phoenix Queen. The Southern Phoenix Queen, you actually brought this divine phoenix. The hearts of the strong men trembled slightly, and they were shocked. He's here. Everyone saw the figure of the young man next to the Southern Phoenix Queen again. He was handsome and unparalleled, with white clothes fluttering in the wind. Bathed in the phoenix glow, he was even more graceful. Especially when he stood side by side with the Southern Phoenix Queen, he was even more dazzling. It was amazing that such a young man was born in the fairyland. Kinger's tears were like a kite with a broken string, and she could no longer stop them. Crystal clear tears like gemstones kept sliding down her soft cheeks and falling on her clothes. He came, even if he knew he was coming to die, he still came. Even though she had known that he was coming back, when she really saw him, Kinger still couldn't bear the heart-wrenching pain. It was because he came that she felt pain. Even if he didn't come, she might not feel heartbroken. Why did you come? Who told you to come? Kinger's voice was still crisp, but with a bit of heartbreak. She looked up at the beautiful figure in the void, feeling so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Why did he come to die? Didn't he know what kind of talent he had and how great his achievements would be in the future? Didn't he know that as long as he stepped into the palace of the evergreen immortal kingdom, these people would kill him and would not let him slip away again? Because, I want to ask you for marriage. Qin Wentian smiled softly, causing Kinger's body to tremble violently, and her heart trembled with it. She stared blankly at the figure stepping down from the void. On both sides, there were all the saints of the Southern Phoenix clan, holding precious gifts in their hands, gorgeous and unparalleled, walking towards Kinger step by step. Because, I want to ask you for marriage. What does this guy want to do? The eyes of the strong men flashed. Didn't he know that he was doomed to die? He actually wanted to marry Changqing Kinger? Even the people on Qin Wentian's side were stunned. The great Emperor Changqing looked at the figure step by step down, and the saint of the Southern Phoenix clan beside him. It didn't seem like he was joking at all. Soon, the great Emperor Changqing seemed to understand something. A very sharp light flashed in his eyes. The look he gave Qin Wentian softened a little, and he sighed in his heart. It seems that he had thought about it before he came. He did not come through the Nanhuang clan's teleportation formation, but appeared in such a gorgeous posture, beautiful and incomparable. The Nanhuang clan's saint held a gift in her hand. There was no doubt that he understood what it meant. This was a betrothal gift. Qin Wentian, he was arranging things for the future. You really don't know how to live or die. A dying person actually has such a mood. The Purple Emperor said coldly. When Zidao Long died, his immortal thoughts saw the Sword Immortal King, but at that time, he had not thought that the Sword Immortal King was Qin Wentian. Propose marriage, I'm afraid you won't have such an opportunity. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor also said coldly, and rushed towards Qin Wentian with murderous intent. Qin Wentian seemed not to see it, but just walked towards Kinger step by step, with a smile on his face, as if he was not here to die today, but to propose marriage. A violent aura burst out from Emperor Senluo, with murderous intent rolling fiercely, heading straight for Qin Wentian. Almost at the same time, a loud phoenix cry was heard again, and the figure of the phoenix stretched across the sky, blocking everyone. The Empress said indifferently, no matter what grudges you have with him today, please talk about it later. The Nanhuang family wants to protect Qin Wentian. The strong man of the Ying family said with a sneer. The Empress glanced at the other party with a hint of contempt, then looked at everyone and said, the Southern Phoenix Empress, promised him that I would ensure that his marriage proposal went smoothly. If anyone disrupts it, it means that they are my enemy, and you can attack them. As soon as the voice fell, a monstrous aura swept out of the Empress, and the divine phoenix under her also burst out with unparalleled pressure. The crazy aura poured into the Southern Phoenix Empress. Above the sky, endless flames and divine brilliance fell down, the stars shone together, and the sun and the moon lost their luster. At this moment, the Empress was surrounded by phoenix shadows, which was magnificent. Everyone's eyes flickered, and there was a strange light shining in their eyes. At this moment, the Southern Phoenix Empress seemed to be combined with the divine phoenix. Her combat power was absolutely super terrifying. I don't know how strong she is. If you force her to attack, I'm afraid you will have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the Southern Phoenix Empress did not say that she would protect Qin Wentian. It seemed that she also understood that no one could protect Qin Wentian today. She just said that she promised to protect Qin Wentian's marriage proposal. You are just bluffing, Queen Nanhuang. Are you going to make an enemy of the entire fairyland? Emperor Xianlin said, standing on the divine elephant, looking very majestic, with several fairy emperors beside him. Who are the remaining forces of Xianlin Fairyland? If you ask who has the deepest hatred with Changqing Fairyland now, Xianlin Fairyland is definitely ranked first. You are not qualified to talk to me. If you want to make a move, those people of yours are not good enough. Queen Nanhuang said rudely, and Emperor Xianlin's face instantly became extremely ugly. This humiliation was simple and crude, but he was powerless to refute it. Okay, it's just a moment, I'll wait a little longer. I hope Nanhuang will not make a wrong decision. Emperor Senlo said coldly. At this time, Qin Wentian had already walked in front of Qinger. Seeing Qinger's holy face wet with tears, he smiled, stretched out his hand, gently wiped Qinger's tears, and whispered, Qinger, seeing me crying like this, you hate me so much? Qinger was even more heartbroken when she heard Qin Wentian's light-hearted words. She couldn't stop crying at all. She had never shed so many tears as today. Okay, then, since you hate me so much, are you willing to marry me? Qin Wentian said gently. Qinger looked at Qin Wentian's face carefully, as if she wanted to engrave his face in her mind and remember it forever. I do. Suddenly, she smiled. Although there were tears, she still smiled so beautifully, so brilliantly, and moved to the extreme. Even many enemies saw this touching scene and secretly admired the feelings of these two people. What a pair of fairy lovers. Changqing Qinger wanted to come alone to die for Qin Wentian. Later, Qin Wentian got the siege of the Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian knew that it was a dead end, but he still came without hesitation. Not only did he come, he even asked for marriage. Qin Wentian gently hugged Qinger, and Qinger let him hug her, and her tears kept wetting Qin Wentian's clothes. Mo Qingchang watched from below, and she cried as she watched, but she was very quiet and did not disturb Qin Wentian and Qinger. She was willing to leave this time to them, even though she wanted to hug Qin Wentian so much. This gentle hug seemed to last for a long time. Qin Wentian let go, looked at the Emperor Changqing, and smiled and said, Emperor, there is not much preparation, and the betrothal gift is a bit simple. Besides, you have personally betrothed Qinger to me. I came to ask for marriage today. You don't have any objection, right? Since Qinger is betrothed to you, of course I have no objection. The Emperor Changqing nodded. Then, Qinger will be entrusted to you from now on. Please take good care of her for me. Qin Wentian looked at the Emperor and said, as if he was entrusting him with his last wishes. I will. The Changqing Emperor did not say that he was Qinger's father, which was what he should do. Instead, he nodded solemnly and accepted Qin Wentian's entrustment. How could he not understand that Qin Wentian proposed marriage this time because he was worried that Qinger would die with him? Qin Wentian was thoughtful. How could Qinger not understand what Qin Wentian meant? She shook her head gently and wanted to say something, but she saw Qin Wentian gently put his hands on her perfect face and whispered, Qinger, I have already proposed marriage to you. You have to wait for me to marry you. Before that, I will not allow you to have any problems. Many people showed puzzled expressions. If Qin Wentian had entrusted his last wishes before, then who saying that he would wait for him to marry Changqing Qinger at this moment was undoubtedly nonsense and a bit inexplicable. However, Qinger just looked at Qin Wentian and still shook her head. Qinger, you know, I won't die, you must wait for me. Qin Wentian looked into Qinger's eyes, and Qinger seemed to understand what he meant. There was a hint of pain in her beautiful eyes. Was Qin Wentian going to face everything alone? Looking at Qin Wentian's gentle and expectant eyes, she closed her eyes painfully, and finally nodded. Qin Wentian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qinger nod. He looked at the woman in front of him gently and said softly, Qinger, you must wait for me to come back and marry you, and help me take care of her, you must. Qinger certainly knew who Qin Wentian was referring to. It seemed that he didn't even plan to say goodbye to Mo Qingchang for the last time, which was a bit cruel to Qingcheng. I will. Qinger nodded seriously. Of course, she understood the meaning of the word take care of, and she would never let anything happen to Mo Qingcheng. Qin Wentian didn't even say a word to Mo Qingcheng, not because he didn't love her, but because he loved her too much. Even if he really died, Even if these strong men dispersed, who could guarantee that there would be no vengeful people who would implicate the people around him? In such an occasion, he didn't want people to see his feelings for Mo Qingchen. He wanted to protect her. Qingchen, take care, I will be back, wait for me. Qin Wentian sent a message to Mo Qingchen, then turned around resolutely and walked towards the place surrounded by those strong men. He turned his back to Qinger and Mo Qingchen. Qinger didn't continue crying, her beautiful eyes were so firm at this moment, and Mo Qingchen squatted down and cried. He had to bear all this alone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.